Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you. Thank you. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, Religious Discrimination Bill 2021.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm very pleased to present the Religious Discrimination Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act relating to discrimination on the ground of religious belief or activity and for related purposes.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. Our anti-discrimination laws play an essential role in protecting the liberty of our citizens, each as individual human beings. Today we fix an important weakness in our discrimination laws, as our government promised to do to the people of Australia at the last election. Today we honour that commitment. Laws needed to protect citizens in a tolerant, multicultural, liberal democracy. The Commonwealth has a Sex Discrimination Act, a Racial Discrimination Act, a Disability Discrimination Act and an Age Discrimination Act. However, there is no standalone legislation to protect people of religion, of faith, against discrimination, or indeed for those who choose not to have a faith or religion. The introduction of this bill, the Religious Discrimination Bill of 2021, will fix this. In this age of identity politics, where we hear much about how we are identified by our gender, our age, our sexuality, our race, our ethnicity, or our level of physical or intellectual ability, these are known as protected attributes, and they should be. We are rightly protected against discrimination in relation to any of these attributes. But, Mr Speaker, human beings are more than our physical selves. As human beings, we are also soul and spirit. We are also, importantly, what we believe. For many, this can inform who they are more than anything else. The protection of what we choose to believe in a free society is essential to our freedom. In a liberal democracy, it is like oxygen. And so it is only right we should expect that what we sincerely believe should be afforded the same protection from discrimination in a free liberal democracy as any other protected attributes of our humanity. And as provided for in this bill, this includes not being discriminated against for non-belief. Such protections respect the true integrity and dignity of the individual, It's what makes them who they are, who we are, how we choose to live our lives in accordance with the laws of this land. This bill puts this right. It's a sensible and balanced bill, and I commend the attorney on the work she has done in ensuring that it is a sensible and balanced bill. It is the product of a tolerant and mature society that understands the importance of faith and belief to a free society while not seeking to impose those beliefs or ever seek to injure others in the expression of those beliefs. It balances, as Australia always must, freedom with responsibility. This bill also builds on Australia's proud record as the most successful, multicultural, multi-faith nation on the planet. To so many Australians, religion is inseparable to their culture. They are one and the same. To deny protection from discrimination for their religious beliefs is to tear at the very fabric of multiculturalism in this country. We are the most successful multicultural country on the planet, united in our love of our country and the freedoms that so many have come here to enjoy, particularly to escape discrimination and persecution for their religious beliefs. They came here seeking that freedom. That freedom should be protected for them. These freedoms, most important of them, should be protected from discrimination. Our nation is an exemplar of acceptance and tolerance. The Australia we love is one where the people of all faiths and beliefs live side by side, and we're an example to the world. Mr. Speaker, a free society is a tolerant society. In a free society, we don't go around imposing our views on each other or seeking to injure one another with those views. People should not be cancelled or persecuted or vilified because their beliefs are different from someone else's in a free, liberal, democratic society such as Australia. The whole point of faith, Mr. Speaker, is choice. It is the action of free will. And it is for this reason that free societies typically have had a strong tradition of faith. Faith and freedom have been so inseparable in the formation of liberal democracies all around the world. It is therefore no wonder that people of faith and religion have played such a prominent role in the creation and establishment of free societies. The underpinning principles of our free societies, indeed the notion of liberty itself, Mr. Speaker, draws heavily from the roots of faith. Religion and faith is also about humility and vulnerability. It is about love. It is about compassion. It is about speaking the truth in love, as the Scriptures say. It recognises the sanctity and dignity of every single human being. Faith is about the heart, Mr. Speaker. It's about the soul, and it's about the spirit. It's not about the state or the marketplace. In our democracy, we rightly divide church from state. That is an important liberty. But we do not separate faith from community. History has shown that dictators and autocrats have never felt at ease with people of faith amongst their ranks in their societies. They have never felt at ease with faith and religion. They have never felt comfortable with human choice, with human dignity, and the refusal of individuals to give to the state what is the proper place of the divine. Intolerance towards faith and religion is to see the life of faith as a threat to nation and liberty, and often the state. Mr. Speaker, in so many settings, faith strengthens lives. It provides that sense of belonging. It builds and sustains and nurtures communities. I am so grateful for the contribution of countless Australians of faith who have built schools, hospitals, food kitchens, shelters, started services to meet almost every human need you can imagine. Religious communities have always sought to bridge the gaps of human need in our free society, between the state and the marketplace. We need institutions like the Salvos, Jewish Care, Lifeline, Muslim Women Australia, Mission Australia, the Brotherhood of St Lawrence and countless others, offering services large and small. All of them bring a vital human dimension to their work. They attend to the needs of the soul and the spirit, not just the needs of our physical selves. To leave the fulfilment of such needs only to the government and the state or the market is to weaken our society. As the late Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks argued, the state can deliver much: health, welfare, education, defence, the rule of law. But I would agree with him when he argues that the state is not the author of the active citizenship that creates the face-to-face care and compassion that constitutes the good society. The capacity of the state or the market to meet the needs of our soul and spirit have great limitations, if any capacity at all. They can be incredibly impersonal. In between the state and the marketplace, you will find the community, you will find family, you will find the individual, and there also you will find the work of faith and religion. The protection from discrimination of faith and religion in the public sphere is therefore central to the strength of our civil society and the health of communities, families and indeed our very selves. Mr Speaker, our country is better because of the generosity and charity of our religious communities and institutions. This bill is about helping protect what we value as Australians: difference, fairness, choice, charity, and if we are not hurting others, the right to live our lives as we choose to. This bill is a protection from the few who seek to marginalise and coerce and silence people of faith because they do not share the same view of the world as them. This bill is based on 4 years of work and is a long-standing commitment of our government. In November of 2017, the government appointed an expert panel into religious freedom, chaired by the former father of this House, the Honourable Philip Ruddock, a fine attorney. The expert panel received over 15,000 submissions. It reported to the government in 2018. And in 2019, the government took the Australian people, we took to them a commitment to introduce new protections against religious discrimination, consistent with other anti-discrimination laws. And since then, the government has been working through the issues with so many groups. We have consulted widely on this bill, and again I thank the Attorney-General for her role in leading this process, and her predecessor. This bill is balanced and thoughtful. It does not take from the rights and freedoms of others, Mr Speaker. We do not seek to set one group of Australians against another, because to do so would diminish us all. It strengthens important freedoms that have been buffeted over recent years. The bill honours the mandate we have from the Australian people to protect Australians of faith and religion against discrimination. This bill is about extending the umbrella of fairness that is so fundamental to our national character, because Australians strongly believe in fairness. This bill seeks to protect people of faith from discrimination on the basis of their religion in daily life, including work, education, buying goods and services and accessing accommodation. While there are some provisions in the existing laws that provide some protections for people of faith, these can be complex and can create uncertainty, and they are inconsistent across Australia. In particular, there is a gap in New South Wales and South Australia where there is either limited or no specific protection at all against religious discrimination. This bill will provide for the first time protections for those of faith and religion at the Commonwealth level, and in the states of New South Wales and South Australia, where there is currently no state-based religious discrimination laws. This bill brings clarity and it provides confidence that Australians of faith can have confidence they will be protected from discrimination. A Sikh should not be discriminated against because of the turban they wear, nor a Maronite because of the cross around their neck, nor a Muslim employee who keeps that prayer mat in the bottom drawer at their desk at work, nor a Hindu couple who are seeking to rent a property, nor a Jewish school seeking to employ someone of their faith, if that faith is their preference and the publicly stated policy of their school. This bill ensures people can't be persecuted for moderately expressing a reasonable belief. What could be fairer than that? Whether that belief is motivated by or indeed critical of a religion. It recognises the unique ways in which those of faith express their beliefs and ensures that good faith statements of that belief are appropriately protected for both religious and non-religious views. However, the bill draws a clear line against harassment, vilification or intimidation of anyone. Religious faith should always be expressed in love. The bill is about creating a bigger space for everyone in our national lives to be themselves, who they believe, what they believe, free of discrimination, coercion and judgment. That is our Australian way, and always has been so. The bill recognises that religious bodies, religious schools, must be free to uphold the tenets of their faith and the ethos that makes their school a community. It is a recognition of the sacrifices parents make to educate their children in accordance with their values and beliefs and the choices they have made for their children's education. As many schools have said throughout this process, faith is caught, not taught. The bill protects the fundamental right for religious schools to hire religious staff to maintain their religious ethos in accordance with a publicly available policy. This protection will be able to override state or territory laws which seek to interfere with that right. The approach detailed in this bill provides certainty to school communities and to the staff they employ through the development of policies that are transparent to the school community. It's only fair. Nothing in this bill, I stress, Mr. Speaker, nothing in this bill allows for any form of discrimination against a student on the basis of their sexuality or gender identity. You won't find anything of that nature in this bill. Such discrimination has no place in our education system. Mr. Speaker, the protections in this bill affirm the generous, open-hearted and accepted culture that is embodied in so much of our national life. However, we believe it is important that what has been treated as a culturally accepted norm should be better codified in law. Sadly, every age faces its share of bigotry against people of faith. The Treasurer and his colleagues sadly know too much about this in their own personal lives and in their own communities. And I particularly acknowledge all those of the Jewish faith. It is a great shame that the Treasurer of our country has to be offered close personal protection, not because he's the Treasurer, but because he's a Jew. The values of tolerance and diversities have been appropriated against Protestant Christians, Orthodox Christians, Catholics, Mormons, Muslims, Jews, Buddhists, Hindus, Baha'is, Sikhs, and so many more religions. Discrimination against people of faith is not a new thing. It is ancient. The sectarian divide that dominated almost the first 2 centuries of European settlement in Australia is testament to that. Catholics and Protestants, thankfully now a thing of the past, and we worship freely together and openly. Equally, that sectarian divide is a reminder that people of faith too have a responsibility to treat others as they themselves seek to be treated another great principle and teaching of faith. Still, many people from various religious traditions are concerned about the lack of religious protection against the prevalence of cancel culture in Australian life. It's true, it's there, it's real. Mr Speaker, the citizens of liberal democracy should never be fearful about what they believe, the lives they lead, or the God they follow, if indeed they choose to follow one or acknowledge one at all. Australians shouldn't have to worry about looking over their shoulder, fearful of offending an anonymous person on Twitter, cowardly, sitting there abusing and harassing them for their faith, or transgressing against political or social zeitgeists. We have to veer away from the artificial phony conflicts, boycotts, controversies and cancelling created by anonymous and cowardly bots, bigots and bullies. Mr Speaker, in our secular society, every religion and belief should have the same rights and freedoms. That's what freedom is. That means the faith of any religion, as well as no religion, should not override the rights of others in a free society. That means we rightly have a secular democracy and government, but that does not afford secular humanism the state status of a state religion, as I said in my first maiden speech to this place. Mr Speaker, just over 80 years ago, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt spoke about what he called the 4 essential human freedoms: freedom of speech, freedom from want, freedom from fear, and the freedom of worship. In Australia, Sir Robert Menzies was so taken by those 4 freedoms that he made them integral to his Forgotten People broadcasts. These broadcasts became the intellectual foundation of the party that he founded, and I have the great privilege to now lead in this place. In its DNA, together, the Liberals and the Nationals, I join with the Deputy Prime Minister. Our government believes in these 4 freedoms in the deepness of our own DNA. The freedom to worship is not merely the freedom to believe, it is the freedom to think, it is the freedom to exercise our conscience, the freedom to doubt, indeed, the freedom not to believe. This protection will give Australians of faith confidence, confidence to be themselves, and confidence in the country they belong to, a resilient democracy that can embrace faith and not be threatened by it. Our faith communities contribute to our national life, all playing a part in helping live out our great destiny as a people, Australians, one and free. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
Debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Dawson is seeking the call.
Mr Speaker, I wish to make a personal explanation.
There's an appropriate time for that after question time, member for Dawson. There's appropriate time for personal explanations is after question time. Just one moment.
Yeah, I think it's any.
All right, I'll hear from the member for Dawson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, for that. This was to refer to reports and claims that I directly compared state premiers to Stalin, Mao, Hitler and Pol Pot. I wish to inform the House I did not. I said the path they were on was troubling. If there is concern over any misrepresentation that I did say that, then that's regrettable. Further, there's been false claims in the Senate on social media and elsewhere that I called for and/or incited violence. I did no such thing. Never did, never would. I abhor violence. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
Thank the member for Dawson. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Religious Discrimination Consequential Amendments Bill 2021.
The minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, I present the Religious Discrimination Consequential Amendments Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Religious Discrimination Act 2021 and for related purposes.
The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, the Religious Discrimination Consequential Amendments Bill 2021 makes consequential amendments necessary to support the implementation of the Religious Discrimination Bill of 2021. This bill, together with the Religious Discrimination Bill, implements recommendations 15 and 19 of the Religious Freedom Review. This legislative package introduces for the first time comprehensive federal protections against discrimination on the basis of religious belief or activity. This package also establishes the position of the Religious Discrimination Commissioner within the Australian Human Rights Commission. This bill, while containing only consequential amendments, nevertheless forms an important part of these reforms. It amends existing Commonwealth legislation to ensure that discrimination on the basis of religious belief or activity is treated in the same manner as discrimination under existing anti-discrimination law. It also contains a contingent amendment to Clause 11 of the Religious Discrimination Bill to prescribe the Victorian Equal Opportunity Act 2010 only if the amendments to that Act made by Division 2 of Part 2 of the Equal Opportunity Religious Exemptions Amendment Act 2021 Victoria are enacted by the Victorian Parliament and commence. Respecting diversity, including diversity of religious belief, is not only fundamental to recognising the inherent dignity of the individual, but also contributes to the democratic life of our community. The Australian Government strongly believes that all Australians should be able to hold religious beliefs and practice their faith publicly without fear of discrimination. This bill amends the Australian Human Rights Commission Act 1986 to ensure that an avenue for redress is available to individuals subject to discrimination on the basis of religious belief or activity. The amendments in this bill extend the Commission's existing complaints handling functions to complaints of unlawful discrimination under the Religious Discrimination Act. Accordingly, a person aggrieved under the Religious Discrimination Act will be able to make a complaint to the Commission alleging that they have been discriminated against on the basis of their religious belief or activity. If a complaint cannot be successfully conciliated, the complainants may then proceed to the federal courts. These amendments are essential to ensure that victims of religious discrimination are able to access remedy for the violation of their rights to freedom of religion and to equality and to non-discrimination. The Commission's complaints handling procedures are free and accessible for all parties. Requiring complaints to go through conciliation prior to reaching the courts is a key measure in ensuring access to justice and plays an educative role in enabling individuals and organisations to better understand their rights and responsibilities. Conciliation provides an important opportunity for the parties to a discrimination complaint to resolve matters amicably without proceeding to litigation in the courts. This bill also makes amendments to the Australian Human Rights Commission Act and the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security Act 1986, so that complaints of discrimination on the basis of religious belief or activity are dealt with by the appropriate entity. Accordingly, the Commission will be required to refer complaints regarding the conduct of Australia's intelligence agencies to the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security and to refer complaints relating to discriminatory industrial instruments to the Fair Work Commission. This reflects the current approach under existing federal anti-discrimination law. The bill also makes minor technical amendments to support the Commission's extended complaints handling function, the Religious Discrimination Commissioner. This bill makes the necessary amendments to the Australian Human Rights Commission Act to establish the Religious Discrimination Commissioner as a member of the Commission. These administrative amendments ensure that the Religious Discrimination Commissioner is conferred the same functions, powers, duties and privileges as the existing Special Purpose Commissioners. This includes, for example, the function of assisting the court as amicus curiae in certain proceedings, including those which may have significant implications for the administration of the Religious Discrimination Act. These amendments will also ensure that the Commission may delegate certain functions or powers to the Commissioner, that the Commissioner is protected from civil actions related to the performance of their functions or powers in good faith, and that the Commissioner is subject to the Commission's statutory non-disclosure obligations. Exemptions in the Fair Work Act 2009.
What's going on, mate?
This bill will amend the Fair Work Act to recognise the Religious Discrimination Act as an anti-discrimination law for the purposes of Section 351 of the Fair Work Act. Section 351 of the Fair Work Act provides that an employer must not take adverse action against an employee or prospective employee on the basis of a number of attributes, including on the basis of their religion. By adding the Religious Discrimination Act to the list of anti-discrimination laws in Section 351, the bill will ensure that conduct which is not unlawful under the Religious Discrimination Act will not be unlawful for the purposes of the protection from adverse action taken because of an employee's religion in the Fair Work Act. This will provide consistency across federal anti-discrimination law and ensure that persons acting in accordance with the exemptions in the Religious Discrimination Act have a defence to an adverse action claim under the Fair Work Act. Other amendments. This bill will amend other Commonwealth legislation that refers to the existing framework of anti-discrimination laws so as to include references to the Religious Discrimination Act. This includes listing the Religious Discrimination Act for the purposes of the Sea Installations Act of 1987 and providing in the Civil Aviation Act 1988 the civil aviation regulations may be inconsistent with the Religious Discrimination Act if necessary for the safety of air navigation. Amendments of the Religious Discrimination Bill. This bill also contains a contingent amendment to Clause 11 of the Religious Discrimination Bill. Clause 11 provides that religious education institutions are able to preference people in employment who hold or engage in a particular religious belief or activity. The preference must be made in good faith and in accordance with a publicly available policy. Clause 11 only operates in relation to state or territory laws that are prescribed by regulation. The purpose of this amendment is to prescribe a Victorian law on the face of the Religious Discrimination Bill that, if amendments to the Victorian law are enacted, will operate to restrict an existing exemption for religious schools under the Victorian law. This amendment will prescribe the Victorian Equal Opportunity Act 2010 only if the amendments to that Act made by Division 2 of Part 2 of the Equal Opportunity Religious Exemptions Amendment Act 2021 Victoria are enacted by the Victorian Parliament and commence. The amendment will insert a new paragraph into subclause 11 Part 2 to refer to the Equal Opportunity Act 2010. Consequential amendments will also be made to Clause 11, Part 3 and Part 4. Mr Speaker, in conclusion, the amendments in this bill will facilitate the implementation of the Religious Discrimination Act, which will form an essential new part of Australia's human rights and anti-discrimination architecture. This bill will ensure that persons who have been subject to discrimination on the basis of their religious belief or activity are able to pursue an appropriate and effective remedy, whether that is under the Religious Discrimination Act or the Fair Work Act. These amendments are essential in protecting individuals who have been subject to discrimination on the basis of their religious belief or activity and ensuring the proper operation of the anti-discrimination framework. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Rankin.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Thank the member for Rankin. The question is the resumption of debate be made on all day for next day sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business. Notice number 3. Human Rights Legislation Amendment Bill 2021.
Okay.
The Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, I present the Human Rights Legislation Amendment Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend laws relating to human rights and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Human Rights Legislation Amendment Bill 2021 amends existing Commonwealth legislation to better protect the right to freedom of religion, giving effect to several recommendations of the Religious Freedom Review. Freedom of religion interacts with a wide range of laws at a Commonwealth, state and territory level. However, issues of freedom of religion at the Commonwealth level are most closely affected by government regulation in the context of anti-discrimination laws, charities law and marriage law. In response to the recommendations of the Religious Freedom Review, this bill makes amendments to these three areas of law. The Religious Freedom Review. On the 22nd of November 2017, the then Prime Minister announced a review into religious freedom in Australia to be conducted by an expert panel chaired by the Honourable Philip Ruddock. The review's final report was provided to the then Prime Minister on the 18th of May 2018. The final report is the result of extensive public consultation, including consideration of over 15,500 submissions and 90 consultations with a wide range of stakeholders in every state and territory. The review was a timely opportunity to consider the protection of the right to freedom of religion in Australian law and the manner in which it interacts and intersects with other rights. The review made 20 recommendations, 3 of which are implemented by this bill, Recommendation 3, 4 and 12, the objects clauses in anti-discrimination law. This bill amends existing anti-discrimination law to reflect the equal status of all human rights. This implements Recommendation 3 of the Religious Freedom Review. The rights to equality and non-discrimination frequently intersect with other rights, including the right to freedom of religion. However, the Religious Freedom Review noted that objects clauses in existing federal anti-discrimination law do not currently reflect the potential tensions between those rights. While the existing clauses in the Anti-Discrimination Act 2004, Disability Discrimination Act 1992 and the Sex Discrimination Act of 1984 refer to objects related to the promotion of the rights to equality and non-discrimination, they do not expressly reference other human rights, such as the right to freedom of religion. Accordingly, this bill amends these existing objects clauses and introduces an objects clause in the Racial Discrimination Act of 1975 to ensure that each federal Anti-Discrimination Act has an objects clause which recognises the indivisibility and universality of all human rights, the equal status of all human rights in international law, and the principle that every person is free and equal in dignity and rights. These amendments will ensure that appropriate regard is given to all human rights in anti-discrimination law, including the right to freedom of religion. This reflects a key principle in international law, that the human rights must be treated with equal importance and no rights should be prioritised at the expense of any other. Amendment to the Charities Act. This bill amends the Charities Act to codify that otherwise charitable entities that engage in lawful activities promoting a traditional view of marriage are undertaking those activities for the public benefit and not contrary to public policy. This reflects the existing legal position that such charities will not be disadvantaged for, in and of itself, advocating for a view of marriage as being the union between a man and a woman. This implements Recommendation 4 of the Religious Freedom Review. A fundamental aspect of the right to freedom of religion is the freedom to manifest one's religion, including through establishing and maintaining appropriate charitable institutions. Faith-based charitable institutions continue to make a significant contribution to all aspects of Australia's civic life. Following the debate on marriage equality, the Religious Freedom Review noted there was possible ambiguity around whether advocacy of a traditional view of marriage could constitute a disqualifying purpose under the Charities Act, which would result in the loss of charitable status. The review ultimately came to the conclusion that mere advocacy would not meet the threshold of a disqualifying purpose, and advocating a change to law or policy in support of another charitable purpose, such as advancing religion, may itself be a charitable purpose. However, the review recognised there was benefit in amending the Charities Act to give certainty to faith-based charities. Accordingly, this amendment puts this issue beyond doubt and ensures that a charity that advocates in favour of marriage being the union between a man and a woman to the exclusion of all others will not lose its charitable status solely due to such advocacy. Amendments to the Marriage Act. This bill amends the Marriage Act to clarify that education institutions established for religious purposes may lawfully refuse to provide goods, services or facilities in relation to the solemnisation of a marriage in accordance with their religious belief. This implements Recommendation 12 of the Religious Freedom Review. The solemnisation of a marriage is a significant event for any couple and has particular religious significance for people of faith. Australian law must appropriately balance the right of all couples to enjoy equal access to marriage with the right to freedom of thought, conscience and religion. It was in recognition of this fact that the Parliament, as part of the Protection for Freedom of Religion in the Marriage Amendment Definition and Religious Freedom Act 2017, introduced exemptions for bodies established for religious purposes to refuse to provide goods, services or facilities in association with any marriage if the refusal, 1, conforms to the doctrine, tenets or beliefs of that religion, or 2, is necessary to avoid injury to the religious susceptibilities of adherents of that religion. The Religious Freedom Review recognised that there was ambiguity as to whether all religious institutions, particularly religious education institutions, are covered by this exemption. The right to freedom of religion includes the freedom to establish and maintain places of worship. The government is of the view that places of worship and other religious sites should not be required to be used for purposes that are inconsistent with the religious tenets upheld by the religious body. The amendment in this bill introduces a new provision in the Marriage Act which extends the existing exemptions for bodies established for religious purposes to apply also to educational institutions established for religious purposes. This includes schools, colleges, universities and other educational institutions. This exemption will ensure that religious education institutions are not compelled by law to provide support for marriages which are inconsistent with the fundamental tenets of their religion. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, the amendments in this bill will ensure freedom of religion is given necessary protection in existing Commonwealth legislation and that an appropriate balance is struck between freedom of religion and other human rights in federal anti-discrimination law. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Rankin.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Thank the member for Rankin. The question is, resumption of debate be made all day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business. Notice number 4. National Security Legislation Amendment, Comprehensive Review and Other Measures, number 1, Bill 2021.
The Minister.
I present the National Security Legislation Amendment, Comprehensive Review and Other Measures number 1, Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to national security and intelligence services and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. In December 2020, the government released its response to the most significant review of intelligence legislation since the Hope Royal Commissions of the 1970s and 1980s. The Comprehensive Review of the Legal Framework of the National Intelligence Community, the Comprehensive Review, led by Mr Dennis Richardson AC. The Comprehensive Review found that the National Intelligence Community's legislative framework has been well maintained and is largely fit for purpose. However, the Comprehensive Review also recognised the need for a number of targeted reforms to ensure our intelligence agencies can continue to protect the safety and security of the Australian public, while recognising that their extraordinary powers require extensive oversight. Today, I am introducing the National Security Legislation Amendment, Comprehensive Review and Other Measures number 1, Bill 2021. This bill is a significant piece of legislation implementing the government's response to the Comprehensive Review. It also contains key reforms recommended by the 2017 Independent Intelligence Review, led by Mr Michael Lestrange AO and Mr Stephen Merchant PSM, and addresses other operational issues facing Australia's intelligence agencies. Mr Speaker, a government has no higher duty than the protection of its citizens. the Morrison government has always and will always give our national security agencies the powers and the resources they need to keep Australians safe from harm. The threats may change, but our resolve does not. This bill will strengthen the ability of our intelligence agencies to respond to emerging threats and the increasingly sophisticated capabilities of our adversaries. It contains measures that allow agencies to respond expeditiously and with greater agility to threats and opportunities as they arise. This will ensure our agencies are able to do their jobs effectively, using the full suite of tools and technologies available to them. The bill also ensures that agencies remain subject to robust oversight and accountability mechanisms, including ministerial oversight and requirements for reporting to the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security. The bill is the latest in a series of bills that will implement the recommendations of the Comprehensive Review. The bill consists of 14 schedules and makes a broad range of amendments across the statute book, including the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979, the Intelligence Services Act 2001, the Criminal Code Act 1995, the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security Act 1986 and the Australian Passports Act 2005. The measures in this bill will address situations where agencies have the operational capability to respond to threats, but are prevented from doing so by legislation that has not kept pace with the evolving threat environment. The bill does this by addressing 4 key issues. First, improving the workability of the ministerial authorisation framework for the activities of the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation, the AGO, Australian Signals Directorate, the ASD, and the Australian Secret Intelligence Service, ASIS. This includes new emergency authorisation provisions that would allow these agencies to act immediately to assist Australians that are at imminent risk overseas. For example, where an Australian person was involved in a hostage situation or an ongoing terrorist or mass casualty attack. In these circumstances, time is of the essence, and it is reasonable for Australians to expect the government to do everything in its power to assist them. The ability for our agencies to act quickly in such situations may determine the difference between life and death. The bill also introduces a counter-terrorism class ministerial authorisation to allow ASIS, ASD and AGO to expeditiously produce intelligence on one or more members of a class of Australian persons who are or are likely to be involved with a proscribed terrorist organisation. Second, the bill will strengthen cooperation arrangements for our intelligence agencies. These changes include extending Section 13B of the Intelligence Services Act to ASIS's onshore activities, thereby allowing ASIS to cooperate with the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, ASIO, both inside and outside Australia, subject to appropriate safeguards and oversight. The bill also introduces a number of provisions to clarify how the AGO, ASD and ASIS may cooperate with authorities of other countries. Third, the bill will enhance and support existing intelligence agency powers. This includes increasing the time for which the Minister can order the suspension or temporary surrender of a person's Australian or foreign travel documents from 14 days to 28 days, to allow ASIO the time it needs to complete a thorough threat assessment. Other amendments being made to support our agencies include adding ASD into the assumed identities regime in the Crimes Act 1914, providing them with the ability to operate and use an assumed identity. The bill clarifies how persons can be approved to exercise authority under ASIO warrants, including new record-keeping requirements. The bill also extends existing immunity provisions provided to staff members and agents of ASIS and the AGO for computer-related offences in the Criminal Code for acts done outside Australia in the proper performance of those agencies' functions to acts which inadvertently affect a computer or device located inside Australia. Finally, the bill will improve the transparency of agencies' privacy protections for Australians. This will include introducing a new legislated requirement that ASIS, the AGO, ASD and the Defence Intelligence Organisation publish their privacy rules on their websites, clarifying the scope of ONI's privacy rules and establishing a new role for the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security by requiring it to review the privacy rules of those agencies. The measures I have outlined in the bill are designed to address or mitigate critical operational challenges faced by the national intelligence community. The bill implements the government response to 13 comprehensive review recommendations, including 4 measures that both the comprehensive review and the 2017 independent intelligence review recommended. It reflects the government's commitment to the continual improvement of Australia's robust national security laws to ensure that Australians are kept safe and our way of life is protected. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Rankin.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Rankin. The question is, resumption of debate be made on all day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business. Notice number 5. Corporate Collective Investment Vehicle Framework and Other Measures Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present the Corporate Collective Investment Vehicle Framework and Other Measures Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to provide for corporate collective investment vehicles, to amend the law relating to taxation and superannuation, and to make miscellaneous and technical amendments of the law in the Treasury portfolio and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Deputy Speaker, Schedules 1 to 4 of the bill will establish an important regulatory framework for the corporate collective investment vehicle regime commencing on the 1st of July 2022. A CCIV will be a new type of corporate structure for funds management, featuring an umbrella company with all its assets and liabilities segregated into sub-funds. It's designed to be an alternative to the commonly used trust-based management investment scheme. Schedule 5 to the bill will establish the tax framework for the corporate collective investment vehicle regime, and the general objective for the CCIV is that the tax outcomes for an investor in a sub-fund of a CCIV align with the existing tax treatment for an investor in an attribution-managed investment trust. Together, these changes aim to enhance the international competitiveness of the Australian managed funds industry and attract greater levels of foreign investment into Australia's financial markets. Schedule 6 to the bill extends the temporary loss carryback measure introduced by the government in the 2021 budget by 12 months, allowing eligible companies to claim a loss carryback tax offset in the 22-23 income year. The government implemented temporary loss carryback in 2020 to promote economic activity by providing enhanced cash flow support to previously profitable companies that fell into a tax loss position as a result of COVID-19. The law currently allows eligible companies to carry back tax losses from the 1920, 2021 or 21-22 income years to offset previously taxed profits in the 18-19 or later income years. Passage of these amendments will allow eligible companies to carry back tax losses from the 22-23 income year. Tax refunds are limited to earlier tax profits, and the carryback of losses cannot generate a franking account deficit. Companies with aggregated annual turnover of less than $5 billion are eligible for temporary loss carryback on election when they lodge their 2021, 21-22 and with the passage of this bill. their 22-23 income tax returns. Companies that do not elect to carry back losses under this temporary measure can still carry losses forward as normal. Extending temporary loss carryback is estimated to deliver $2.8 billion in tax relief to companies over the forward estimates. Mr Deputy Speaker, Schedule 7 to the bill amends the Income Tax Assessment Act 1997 to include the Greek Orthodox Community of New South Wales Limited, Australian Associated Press Limited, Virtual War Memorial Limited and SU Australia Ministries Limited on the list of deductible gift recipients. This schedule also extends the specific listings of Cambridge Australia Scholarships Limited and Foundation 1901 Limited. Deductible gift recipient status allows members of the public to receive income tax deductions of $2 or more for donations that they make to these 6 organisations. Schedule 7 to the bill also amends the Income Tax Assessment Act to remove the East African Fund Limited from the list of deductible gift recipients, as has been requested by the entity. Schedule 8 to the bill makes a number of amendments to Treasury portfolio legislation to ensure that Treasury laws operate as intended. The amendments variously clarify the law to ensure it operates in accordance with the policy intention, make minor policy changes to improve administrative outcomes or to remedy unintended consequences, and to correct technical or drafting defects. The amendments made by Schedule 8 to the bill further the government's commitment to the care and maintenance of the Treasury laws and will make it easier ultimately for Australians to comply with those laws. Schedule 9 to the bill requires superannuation fund trustees to have a strategy to assist their members who are retired or approaching retirement. In the 2018-19 budget, the government committed to introduce a retirement income covenant to codify the long-standing expectations that trustees consider the retirement needs of their members. By requiring trustees to increase their focus on the retirement phase of super, member outcomes will be improved while enabling choice and ultimately competition. This schedule amends the Super Industry Supervision Act to require trustees of a super fund to develop a retirement income strategy for their members. Trustees are expected to have a strategy formulated in writing and a summary publicly available from the 1st of July 2022. Trustees are not required to give effect to all of the components of their strategies on the 1st of July 2022. Implementation of the strategy is an ongoing process that is just required from that date. The strategy will be a high-level governance document and will sit within the existing regulatory framework trustees should already know well. The retirement covenant is one step, therefore, in the government's reforms to better develop the retirement phase of super. The covenant builds on existing reforms and will kickstart improvements into the future. Mr Deputy Speaker, Schedule 10 to the bill amends the Income Tax Assessment Act 1997, importantly to remove the cessation of employment taxing point for the tax-deferred employee share schemes that are available to all companies. These amendments will help Australian companies attract and retain talent, and the changes will apply to new and existing ESS interests that have not yet reached a taxing point for employees that cease employment from the first income year after the date of royal assent. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, full details of these measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Rankin.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Thank the member for Rankin. The question is resumption of debate be made all day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 6. Electoral legislation amendment, Annual Disclosure Equality Bill 2021.
The Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Special Minister of State, I present the Electoral Legislation Amendment Annual Disclosure Equality Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to electoral and financial disclosure matters and for related purposes.
The Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move this bill now be read a second time. Deputy Speaker, today I introduce the Electoral Legislation Amendment Annual Disclosure Equality Bill 2021. The bill amends the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918, Electoral Act, and builds upon the significant reforms to the funding and disclosure regime to improve the consistency of the regulatory treatment of all political actors. Reform is necessary to support the integrity of Australia's electoral system by ensuring that Australia's world-class electoral funding and disclosure regime is consistent and continues to provide transparency for Australian voters. This bill will provide consistency in the regulatory treatment for political donations received by parliamentarians. It is important that all parliamentarians, once elected, are subject to the same level of public accountability through disclosure of political donations to ensure ongoing transparency between election cycles. The bill will require parliamentarians who raise political donations directly to lodge an annual return to the Australian Electoral Commission relating to gifts they received during the financial year. While political parties submit annual returns each and every year, in the absence of such structures, elected independents have no annual disclosure obligations to the AEC at all. This reform removes the double standard currently in place. The returns will apply to gifts given to members of the House of Representatives and Senators for a federal purpose, that is, for the purpose of incurring electoral expenditure or creating or communicating electoral matter. The bill will not require a parliamentarian to submit an annual return if they have not received such gifts during the relevant financial year, or if a gift has previously been reported in a candidate or Senate group return or in a registered political party annual return. Additionally, disclosure obligations for donors will also be amended to require gifts for a federal purpose to a parliamentarian that are, in total, equal or to or above the disclosure threshold to be reported in the donor's annual return. This bill will also ensure the consistent application of the foreign donations framework to members of the House of Representatives and Senators. Under the measures in this bill, parliamentarians will be prohibited from receiving a gift for an amount equal to or greater than $1,000 from a foreign donor, or receiving a gift of more than $100 from a foreign donor for the purposes of electoral expenditure or creating or communicating electoral matter. This means that parliamentarians will be subject to the same foreign donations regime as when they are candidates for election, which is the same as other political actors such as political parties, Senate groups and political campaigners. This amendment is necessary to support the integrity of Australia's electoral system by ensuring that foreign money is kept out of Australian elections. The Electoral Act has long recognised that a range of political actors participate in Australian elections. This bill makes several changes to the regulation of political actors which are necessary to keep pace with modern campaigning practices and to ensure foreign donations are appropriately restricted. The relevant disclosure obligations applicable to candidates and members of Senate groups, which will be extended to the period which is 6 months prior to a person or group announcing their candidacy or nomination in an election. This amendment increases transparency of the funding of election campaigns, removing the incentive for candidates to deliberately delay their announcement of candidacy in order to avoid financial disclosure obligations. The extension of the disclosure period for candidates and Senate groups will also apply to the foreign donations framework. Under these provisions, a candidate or member of a Senate group must take acceptable action in relation to foreign donations within 6 weeks of the date of the gift or the announcement of candidacy of nomination. Acceptable action is a defined term under the Electoral Act and means that the candidate or Senate group that has received a gift from a foreign donor must return, repay or divest themselves of the value of that gift. This bill demonstrates the government's commitment to improving the transparency and accountability of those involved in political finance and election campaigns. These amendments strengthen the safeguard against foreign influence in the Australian political system and helps to ensure that political campaigning that targets Australians cannot be paid for by foreign donors.
You finished? The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Rankin.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Rankin. The question is that resumption of debate be on all day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 7. Electoral legislation amendment, Candidate Eligibility Bill 2021.
The Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Special Minister of State, I present the Electoral Legislation Amendment Candidate Eligibility Bill 2021 and the explanatory memoranda.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections in respect of the checklist for nomination of candidates.
The Assistant Minister.
I move, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. Today I introduce the Electoral Legislation Amendment Candidate Eligibility Bill 2021. The bill amends the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918 to streamline the candidate qualification checklist by asking 6 fewer questions while increasing the transparency of information relevant to the status of candidates for elected office. I also table a sample form of candidate qualification checklist produced by the Australian Electoral Commission that the amendments in this bill give effect to. The bill implements Recommendation 1 of the Bipartisan Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters (JSCEM) report on the conduct of the 2019 federal election and matters related thereto. An exposure draft of this bill and the tabled form that gives effect to the recommendations of JSCEM are currently subject to an inquiry of JSCEM. I thank the Chair for his detailed consideration of these matters. The Government looks forward to considering the findings of the committee upon the prompt finalisation of its inquiry and is prepared to consider amendments to the bill in accordance with any further recommendations. In line with these recommendations, the bill strengthens and clarifies the nomination process. This will result in improved public confidence in Australia's electoral system. This bill replaces the existing Section 44 qualification checklist for people wishing to nominate as candidates in federal elections. The checklist is part of the candidate nomination forms and allows candidates to demonstrate their eligibility to be elected to Parliament under Section 44 of the Australian Constitution. The amended checklist outlined in this bill will enhance the integrity of the electoral system by requiring candidates to respond to key questions about their citizenship status and eligibility. The amended qualification checklist makes some questions mandatory for candidates and requests important additional information as to the date of birth, place of birth and date of naturalisation, if not an Australian citizen at the time of birth, of a candidate. It also requests the date of birth and place of birth for parents and grandparents. Clarifying existing disclosure requirements, the checklist streamlines the process for candidates to advise additional details in relation to their citizenship where they are known, answering, for example, if they became a citizen of a country other than Australia as a result of a relationship with a current or former spouse or similar partner. The amended checklist will increase transparency by allowing members of the public to scrutinise information provided by candidates, which is published on the Australian Electoral Commission website. Existing privacy safeguards will still apply, and candidates may redact or omit or delete information in additional documents they do not wish to be published that are relevant to their eligibility. The amendments in this bill demonstrate the Government's commitment to improve transparency of the Australian electoral system and support voter confidence in electoral processes, which is imperative to the functioning of our democracy.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Patterson.
Debate be adjourned, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Patterson. The question is a resumption of debate on holiday for next day sitting. All those in say aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business, notice number 8. Animal Health Australia and Plant Health Australia Funding Legislation Amendment Bill 2021.
The Assistant Minister.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a busy morning. On behalf of the Minister for Agriculture in Northern Australia, I present the Animal Health Australia and Plant Health Australia Funding Legislation Amendment Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the funding of Australian Animal Health Council Limited and Plant Health Australia Limited and for related purposes.
The Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. Deputy Speaker, Australian agricultural produce is rightly regarded as world-class. A strong government-industry partnership is crucial to maintaining Australia's already high biosecurity status, protecting its food security and agricultural trade. One of the many ways this partnership is evident is through the work of Animal Health and Plant Health Australia. Through these bodies, the Australian government works with state and territory governments and a host of dedicated animal and plant industries to further our biosecurity interests and ensure Australian produce remains in high demand. The risk of exotic animals, diseases and plant pests making their way to Australia is ever increasing. Incursions are relatively rare but have serious potential impacts. Acting swiftly to eradicate these exotic pests and diseases wherever possible avoids the significant cost to the producers of managing them if they establish here. This joint interest has seen governments and industry bodies partner as signatories to the Emergency Animal Disease Response Agreement and Emergency Plant Pest Response Deed. In the last 2 years, government and industry, using their arrangements, were together able to eradicate citrus canker, Varroa mite, which is a bee parasite, Deputy Speaker, and 3 strains of avian influenza. Industry investment in biosecurity is most often funded through 4 kinds of biosecurity levies. These levies provide an equitable way for all producers to contribute to the cost of biosecurity activities and eradication responses that benefit their industry. Animal Health Australia and Plant Health Australia levies fund, for example, activities such as biosecurity education, planning and surveillance. Emergency Animal Disease Response and Emergency Plant Pest Responses levies primarily fund industry contributions to eradication responses. They can also be spent on other biosecurity activities once these financial obligations are met. An issue for Plant Health Australia member industries is that the EPPR levy, this alternative use, is limited to purposes related to emergency plant pests under the Plant Response Deed. Increasing the flexibility in how these levies can be spent will increase their effectiveness. The bill will achieve this by broadening the range of permissible uses for these levies. Plant industries have welcomed this change as it will allow them to focus available funds on their industry's most pressing biosecurity needs. However, meeting response costs remains crucial. It is the main purpose for emergency response levies, and the bill will not change that. This is just one way the bill will increase the effectiveness and efficiency of biosecurity levy funding arrangements. It will also modernise and streamline the AHA and PHA funding legislation, including by removing redundant or duplicate provisions. For example, a complex provision for funding biosecurity-related research and development activities through the PHA levies will be removed in favour of using PHA's more straightforward industry planning processes. The bill will also amplify the process by which the relevant PHA industry member for a specific biosecurity levy is determined. This will reduce regulatory and administrative burdens. Honeybees provide valuable pollination services to a myriad of plant industries, and the honey industry's biosecurity activities are now characterised as plant biosecurity. Therefore, references to honey in the AHA Act can now be removed. The bill will also allow the AHA Act to facilitate the key arrangements that are likely to be needed if other response deeds are agreed. These changes by the bill will each contribute to making the AHA and PHA funding acts more effective, efficient and fit for purpose. This will help maintain Australia's enviable position as a first-class agricultural producer and exporter. I recommend the bill to the House.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Patterson.
I move the debate be adjourned.
Thank the member for Patterson. The member for Indi.
Mr Speaker, I seek
leave. We've just got to do the bill. Yeah, we've got to put the questions. So the question is the resumption of debate be made all day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion, that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent the private member's business order of the day relating to the Australian Federal Integrity Commission Bill 2021, standing in the name of the member for Indi, being called on immediately, and passage of the bill through all stages, taking priority over all other business during business of government business until its completion. B, a maximum of 2 hours being allocated for the second reading stage, with a maximum of 10 minutes per member speaking. C, if consideration of the bill has not been completed by 1 p.m, any questions necessary to complete the House's consideration of the bill being put to the House immediately and without debate.
Is leave granted? The Assistant Minister.
Despite the member's charm, leave is not granted.
Leave is not granted. The member for Indi.
I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent the private member's business order of the day relating to the Australian Federal Integrity Commission Bill 2021, standing in the name of the member for Indi, being called on immediately, and passage of the bill through all stages, taking priority over all other business during periods of government business until its completion. B, a maximum of 2 hours being allocated for the second reading stage, with a maximum of 10 minutes per member speaking. C, if consideration of the bill has not been completed by 1 p.m, any questions necessary to complete the House's consideration of the bill being put to the House immediately and without debate. Mr Speaker, we have waited too long for an Integrity Commission. I have watched scandal after scandal going uninvestigated with no independent watchdog on the beat. Each day that we delay is another day of deterioration of trust in this place and among the Australian people. Each day it becomes harder to claw back that trust. There are only 4 sitting days left this year. We may not be back again. This might be our very last chance. If someone, Mr Speaker, is serious about an Integrity Commission, they would write a bill to set it up. They would table it. They would bring it on for debate. That's what I have done. The government has acted very differently. An endless merry-go-round of consultations, shutting down debate in the House, shutting down debate in the Senate. It's clear the government is ignoring the will of the people, and now it's obstructing the will of the parliament. It's broken the promise it made almost 3 long years ago. We are entitled to ask whether the Prime Minister honestly, in his heart, actually wants a robust Federal Integrity Commission. For almost 2 years now, I've worked with members of the House and Senate to shape my Integrity Commission bill. I've also had very constructive discussions with countless other members in both houses. As an independent, my office door has been an open door. My bill is a true work of collaboration. It's a consensus approach with public hearings when in the public interest. It's retrospective, and it allows for public referrals. Importantly, so importantly, it also protects against vexatious claims and allows for true exoneration. This bill is gold standard. But these are not my words. They are the words of the finest legal minds in the nation, from former justices of the High Court to leading academics, jurists, ethicists. They all support the passage of this bill right now. This is a bill of the people, from the people, to hold all of us to account, to help us to be our best selves. This is the Integrity Commission that our country deserves. I call on all members of Parliament, wherever you sit, who believe this government has got its priorities wrong, to support this motion today. I beseech you, do not remain silent. This is not about political point scoring. This is not about partisan politics. This is about each and every one of us staying true to the people we represent. This is about each and every one of us doing the right thing on all sides of this House.
I thank the member for Indi. Is the motion seconded? The member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I second the motion. I don't take this decision lightly at all. I take this decision very seriously to stand here today, and it's a difficult decision to make. This is one of the most important things that we come to this place to do. I think we should suspend the standing orders and have this debate. The time has gone on long enough. Everyone in this House, I think without exception, thinks that we need a robust Federal Integrity Commission. that people should have trust and confidence in us, in the people that they elect, the people they send here. That's evidenced by the fact that there has been several bills presented to the House. All sides, the Greens, Labor, Liberal and the Independents have all said, you know, we've got a bill. But the problem is that the politics has wrapped it up so tight that we're not progressing that bill. There's no debate about the fact that we need one, but we're not having the debate on what it should look like. And we shouldn't be afraid to have the debate on what it looks like. There is a place for politics. There's a place for the partisan point scoring. But on something as important as trust and confidence in elected officials, that's not it. And we will never advance this if we can't find a way to come together, to collaborate on this. A good starting point for that is the member for Indi's bill. She's put a lot of work into it. She has consulted widely. She has collaborated. Is it perfect? Maybe not. Why don't we talk about it? Why don't we all come here in good faith and have those conversations and find something that we can take forward in the best interests of all Australians? It's why we're here. It's why we come here. It's the most important thing we do. Thank you.
I thank the member for Bass. The question is that the motion be disagreed to. The member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I support everything that has been said by them in this place in relation to the urgency to suspend standing orders and allow debate on this very important legislation. The debate on this bill is urgent, and I commend everyone who is here to actually support this. It has been 1,077 days since the Prime Minister promised to introduce a Commonwealth Integrity Commission, and yet we are still yet to see a bill tabled in the House other than the one that has been tabled by the member for Indi. There has been also tabled and passed through the Senate a similar bill by the Greens. As Senator Lambie pointed out in the other place, a child born on the day the promise was made would have since learned to crawl, walk and talk. All the government has done on this issue is talk. We simply need to get on to the next stage. I call on the government to support this bill presented by the member for Indi, which I was very proud to second in this place last month. This is an issue that is raised with me continually by constituents of all political persuasion. They are united in wanting to have trust and faith in politics, in government. They want to know that there are that there is a commission and a mechanism to ensure there are proper processes and the issues are properly investigated. This bill has been awarded top marks by an independent review by the Centre for Public Integrity. In contrast, the draft model from the government has had issues. It has been broadly consulted on and it has been criticised on issues. And so rather than just stifle debate, stop this, why not come forward, debate the bill from the member for Indi, move amendments, have the discussion, have a collaborative approach to an issue that will raise all of us. We will all be the better for it in our communities with constituents if they can have trust and faith in the process of government. If the Attorney-General won't back her own bill to bring it in after over 1,000 days, then I think it is time that the member for Indi's bill be debated. An Integrity Commission with teeth will be able to investigate and put to bed so many of the issues that we've seen raised during this parliament. And it really is important that that be done. Many of the arguments that are raised are about specific, for example, some of the integrity commissions at state level. But that is misleading in terms of what this bill is. The bill from the member for Indi is the best of all the models. It is not a replica of one state's model versus another's. It is a collective of the best elements of all those models of integrity commission. And that's why it is important that we debate it. If the government has issues with an element of that bill, then move amendments, have the debate, discuss it. But nothing cannot be the answer. We can't have the situation where we wait indefinitely and that there is just nothing happening, because otherwise We have allegations that sit out there, and we just never get them resolved, whether they need to proceed to proper investigations or not. It is important that a Federal Integrity Commission be transparent. It is important that integrity and investigation be seen to be done by the public. It must be seen to be thorough. That is so important for the public to be able to have trust that government and processes are being held to account. Because we are in this place spending the public's money. We pass laws, we are taking decisions that will impact the lives of millions of people. We have a duty to ensure those decisions are for the greater good, are for the good of our communities. And in that sense, they must be able to be confident that those decisions are held to the highest standards, that there is a rigorous integrity and anti-corruption process to catch any concerns. So I commend to the government to support this suspension of standing orders. We have had time throughout these last 2 years and the pandemic disruptions to debate a number of bills that couldn't on any definition have been described as urgent. When there has been a will, there has been a way to introduce legislation to deal with the, I would argue, some issues that have never even been on the radar. But this issue, the biggest issue, the Australian people's trust in the Australian government's decisions, is one that is being left hanging. I think that has to stop, and we should debate it today.
I thank the member for Warringah and call the member for Watson or Mayo. Okay, the member for.
Sorry. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Just to make sure that it's on the record, the opposition will be supporting this motion. The bill that has been introduced is something that would be subject to parliamentary debate. It would be subject to inquiry, and no doubt there would be amendments that would come through in its final form. But 1,000 days is too long, and the time to commence that debate, the best time would have been years ago. The next best time is now.
I thank the member for Watson. The question is the motion be disagreed to, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I commend the great work of the member for Indi and support this motion. I was here in the last parliament when the government said that they would introduce an integrity commission. It hasn't happened yet, and the Australian people have grown tired. They've grown frustrated at us. I'd also like to acknowledge the member for Bass for her courage, of her conviction. She is on the right side of history with this. We need to have a Federal Integrity Commission. Trust in all of us is waning in the Australian community. We need to do better. This was an election promise. This is potentially the last week. We have one more week to go, the last sitting weeks before perhaps an election. Who knows? That is at the discretion of the Prime Minister, although many in the media say that this is our last sitting period. We are failing the Australian people, and we are failing ourselves if we do not even allow debate on a very good bill that sits before this parliament. What is the government so afraid of? What are you afraid of debating? It's actually come to the point where it's nonsensical. I would urge government members, if you too have the courage of the member for Bass, and many of you have said quietly and privately to many of us on the crossbench that you do, why don't you put your action where your words are, and when this goes to a vote, come and sit on the right side of history.
I thank the member for Mayo. Call the member for Melbourne. Oh.
We can have an ICAC before Christmas. We can have an ICAC before Christmas. The Greens support this motion because it would deliver an ICAC before Christmas, and after 3 long years of waiting, people want one. And previous members have made some very good points. There are alternative models. There is a bill that has passed the Senate, pushed by the Greens, that is awaiting debate here. I think the opposition has a model. Others have alternative models. We should at least have the debate. We've got time to have the debate, and if the member for Indi's motion is supported, we can have a federal ICAC before Christmas, and that would be a terrific way to end this parliamentary year.
I thank the member. The question before the chair is that the motion be agreed to. The minister seeks a call. The minister.
I'm happy to yield to the member for Kennedy.
I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
I have been through the fiery furnace of the inquiry in Queensland, the notorious Fitzgerald inquiry, and I was one of the two people that called it on, and we weren't aware to the extent of the corruption of the police force in Queensland, but we knew there were a number of murders. It turned out there were 42 murders. Now, if we'd had an ICAC or a Criminal Justice Commission, as it was later called in Queensland, it would never have got to that stage. 21 of those deaths were the infamous Whiskey A Go-Go, where the mobsters, cabaret protection racket, they hadn't paid their protection money, and up went the Whiskey A Go-Go with no inquiry or punishment of anyone. But the door was closed from the outside and 21 people were burnt to death. But quite apart from that, there was another 21 murders, 6 of them in North Queensland. So if you don't have something like this, then you leave members of parliament, and as one of those members of parliament, in very, very scary territory. Very, very scary territory. You leave decent policemen in very scary territory. I would estimate that over 20 police were completely destroyed their lives by evil police putting obscene, pornographic child pornography on their computers. To this very day, I've been so scarred and scared, I still will not use a computer because I saw what happened to all these innocent people during that inquiry. Judge Vasta, whose son is in this place, and his other son is a federal court judge, was hung, drawn and quartered without a single scintilla of evidence ever being produced against him. But because he was from the wrong side of the tracks, and I'm quoting from a speech by Lynn Powell, who was touted as future Premier in Queensland, the sins of Vasta was that he wasn't a member of the legal club in Brisbane. He hadn't gone to the GPS TAS schools. He was a cane cutter's son from North Queensland. Those were the sins. And the people that they put to judge him were the judges in Brisbane. They were the very people that were resenting him being there. So I give you 2 or 3 examples of the terrible downside of a proposal of this type. But the alternative to that is to watch what happened in Queensland, where anyone that tried to assail them, they assailed you long before you got close to them. And that's where an independent body, such as proposed by the honourable member, who, like myself, represents a regional area in this place, that's why I'm backing her rather courageous and wonderful initiative today. But I ask everyone please to be conscious of the downside to these sort of inquiries.
The question is that the motion be disagreed to. The minister is seeking the call now.
I am, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I do thank the member for moving this motion, but I want to speak to why the government will not be supporting a suspension of standing orders. And the issue does not go to the merits of or the need for a serious and well-considered body to deal with the problem, the risk of serious criminal corruption at the Commonwealth level. Because I want to be very clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government has developed such a model, the Commonwealth Integrity Commission, which is intended to be the lead body in Australia's successful multi-agency anti-corruption framework, and we've gone through a very detailed consultation process, 333 written submissions received, 46 consultations, meetings and round tables, and we stand ready to introduce that legislation. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've done the detailed work. We've committed almost $150 million of funding for the Commonwealth Integrity Commission. We project that we'll have around 172 staff. And of course, we've already implemented phase 1 of our plans by expanding the jurisdiction of the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity. And I do want to make a couple of things clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, because there have been some misleading claims made about the government's proposal. On the model that we are proposing, the Commonwealth Integrity Commission will be able to investigate past conduct and matters that occurred prior to its commencement. The Integrity Commission will be able to look into past conduct that falls within the scope of its jurisdiction. This will include over 145 criminal offences that presently exist in legislation, including, for example, under the Criminal Code Act, under the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme Act, the Public Interest Disclosure Act, and of course the government will also, under our proposal, create new offences relating to corrupt conduct, including concealing corruption and repeated public sector corruption. This, and I want to make this point very clear as well, because there's been some misleading claims. The model that we are
interrupt
proposing
the Minister for a moment. The member seeks to make a point of order.
Deputy Speaker, a point of order. The Minister is misleading the House and misleading the Australian community by what he is describing. It is going to be a farce, Deputy Speaker, this so-called Integrity Commission.
The member can't debate the point of order. I thank the member for his point of order, but it can be dealt with in other ways. I give the call to the Minister.
What I'm seeking to do, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to inform the House of the details of the model that the Morrison government has developed and consulted on extensively, because there have been some misleading claims made by a number of parties. The facts are that the model that we have developed for the Commonwealth Integrity Commission sees that body having the same—
The Minister will resume his seat for a moment. The member seeks to take a point of order. I give the call to the member.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. On relevance, this motion is about debate. This is not. It's about suspending standing orders to bring on debate. It is not about the government's bill.
I thank the member. If we'll all just take a breath, I haven't given the call to the Minister yet. I thank the member, and the Minister should address the substance of the motion. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you. I'm doing precisely that. I'm explaining why there is not a need, in the government's view, for a suspension of standing orders so as to allow debate in relation to the member's bill, because the government has a detailed proposal in relation to a Commonwealth Integrity Commission. There have been some misleading claims made about the government's model. So what I'm seeking to do is to make sure the House—
I ask the Minister to resume his seat for a moment. I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
I have great respect for the Minister, but the issue that is being debated—
I'm sorry, the member
Madam
for Kennedy,
Speaker,
can you just indicate to the chair what the point of order is?
I am going to do that, please.
Yes,
please,
I need you to indicate first up.
The issue being debated is whether it's an emergency, whether we have the right to an emergency motion. It's not whether his idea is better than our idea.
Thank the member for
It is
Kennedy.
whether it should be an emergency motion.
I thank the member for Kennedy.
Addressing the issue.
Point of order.
It's not the issue. The
member for Kennedy has made his point. The point of
Well,
order is that the Minister needs to address the substance of the motion. I have made it clear to the Minister that he needs to address the substance of the motion before us. The Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I respond to the point that the member for Kennedy has made? Because he's absolutely right. The question before the House right now is whether standing orders should be suspended so that this matter can be dealt with.
I interrupt the Minister as his time has concluded in the debate. I indicate to the House that the time for the debate concludes very briefly, so if there's anybody who wants 30 seconds, otherwise I intend to put the question. I thank the House. So the question before the Chair is that the motion be disagreed to. All those in agreement say aye. Against no. No. Declare the motion carried. The noes have it. A division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Good interview. Are you talking to yourself there, Jane? Are you just reminding yourself of the
Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the motion be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 63, noes 66. The question is therefore resolved in the negative. The next question is now that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion so there needs to be another motion. The motion that I put, I'm confident, is correct, and the motion is that the question, sorry, is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye.
Under the standing orders, there's a standing order asking you to be able to state what that question is, and I just, for clarification for members, because it's a significant moment, if you could state what the question is that you're putting to the House.
The question is that the sorry, one moment. The question is that the motion moved by the member for Indi to suspend standing orders be agreed to. So there needs to be an absolute majority on this question. So that's the question. That's the question. All of those that opinion say aye. The member for Menzies on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, I submit to you that the question we've just voted on is the question which was before the House. It didn't have an absolute majority and therefore it fails.
Manager of Opposition Business.
I just similarly submit that the point of order that's just been raised by the member for Menzies needed to be raised before you declared it for the noes. You have in fact declared this motion as the noes position having been carried. That declaration has been made from the chair.
The Leader of the House.
On indulgence, Mr Speaker.
Order.
On indulgence, Mr Speaker. The vote required an absolute majority, which was not achieved, and the normal practice, as I understand it in this House, is for you to declare the vote as you have, but to note at that point that given an absolute majority had not been achieved, therefore the motion moved by the honourable member does not carry.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The points that have just been raised by the Leader of the House would have to have been raised before the declaration had been made as to what the outcome was. What the Leader of the House has referred to is a process where the count is announced and a statement is then made. But what the Speaker has done is declared the outcome. And so, therefore, if the Leader of the House wants to dissent from that decision, that's an option before the House.
The Leader of the House.
Well, Mr Speaker, that is an incorrect interpretation. I'll put it politely. I'm sure it's at least some shred of genuineness to it, but the reality, Mr Speaker, is that it is within your prerogative and I know that there's advice from the clerk, but I put it to you that it's within your prerogative under the standing orders to clarify the situation and to, in my respectful suggestion to you, adhere to that practice, which would see a statement along the lines that I outlined earlier.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr Speaker, if you would want to go down that path, then there would have to be a seeking of a recommitting of the question.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
If it is sought to recommit the question, then what the Leader of the House has proposed would be able to be done, if there's a request that it be recommitted. But short of that, it's been declared.
Order. The position in relation to the first motion stands, and that was the numbers that I read out earlier. There needs to be an absolute majority, and the next question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. On the suspension of standing orders. All those of that opinion say aye.
Probably need to put that in the negative, otherwise you're going
Oh,
to have that.
that's got our thoughts on it too. Member for Kennedy has the
Clearly a lot of us are very confused. I'm one of the dumber ones, so I'm really at a loss.
Is there a point of order? No point of order.
Helen Haynes wants to call.
Member for Indi has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm not confused. What clearly has to happen is that we need to get on with the debate. We're spending so much time right now
Member for Indi
trying
will
to
resume her
understand
seat.
the procedures.
Member for Indi will resume her seat. The member for Indi will resume her seat. Order. The question is that the motion moved by the member for Indi be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye, and this will aye. Those against no. Is a division required? I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Order. Lock the doors. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 66, noes 64. The question is not carried by an absolute majority of members as required by Standing Order 47. The clerk.
Lost 2 votes now. Sorry.
The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Telstra Corporation and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Greenway. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on the Telstra Corporation and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2021, and I move the second reading amendment as circulated in my name. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to begin with a quote. "It is good to see that the National Party have extracted this deal. The National Party has used this position of leverage to get both the money on the table and the legislation on the table to fix the problems. That is what the National Party does. We are few in number, but we managed to extract a deal, and I sit here today with my colleagues proud of what we have achieved." Madam Deputy Speaker, members may be wondering when this statement was made and by whom. It was made on the 14th of September 2005 during second reading debate on the Telstra Transition to Full Private Ownership Bill from the now Deputy Prime Minister. This was the last step in the then Senator Barnaby Joyce selling out to the Liberals and agreeing to the privatisation of Telstra as a vertically integrated monopoly, a process which began in 1996. This was a bad day for competition policy, a dark day for infrastructure investment and an affront to common sense. It is arguably one of the most counterproductive pieces of communications legislation passed by this parliament to give effect to one of the most flawed public policy decisions since Federation. It was a day when we were told the regulatory obligations imposed on Telstra would serve the public interest and deliver the services and infrastructure investment that Australia needed. As we now know, those assurances from the then Senator Joyce turned out to be non-existent. Telstra is no longer a vertically integrated monopoly because, after a decade of dithering by the coalition, the Labor Party structurally separated it, and we did so in the national interest and in the name of competition policy. The bill currently before the House arises from Telstra as a private entity seeking to restructure its business to better align the management and operation of its assets within its T22 strategy. This time, the restructuring is one that Telstra is pursuing of its own accord rather than in response to government. Telstra has publicly stated its plan to restructure the company into separate legal entities. These entities include the Telstra Group, Infraco, Towerco and Servco. These entities will hold different classes of assets and operate at different layers of the network stack. The explanatory memorandum notes that Telstra does not require legislative change or government approval to undertake the restructure. However, without legislative and regulatory change, a range of key obligations that apply to Telstra would become ineffective or cease to apply to the successor entities. As such, my understanding is this bill primarily seeks to address three key issues that arise from Telstra's proposed restructure. Firstly, to repoint Telstra-specific obligations that would otherwise cease to apply to new Telstra entities to the entities in the Telstra Group. Second, to introduce a ministerial directions power that enables the Minister of the Day to direct the demerged Telstra entities to fulfil their existing regulatory obligations or assist in the delivery of the obligations of another Telstra entity. This can include cooperation between entities to fulfil regulatory obligations or to uphold obligations in the NBN Telstra definitive agreements. Third, the bill has been drafted to ensure the integrity of the Facilities Access Framework is upheld and that restructuring does not inadvertently move assets outside the scope of the regime. Furthermore, the explanatory memorandum of the bill states, "The bill has been developed on the principle of regulatory equivalence. That is, the regulatory obligations that currently fall on Telstra should also fall on the entities in the new corporate group in roughly the same way. While Telstra is free to restructure its business as it sees fit, successive parliaments have placed and maintained a range of obligations on that business, and it is important that these remain effective. This is an appropriate principle which Labor supports. However, I do not interpret this to mean equivalence in a purely technical or legalistic sense, but in a practical sense too. That is the lens we have applied to the bill. Based on briefings I've received from the Department of Infrastructure and Communications and from Telstra, I am satisfied that the proposed measures in the bill give effect to regulatory equivalence, and in circumstances where unforeseen issues could arise, the bill affords the Minister the necessary direction-making powers to deal with them. There has clearly been a lot of technical consideration put into this bill, and I want to thank those who provided briefings. I note the proposed authorisation provisions would extend the existing authorisations to Telstra's successor companies so that the agreements or conduct continue to not contravene the anti-competition provisions of the Competition and Consumer Act 2010. This authorisation would only apply to agreements with the sole purpose of extending existing obligations to successor companies and to authorise conduct to give effect to such agreements. I understand that both NBN Co and Telstra are not satisfied with the tight drafting of this section of the bill, specifically the sole purpose test. The Senate committee report noted that the department advised it is considering amendments to authorisation provisions to provide appropriate limited additional flexibility. No amendment appears to have been forthcoming in the House. It is a matter for government as to whether they wish to reconsider amendments in the Senate on this particular matter. It should also be noted that Telstra has been proactive in identifying employment-related issues and bringing them to the attention of policymakers. Separate instruments in the Senate will deal with the grandfathering of employment benefits for Telstra employees, and based on my consultations with the unions representing these workers, I am satisfied those issues are being adequately dealt with. As such, Labor will support the bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, talk about the structure of Telstra and its regulatory obligations conjures up many memories. You would be hard-pressed to find a group of people more unqualified on broadband, technology and telecommunications competition policy than the Liberal National Coalition. You cannot trust them to manage public money. You cannot trust them with competition policy, and you certainly can't trust them on technology. Those opposite do not believe in engineering and economics. They only believe in politics. So let's just rewind a little and look at how this all began. In the mid-1990s, the Liberal National Government began the process to privatise Telstra as a vertically integrated monopoly. The now Minister for Communications was one of the original architects of that flawed policy. This damaged competition, it degraded customer service, it starved the regions of much-needed investment. But apparently this was all acceptable because the then Senator Joyce had extracted a deal that would address all the problems. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, how did that deal work out? What problems did that deal solve? What long-term outcomes did that deal achieve? By any objective measure, it was a total failure. The deal extracted nothing of enduring significance. This is why the Liberals and Nationals were then forced to develop broadband policy after policy to try and address the problems they had created. And true to form, those policies, if they could even be called that, got worse and more bizarre on every attempt. Labor's decision to establish the National Broadband Network was a direct response to the failed Liberal national privatisation of Telstra. True to form, the Liberals tried to wreck the NBN too. They criticised the satellites, they abandoned fibre, they attacked universal wholesale pricing, they misled the country with the 2013 strategic review. History now records that not only did they get each major decision wrong, but they were willfully dishonest through the entire process. For all their endless talk and meandering lectures, neither Mr Turnbull nor Minister Fletcher even understood the construction side economics of the NBN. Critically, they never understood the cash flow implications of the technology choices governments made either. So let me say this, Madam Deputy Speaker. It doesn't matter if you wear grey suits, if you wave your finger around when talking, and I assure you it doesn't matter if you write mini-books about the history of the internet. What matters is the quality of your decisions, your ability to get the big calls right, and your ability to conduct yourself in an honest manner through the course of the public policy debate. And if you can't do that, which hasn't been done, then in public policy terms you're as useless as a chocolate teapot. This government abandoned fibre and backed a second-rate copper NBN on the basis that it would cost $29.5 billion. That cost first increased to $41 billion. Then it increased to $49 billion. then $51 billion, and now it costs $57 billion. This was truly, if there ever was one, a masterclass in incompetence and technological mismanagement. The abandonment of fibre was never about cost. It was always about the politics. One side, Labor, went with a particular technology, and the other side, the Liberals, felt they were compelled to oppose it. Every time the multi-technology mix had a cost increase, which was many, many times, the minister and his predecessors would concoct a new set of untruths about the original fibre plan for the NBN to try and distract the media from their failures. This fundamentally dishonest scam, conducted over 7 years, was decimated on the front page of the Sydney Morning Herald in February this year. Consider this, Madam Deputy Speaker. The minister said the multi-technology mix, and I quote, would be delivered 5 years faster than the original plan and would save taxpayers $30 billion. And then he claimed, and I quote, we committed to a turnaround with the NBN to be rolled out 4 years more quickly and for $30 billion less than under Labor's plan. Now, it's very notable, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the minister has been unwilling to repeat his claims ever since they have been comprehensively debunked. That in itself is an admission the minister wasn't misinformed, but he knew he was misleading all the time, and he is a diminished figure as a result. Quite recently, The Guardian has also reported figures which the government has fought to keep secret for 7 years, indicating that the fibre to the node and the HFC rollouts have been between 2.5 to 3 times more expensive than originally assumed in the strategic review. The Liberals claimed that HFC technology would be a game-changer. Well, it was, Madam Deputy Speaker, but for all the wrong reasons. The HFC experiment has descended into the most expensive deployment of its sort in the world and the most unreliable. The government was forced to abandon the Optus HFC network because it wasn't even fit for purpose. NBN Co then had to halt the HFC rollout on the Telstra infrastructure because switching on a vacuum cleaner was enough to cause the internet to drop out through noise ingress. And since that time, NBN Co has sunk almost a further $1 billion into it because the HFC architecture didn't even have enough capacity. Then we have the copper network. We were told the copper network would deliver minimum speeds to all Australians by 2016. That was the promise. Well, it's nearly 2022, and fibre to the node is still not delivering basic minimum speeds of up to 25 megabits per second for up to 200,000 premises across Australia. NBN Co can't even tell the Senate when this basic minimum requirement, which actually happens to be set out in law and their own statement of expectations, will actually be delivered. What was even more amusing, even before the government had completed the NBN rollout, the minister had been forced to backflip into a fibre overbuild because NBN is worried about the impact of 5G. Now consider that, Madam Deputy Speaker, just for a moment. Imagine spending $50 billion on a second-rate network, launching tirade after tirade against fibre, and then crawling back to the very thing you had been arguing against all those years. This is not simply a vindication of sound Labor policy, but an affirmation of something more fundamental. The Liberals get the big calls wrong, and Australians suffer every time they do it. COVID has demonstrated that reliable, quality, high-speed internet is not a luxury or a nice-to-have. It is essential 21st century economic infrastructure. Families need reliable, fast connections for school and work. Small businesses and entrepreneurs need it to stay competitive. Regional communities need it for all those reasons and as a matter of safety. As it stands, Australia is today ranked 59th in the world for average broadband speeds and is ranked 32 out of 37 nations in the OECD. This is just not good enough, and it has all happened under the Liberals' watch. Australia deserves a government that sees and uses technology as a tool for social and economic transformation, and that is what Labor will deliver. And that's why just last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Labor leader and I announced that if elected, a Labor government will keep the NBN in public ownership for the foreseeable future and expand fibre access for up to an additional 1.5 million homes and small businesses. There is a technology repair job that needs to get done, and public ownership provides NBN Co with the certainty to do that job. We will invest $2.4 billion to boost fibre access in each state and territory, ensuring over 10 million premises across Australia, that's 90% of the fixed-line footprint, have access to gigabit speeds by 2025. This investment, consistent with the accounting treatment of NBN Co, will be funded through a combination of Commonwealth loans, free cash flows and equity, if determined appropriate. The optimal financing mix and capital structure will be determined in government. This policy will run fibre into the street and give Australians who rely on copper wire connections now the choice of having fibre connected to their home. If they want those faster speeds, then their NBN copper can deliver. Owners of these properties, who are mainly in the outer suburbs of our cities and in regional areas, were shortchanged by the Coalition when it took an axe to Labor's original fibre design. It is estimated that up to 660,000 premises will be in the regions, benefiting from this plan, and 840,000 in the suburbs. Fundamentally, this is about expanding the much-needed technology repair job that's already underway. At the end point of this, 7.5 million Australian households and businesses will be on a full fibre connection or have access to a full fibre connection if they require fast speeds, and nearly 7 in 8 premises in the fibre-to-the-node footprint will have fibre access. This is a plan that is focused on the future and seeking to make the future a more equitable and better one. Labor believes that the next decade should be one where Australia makes things here again, becoming globally competitive in industries such as advanced manufacturing. A key element of our Future Made in Australia plan is a reliable, high-speed national broadband network to allow Australia to seize on the digital industrial opportunities before us. I therefore support the bill.
Can I just ascertain, I believe that an amendment move, was it seconded?
Mr.
Thank you.
Deputy
Good.
Speaker.
Thank you very much. Then the original question, I'll carry the Minister. Sorry, I still need to call for a second. The member for Kingsford Smith, is he going to second the amendment?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, before the Minister, I should put the question. Yes. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time. This, the honourable member for Greenway has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I'll state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. And now I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned. All those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. Clerk.
Report from committees.
The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts, I present a corrigendum to the committee's report entitled Sculpting a National Cultural Plan, Igniting a Post-COVID Economy for the Arts.
I call the honourable member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's report entitled Reviews of Administration and Expenditure number 18, 2018 to 2019, and number 19, 2019 to 2020, Australian Intelligence Agencies, and I ask the leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Member for Kingston Smith.
Leave granted.
Leave is granted. I call the honourable member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The presentation of this report fulfils one of the committee's key statutory oversight responsibilities found in paragraph 29(1)(a) of the Intelligence Services Act 2001, namely to review the administration and expenditure, including the financial statements, of the 6 intelligence agencies in Australia, namely the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, ASIO, the Office of National Intelligence, ONI, the Australian Secret Intelligence Service, ASIS, the Australian Signals Directorate, ASD, the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation, AGO, and the Defence Intelligence Organisation, the DIO. This oversight role of the committee is carried out in circumstances where the transparency and public accountability of the intelligence agencies must be balanced with the need to protect national security. The committee is privy to detailed, largely classified information about the administration and expenditure of agencies. Much of the evidence received by the committee, both written and in hearings, must remain confidential due to its classified nature. The committee has only a limited role in these reviews in advising what level of resources is appropriate for each agency to protect Australians from risks to national security. Similarly, the committee has no role in determining what the national security priorities should be, nor how those priorities may be met within existing resources. The committee also has no role in reviewing particular operations conducted by agencies, sources of information available to agencies, aspects of the activities of agencies that do not affect Australian persons, or individual complaints about the activities of the agencies. Rather, the committee has responsibility to analyse the evidence put before it and report to the Parliament and through Parliament to the Australian community on the administrative arrangements and expenditures of each agency and any changes to these activities that may affect an agency's ability to continue to meet its objectives. Unlike previous admin and expenditure review reports, this report covers 2 reporting periods, 2018 to 2019 and 2019 to 2020. These periods constitute reviews number 18 and 19. The committee commenced review number 18 in December 2019. Submissions were received from the relevant agencies and classified hearings were to be held in late February 2020. With the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, most parliamentary and committee proceedings were delayed, and in June 2020, the committee resolved that the review would be finalised and considered in conjunction with the number 19 review. The committee commenced review number 19 in September 2020. Submissions were sought and received from the 6 intelligence agencies, the Auditor-General for Australia and the IGIS. In addition to the normal administration and expenditure information provided by agencies, the committee requested the agencies provide extra commentary on a number of focus areas, including the impact of COVID-19 on the agency's admin and expenditure, recruitment and retention processes, the implications of a constantly evolving threat environment, and the health of the agency's cybersecurity. The committee found that the 6 security organisations have managed their admin and expenditure appropriately in a period of significant operational pressure, not only from the COVID-19 pandemic, but also from the evolving technological operating environment, as well as the continued maturation and reform of the national intelligence community. The committee has made 4 recommendations for the government to consider as a result of the review of these reviews. 2 of these recommendations relate to the provision of support services to staff. 1 recommendation goes to mechanisms to address ongoing issues which these agencies face with persistent and repeated requests for information from certain parties. And the 4th recommendation goes to the government to consider resourcing the Office of National Intelligence to conduct an enterprise-wide review of lessons learnt from the COVID-19 pandemic. On behalf of the committee, I thank all the agencies for the way in which they engage with the committee. I also thank and acknowledge the Secretariat, who provide incredible service and advice to the committee. And as a relatively new member of this committee, I acknowledge the current chair, Senator Patterson, the previous chair, the member, now the Assistant Minister for Defence. I also acknowledge the current Deputy Chair, Senator McAllister, and the previous Deputy Chair, the member for Holt. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Sport, I present the committee's report entitled The New Frontier, Delivering Better Health for All Australians, inquiry into approval processes for new drugs and novel medical technologies in Australia, together with the minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The member for Kingswood Smith.
Yes, leave granted.
Leave is granted. The honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today I present the report of the Standing Committee of Health, Aged Care and Sport entitled The New Frontier, Delivering Better Health to All Australians. It's quite a weighty tome. Over the past 18 months, many Australians have observed with awe and admiration the incredible work of medical scientists in finding vaccines and new treatments to a virus that has taken so many lives or impacted the health of millions of people around the world. Many of the innovations and medical understandings developed during the COVID-19 pandemic will have long-term benefits for health treatments for other conditions beyond COVID-19. These innovations reflect the new frontier of medicine, which is giving many hope for better treatments and technologies for conditions ranging from cancers to rare diseases. At its forefront is the development of personalised or precision medicine, which is being delivered as our understanding of fields like genomics grows. This report examines the opportunities to deliver better health care for Australians through our regulatory and health technology assessment process for both medicines and technologies. Australia has long prided itself on having one of the world's best health systems. By any measure, we do. However, no nation and no health system can rest on its laurels. With innovation happening at a fast pace, governments at both the state and federal level have a duty to ensure that Australians continue to have access quickly to medicines and medical technology, and that our health systems facilitate that outcome rather than hinder it. Medical innovation has grown exponentially in recent years, and pharmaceutical and medtech companies are eager to bring new medicines and devices to market as efficiently as possible. The committee heard from clinical experts and patient groups and their families who urge us to support a more flexible system to provide for timely access to the latest medicines, devices and treatments. One of the challenges facing the existing system is the trend towards delivering precision medicine to patients. Precision medicine is an emerging approach for disease treatment and prevention that takes into account individual variabilities in genes, environment and lifestyle for each and every person. This offers great hope for patients from a broad spectrum of conditions and diseases, including patients with rare diseases. However, these developments were not envisaged when the current regulatory and reimbursement system was designed and legislated many years ago. The committee recommends the creation of a Centre for Precision Medicine and Rare Disease within the Department of Health to provide advice on research priorities, education and training for clinicians and patients, and the development of a comprehensive horizon scanning unit for new medicines and novel medical technologies. The committee also recommends that a new pathway for cell and gene therapy be established to simplify the health technology assessment processes. The committee heard from patients and their families about the need for more patient involvement in the approvals decision-making process for new drugs and novel medical technologies. Patients do have a crucial perspective on what treatments work best for them, including important lifestyle benefits, but this has traditionally not been given enough attention within the regulatory system. The committee recommends reforms that will strengthen the central role that patients should have in that assessment process. The committee heard from patients and clinicians that patients and clinicians were frustrated that some medicines and technologies are available overseas but not yet in Australia, with companies seemingly deciding not to sell their products in Australia for commercial reasons. This is a particular issue that arises for orphan drugs and drugs for rare diseases. The committee therefore recommends changes to encourage companies to enter the Australian market with their products and technologies. This includes changes to the fee structure for applications to the health technology process, particularly for orphan drugs and smaller companies, including Australian startups. The approval processes for new medicines and novel medical technologies are very complex, and this report discusses different ways to streamline them to provide better and faster patient access to treatments. One example of this is the Life-Saving Drugs program for treatments for very rare diseases, which, despite the urgent patient need, currently requires a lengthy two-step application process. The committee recommends that this process be streamlined into a one-step process. Clinical trials are another area where Australia has considerably strong comparative advantages. However, the committee has recommended changes to streamline the system even further and ensure Australia is an attractive location for clinical trials. This includes the immediate harmonisations of ethics and governance approvals into one online platform and the establishment of a national registry. It was clear to the committee that there was a great deal of momentum behind the push to improve the regulatory and reimbursement system, not just a general desire for change, but a wealth of ideas for reform and a willingness to make the efforts and compromises necessary to implement them. The committee hopes that this report captures those ideas and paves the way for the improvements needed to provide Australians with the best possible health care now and into the future. I have only touched on a few of our recommendations today. There are many more that I hope the government considers. I want to thank everyone who took the time to give evidence to this inquiry, most particularly of all, patients and their families. Their testimony was often moving and exceptionally persuasive. I also want to thank my fellow committee members for their close engagement and their knowledgeable contributions to each member made by each member to this inquiry. I think that the Health Committee is an outstanding committee and the level of cooperation amongst all its members has been superb. I particularly want to thank my Deputy Chair, Dr Mike Freelander MP, for his expertise, good judgment and good humour, often at the butt end of my jokes. I also want to particularly acknowledge the role of the two supplementary members that we had to this inquiry who brought their own expertise, the member for Higgins and the member for Dobell. Finally, I want to thank our committee secretariat staff, particularly Kate Portis, Rebecca Gordon and Peter Richardson. They have supported our work with exceptional dedication and quality, and occasionally some patience and forbearance. The new frontier of medicine and technology is an exciting one for the healthcare we provide as a nation. Acting now to build on our obvious strengths in health will have enduring benefits for all Australians, for this generation and future generations to come. Mr Speaker, I commend this report to the House.
I call the honourable member for Macarthur.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave to make some brief comments on the Health Committee
Is leave granted? The Minister.
You okay for me to give you? Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Look, first of all, I just want to dispel any question about why the Chair and I wanted to have this committee investigation. It's not to expedite treatments for male pattern baldness, okay? So I wish to echo the words of the Chair in that I often talk about bipartisanship in this place, and this committee was really an exemplar of how bipartisanship can deliver wonderful outcomes. And I commend the member for North Sydney for his chairmanship and for the report. We worked, I think, all together, and I'm very grateful for his support and encouragement during the entire inquiry process. I'd also like to thank my other members of the committee, the member for Macon, who's here with me today, the supplementary members, the member for Dobell, the member for Higgins, the member for Oxley, all of whom made terrific contributions, as did our other members, the member for Reid and the member for Moncrief. So I thank them all for their efforts. And in particular, as I said, I want to thank the Chair for his exemplary report, and I really would like to add a few comments on a personal nature of the report. I know it's not going to please everyone, but I think that the efforts that the committee members put in and the Secretariat of Rebecca Gordon, Kate Portis, Tamara Palmer, Peter Richardson, Galen Orakai were absolutely wonderful. The report would not be as good as it is, and I think it is really good, without the efforts of everyone, particularly the Secretariat, and they really do deserve recognition for their work, and has made me realise how much we rely on a public service, public servants, to make sure our democracy works. We'll have much to say in the coming days about this inquiry and our report, but briefly, what I think the most important thing that's come out of our report is the importance of patient-centred care and the importance of a cooperative and collaborative approach to healthcare in the 21st century. I started my training as a doctor almost 50 years ago now, and we've made tremendous progress since then. But in the last 10 years, it's become apparent that our science has regressed to the point where our individualised care for a whole range of illnesses, ranging from cancers through to neuromuscular disorders, is based on genetics and genomics, and we will have individualised treatment for most of the disorders that we see in healthcare in the future. And our system, whilst it was designed 20, 30, 40 years ago, needs to be updated so that we can cope with this tsunami of genetic and genomic treatments. In particular, I hope to see the end of oncology in terms of chemotherapy. We will have genetically targeted treatments for most cancers in the future, so that we will be able to do away with the side effects of chemotherapy, and that people will get individualised biologic treatments that will cure their cancers. And in my own field of paediatrics, we're now seeing the arrival of the genomic treatments for a whole range of neuromuscular disorders. People have mentioned in this House before spinal muscular atrophy, which are now a one-off genetic treatment is available, which appears to be curative. We are looking at evolving genetic treatments for fatal disorders such as Duchenne muscular dystrophy. You know, I met a family from the member for Layla's seat who had 3 boys affected with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Unfortunately, one of them passed away. And this is a disorder that in my paediatric life I hope to see a cure be available for, and that will just be a wonderful, wonderful thing. We are now at a real tipping point in medicine. This has been a wonderful report. The individual recommendations, of which there are over 30, are very, very important, but the importance now lies in us being able to make sure whoever is in government take these recommendations on board, develop them, fund them, and have them as a basis of our modern healthcare in Australia. And I certainly hope that I'll be in the Labor government that does this, and I look forward to that. I would like to thank all the patient groups that presented to us, ranging from the Cystic Fibrosis Association to Save Our Sons, the Duchenne Muscular Dystrophy group, to the Spinal Muscular Atrophy groups, to the Metabolic Disorders groups, the Mitochondrial Disorders groups, to all the patient groups who gave us their time without fail. I found it incredibly humbling to hear those stories. And I know every other member of the committee felt the same, that we felt absolutely privileged that people had let us into their lives. I know the member for Higgins and the member for North Sydney and the member for Macon felt that too, that we were given the privilege of getting the insights that they had into their own disorders, and part of our report will be trying to get those voices to our healthcare providers very early on in the approval process for new treatments, and that's what we want. All of us want this. This did not have any political bias at all, this report, and I'm very proud of that, as I know the Chair and the other members are. I would like to also thank the industry groups, and the MTAA, to Medicines Australia, to all the industry groups that presented to us. They did it in a feeling of camaraderie and of goodwill, with the best outcomes for Australian patients at the forefront. I really feel also thankful to John Skerritt, the TGA, PBAC and MSAC for the time that they gave us and for the supports they gave us in providing information to us, and made me very proud of our Australian healthcare public servants and the service they give to this country, and I think that became apparent across the course of our inquiry. And it's no doubt that they will be well supported by whoever is in government if the Chair and I have anything to do with it in the future. The report does provide a very clear path forward. I'm grateful for all the support that we were given by the Parliament and by our parliamentary staff, but in particular by every member that sat on the committee, no matter what their politics are. It's my hope that future governments will develop their health policies in line with our report, and I commend the report to the House, and I thank you for the indulgence of being able to speak on the report today. Thank you.
I call the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The honourable member for North Sydney.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
The question is the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The honourable member for Paterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the committee's report entitled Inquiry into the Department of Defence Annual Report 2019-2020, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The Minister?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The honourable member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. As the Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade resides in the other place, and the Chair of the Defence Subcommittee has ascended to the Chair of this place. The duty falls to me as Deputy Chair of the Main Committee and the Subcommittee for Defence to present this report. The committee's report entitled Inquiry into the Defence Annual Report 2019-2020. On the 17th of March 2020, the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade resolved to have the Defence Subcommittee inquire into and report on the Department of Defence Annual Report 2019-2020. The inquiry initially focused on four main aspects of the annual report, namely space-based intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, cyber warfare, defence estate in the north and northwest of Australia, and defence workforce. Throughout the conduct of the inquiry, defence science and technology and strategic fuel security became additional focus areas. The global geostrategic environment is changing at a rate and on a scale much greater than was anticipated toward the end of the last decade. Military modernisation in the Indo-Pacific, particularly in grey zone capabilities and tactics, has added a layer of complexity to Australia's strategic challenges, which must be met in an equally high-paced and agile manner if we are to maintain a credible defensive deterrent. Never has it been more apparent that future threats to our national interests and those of our allies and partners could come in various unconventional forms. These include information warfare, political warfare, cyber attack, space and anti-space capabilities. economic coercion, disaster and climate change diplomacy, and other forms of influence and coercion that fall below the threshold of conventional military responses. While initial focus areas of this inquiry into the Defence Annual Report 2019-2020 were relatively narrow, what the committee subsequently learned was significantly broader. The committee sees the clear potential advantages of taking an increasingly asymmetric approach to national security in coming decades, not only within the defence organisation, but from a broader whole-of-nation perspective. This extends beyond strictly military capabilities to shared civil-military space capabilities, joint civil-military cyber capabilities and innovative approaches to future fuel and energy security measures. As a sovereign nation, Australia has many defence-related choices over the coming decade. We can continue to focus on defence philosophy, primarily on conventional military responses, whilst developing asymmetric and grey zone capabilities as adjunct or niche considerations, or we can more actively embrace asymmetric and grey zone capabilities as equals to our outstanding, indispensable, yet relatively small conventional military forces. We must also begin to think unconventionally about energy security, as Australia's strategic focus has shifted from Northern Hemisphere to regions closer to home. Our traditional assumptions about logistics chains that provide for our peacetime fuel needs in our region must also be challenged and, if necessary, our national approach altered to ensure we have access to fuels and potentially alternate fuels in times of crisis.
I found this on the web.
Alternatively, Australia as a medium power with a burgeoning science, technology and engineering and mathematics sector and a long history of technical and military innovation is superbly positioned to become a world leader in unconventional, asymmetric and innovative approaches to many aspects of our national power, including defence and energy security. I believe the time is right for Australia to play to its strengths. Despite our relatively small population and modest economy compared to the major powers in our region, our defence organisation has the opportunity to become an increasingly potent adversary, an agile adversary which would pose a very difficult strategic calculus for any potential future threats. This report makes 6 recommendations. These relate to the increasing size of the Australian Defence Force, improving Australia's grey zone capabilities and improving national fuel security. These recommendations seek to alter Australia's national strategy to make us more resilient, agile, capable and particularly as a sovereign nation in the age of grey zone tactics and warfare information. On behalf of the Defence Subcommittee, I express my sincere thanks to the many representatives of the ADF who have performed so incredibly, particularly in the last 2 years, where they have stepped out of more military-based roles into assisting our communities with COVID. I also want to thank other government agencies, industry, academia, who really made extraordinary contributions to this inquiry. The Defence Subcommittee was enlightened by much of the evidence submitted and was very encouraged by the highly professional and dedicated people from all sectors who contributed, who take our national security very seriously and take the stability and peace of our region as equally seriously. I would also like to thank the Secretariat, ably led by Julia Morris, and also I would like to thank Wing Commander Stephen Ferguson, our Defence Advisor, who has had the added difficulty of a pandemic to an already complex and busy committee. I commend the report to the House.
There are no further statements on this matter. I will call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Mitochondrial Donation Law Reform, Maeve's Law Bill 2021.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Hindmarsh.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak on this bill, the Mitochondrial Donation Law Reform Bill, also known as Maeve's Law. I stress I don't do that on behalf of the opposition or on behalf of my party. I do this as an individual MP because our party has decided, as I understand the government party room has as well, that this will be a matter debated and voted on as a conscience vote or a free vote. That is not done lightly by our side of politics. That is a decision made sparingly in Labor Party party rooms, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But the remarks I make are remarks that are delivered as an individual MP rather than as the Shadow Minister for Health and Ageing. This bill is appropriately named Maeve's Law, after Maeve Hood, whom the Minister, in a very fine speech to the Parliament 8 months ago, informed us was a young girl, then 5 years of age, she might be 6 now, but a young girl living in his electorate down in Victoria with mitochondrial disease. It's a reminder that for all of the technical and ethical issues that this bill raises for members, ultimately these pieces of legislation are about people. They're about patients. In this case, they're about very young children and their parents, grandparents and wider families. But having said that, as members of parliament, we must also grapple with the fact that this bill raises a number of issues that in many ways are age-old in healthcare, which is the collision between discovery or technology in healthcare on the one hand and ethical and faith-based beliefs that the broader community, members of the broader community hold and members of this parliament hold as well. As I say, this is not a new tension that sometimes manifests, it would appear, more than a tension as a bona fide collision. This is not new, this is age-old, but we have to recognise, as the member for North Sydney and the member for Macarthur in their remarks in relation to a very important Reps Inquiry report delivered today reminded us, we live through a period of turbocharged discovery, a turbocharged period of discovery as we harness the benefits of big data, information technology systems that are being harnessed by the healthcare system and by researchers across Australia and the world, and new discoveries, particularly in the fields of genomics and others. We recognise as we come to this debate, all of us, I know, that this raises very sensitive issues. We are dealing with a disease that too often is fatal for very young members of our community, causing enormous grief, as we'd all understand, to their families, real suffering. But it also does raise some very, very deeply held, serious ethical and faith-based beliefs by many members of our community and many members of this place. In particular, the amendments to the legislation that are impacted by this bill, the Research Involving Human Embryos Act and the Prohibition on Human Cloning Act, both pieces of legislation passed in 2002, as the Deputy Speaker would recall, a member of the Howard government at the time. This bill involves 3 issues that raise particular ethical considerations for the Parliament. The creation potentially of embryos, although I'll come to the debate around that question, the creation of embryos for purposes other than procreation or other than pregnancy, the destruction of an embryo, and questions around human cloning. I use that term in a technical sense as it is defined in the Prohibition Against Human Cloning Act. As I said, all of those questions have been debated in this parliament before. Deputy Speaker, you're probably the only one in the chamber right now who has been involved in those debates in 2002 and 2006, but they have been very broadly canvassed in the community as quite pronounced examples of that collision I talked about between this extraordinary period of discovery that we live in on the one hand and long-held and deeply held ethical and faith-based beliefs on the other. Now, mitochondrial disease is an incredibly serious genetic disorder which is often fatal for very, very young children. It impacts somewhere between 2,000 and 5,000 Australians who will develop severe mitochondrial disease during their lifetime. We're told that one baby on average is born every week with severe mitochondrial disease, and most of those babies will die within the first 5 years of their life. Mitochondrial disease is caused by a defect in the mitochondrial DNA of the baby. That is a type of DNA passed on only through the mother, i.e. passed on through the egg cells rather than the sperm cells. And mitoDNA, or mitochondrial DNA, is distinct, importantly, very distinct from nuclear DNA, which makes up the overwhelming bulk of a person's DNA, as much as 99.9% of a person's DNA. And it is the nuclear DNA which determines what we would understand to be a person's unique characteristics, their look, their personality, and so on and so forth. MitoDNA, on the other hand, which constitutes around 0.1%, so 1,000th of a person's DNA, is essentially responsible for converting food and oxygen into energy, which is why it's described in the literature and common parlance as the battery pack of the human. So a very important distinction between the mitoDNA on the one hand, incredibly important but a very small part of a person's DNA, and on the other hand, nuclear DNA, which goes to make up what we understand to be the unique characteristics of a human. The proposal, which is canvassed within the essentially regulatory framework that's proposed by this bill, is a process that is used as part of assisted reproductive technology, or IVF or ART as we've come to know it in this country. There are two techniques that are under consideration across the world and relevantly in Australia to be canvassed by this bill. There are two techniques under consideration to use a donor's mitochondrial DNA to replace the mother's mitochondrial DNA, because, as I said, ultimately it is the passing on of the mother's mitochondrial DNA, if that is defective, that causes mitochondrial disease in the baby. In these techniques, both of the techniques use the donor's egg, which is not particularly novel, well-known technology, but they use the donor's egg and the donor's mitochondrial DNA. The donor's nuclear DNA, that is all of the DNA that goes to make up what we'd understand to be the unique characteristics of the donor as a person, their appearance, their personality, their intellect and so on. The donor's nuclear DNA is removed from the egg. It is removed and it is replaced by the nuclear DNA of the mother. So all of those characteristics that we would understand to be inherited from our mothers all flow from the nuclear DNA. And that nuclear DNA from the mother is inserted into the donor's egg along with the battery pack, along with the mitochondrial DNA. And that is a very important distinction, again, between the nuclear DNA and the mitochondrial DNA. Now, there are two techniques to undertake this combination of a donor's mitoDNA and the mother's nuclear DNA. One of those, or both of those techniques are importantly for our country, because our country has been looking to the example of the United Kingdom. These two techniques are both licensed in the United Kingdom, have been since 2015, and are both canvassed by this bill. The first is known as maternal spindle transfer, and the important distinction involved in this technique compared to the one I'll come to in a second is that the transfer of the nuclear DNA from the mother into the donor egg happens before the fertilisation of the egg. It happens before the donor's egg is fertilised by the father's sperm. Now, this technique, it must be said, although it's proposed to be canvassed or licensed ultimately by this bill, if the bill passes, is much less developed than the second technique I'll come to. It does involve transfer before fertilisation of the egg, which has an important distinction for many who will bring their ethical framework to consideration of this bill, but it must be said it is a far more technically difficult technique and therefore far less developed. And we should be honest and say far less likely to be utilised in this country. It's certainly proving to be far less likely to be utilised in the United Kingdom, which is some years ahead of us in this area. The second technique is known as pro-nuclear transfer, and that is the more advanced technique, and the technique which we must be honest is more likely to be used here if this bill passes and what is proposed in the bill becomes a reality. It involves both eggs being fertilised, both the donor's egg and the mother's egg being fertilised. And it is after fertilisation that the process I outlined earlier takes place. So the mother's nuclear DNA is removed from her fertilised egg and inserted into the donor's fertilised egg, which has had its pro-nuclear DNA removed. So the important distinction, again, as people think about their views on this bill, is that the pro-nuclear transfer happens after the fertilisation of the egg. And the mother's fertilised egg is then destroyed. The mother's fertilised egg is then destroyed. Now, for some, it must be said this involves the creation and the destruction of an embryo. There are different views in the community about the point at which a fertilised egg becomes an embryo, as many members here will understand. Some hold the view, some church and other faith-based organisations and their members and adherents hold the view that an embryo is formed at the point of fertilisation. They are genuinely held beliefs. The 2002 forms of the legislation that is proposed to be amended by this bill, the 2002 definition of an embryo, were that an embryo comes into being at the appearance of the two pronuclei, so effectively very soon after the fertilisation. Now, in 2005, the Howard Government commissioned a review of this legislation, which resulted in the Lockhart report that was then implemented through 2006 amendments to this legislation. And one of the recommendations of the Lockhart review was to amend the definition of embryo and essentially push that definition further down the development pathway, if you like. The submissions from the research community in particular were that the definition of embryo in the original legislation in 2002 was too restrictive. They made submissions which were ultimately accepted by Lockhart and implemented by this parliament to change the definition of embryo to the following, which was an embryo is created at the first mitotic division when fertilisation is complete, which is essentially the process of cleavage, some 2 or 3 days after the combination of the sperm and the egg. So I do make the point, it's important I think I make it, given the position I hold in the Labor Party at least, that on my reading of the 2006 amendments to the legislation, both the pro-nuclear transfer and certainly the maternal spindle transfer probably do not involve activity undertaken at the point of an embryo. But I recognise that different members of this parliament, certainly different members of the community, hold other views about when an embryo ultimately is created. Now, this bill being debated right now, and we hope over coming days and next week in the other place perhaps, is a long time coming. I don't make that point critically. I make it to reinforce that this has been the product of quite substantial consideration by constituent parts of this parliament, but also out there in the community. In 2018, an important Senate committee report was delivered, and I acknowledge, I'm only familiar with the Labor senators involved, but I acknowledge the involvement of Senator Keneally, Senator Pratt, Senator Watt in particular as members of that inquiry. Others played a role as well. And that was a very important process to hear from stakeholders, families, researchers and the like. In 2019 and 20, at the direction of the government, the NHMRC undertook a very exhaustive consultation process around that, essentially leveraging off the report undertaken by the Senate. In 2019 and 2020, there was substantial engagement by the Minister, and I thank him for it, with my predecessor, the member for McMahon. And ultimately, at the early part of this year, on the 2nd of February, the Minister released a consultation paper, which was open for about 6 weeks, indicating the government's broad intent in this area, seeking submissions around that broad intent. And on the 24th of March, the Minister, as I said, in a very fine speech, introduced this bill to the Parliament. Now, that's more than 8 months ago. This is the first opportunity we've had to debate the bill since then. In the intervening period, the Community Affairs Committee from the other place held an inquiry which reported in August. Given that both major parties have decided this would be decided by a conscience vote, no recommendations around the substance of the bill were contained in that report, but the report, I think, is a valuable consolidation of the different views and the different submissions that were made to that Senate inquiry. And finally, in the intervening period, and I'll come to this in some more detail because it relates to some amendments that the government has only released in the last hour or so, the Scrutiny of Bills Committee of the Senate made a report which as I said, I will deal with in a little more detail later. As I said, the government proposal largely replicates the United Kingdom Framework 2015, which is broadly recognised around the world as the leading framework in this area. It proposes what I describe, and I think the Minister agrees, is a slow, staged approach to this question. And it allows, as I said, both of those techniques, the maternal spindle transfer technique and the pronuclear transfer technique, to be researched and ultimately perhaps developed in this country. It will involve a regime of licensing by the existing NHMRC Embryo Research Licensing Committee, which was established by the 2002 legislation and has been operating ever since, for almost 2 decades. The first stage, which the Minister describes as Stage 1A, would involve one clinic in the country being identified and licensed to undertake research and training in this area. And that research and training would be directed at refining techniques and protocols that might be implemented more broadly in the community. The second stage, Stage 1B, would involve a clinical licence being delivered to that clinic to allow mito donation or mitochondrial donation to be undertaken with approved families, again overseen by the NHMRC Embryo Research Licensing Committee. Now, I emphasise that these 2 stages involve quite an extensive period of time. This limited research and clinical practice in those 2 stages might take as much as 10 to 12 years to be developed to the point where I think this Parliament would be comfortable with an expansion to broader clinical practice beyond that single clinic. Obviously, the states will also be required to opt in to this scheme. Initially, that probably only involves 1 state, given the nature of the clinic being licensed. But that's important given that ART, or assisted reproductive technology, is also substantially governed by state laws. As I said, there are a number of legal and ethical issues beyond the broadly medical or technological issues that are canvassed by this bill. As I said, it is unclear at a legal level, at least, whether this does involve the creation of an embryo as defined by the legislation after the Lockhart Review for research, and ultimately then the destruction of that embryo. but it is quite clear that for many in the community, and I'm sure some in this parliament, an embryo is created and ultimately destroyed within their personal understanding of an embryo. What is clear, though, to me, and I imagine to everyone in this parliament, is that the provisions of the Prohibition Against Human Cloning in Research Act are activated. And as, again, the Deputy Speaker will be very familiar with, that Act contains a prohibition against the creation of an embryo that contains genetic material from more than 2 people, so more than just what we would typically understand to be the mother and the father. There are also a number of legal changes which I'll come to. Now, this last point, the fact that you have DNA, mitochondrial DNA, and the egg from a donor and the nuclear DNA, the nuclear DNA from the actual mother, as well as obviously the father's sperm, involves 3 parents. And the media often uses this term of a 3rd parent or a 3-parent family. I have to say I reject that label as fundamentally inconsistent with a whole range of other technologies that are undertaken in medicine. For example, organ donation introduces much more third-party genetic material than this proposed technique does, but ultimately I reject it because I think it's stigmatising and not helpful to a proper legal and ethical understanding and debate about this. There are also legal issues around the donor, particularly around the donor's relationship with the child. These are not new issues, and as the bill canvasses and the Minister has said, would likely be dealt with in the same way in which we deal with sperm and egg donors in the context of the Family Law Act and so on and so forth. Now, as I said, this will be dealt with on the Labor Party side and, as I understand, on the government side as well, as a conscience vote. And that is consistent with the way in which the Labor Party has treated issues around embryo research since the National Executive back in 2002, of which I was a member at the time, considered how to deal with the original legislation around research involving human embryos and human cloning, where a decision was taken by the Executive that this would be dealt with as a conscience vote by the Labor Party, and that is how we will deal with it on this occasion as well. Now, my views about this legislation are that it is well designed and that it balances the extraordinary potential that these emerging technologies have to improve medical practice and the quality of life for a number of Australian families, while recognising the ethical issues that are posed for many Australians and the need to tread carefully through this in a slow and staged way. The Lockhart Review was an important review of this legislation after several years of operation. It did involve some legislative change. In 2010, when I was Minister responsible for the NHMRC, I commissioned a further review of this legislation, which reported in 2011 and recommended no substantial change to the regime, particularly the role of the NHMRC Embryo Research Licensing Committee. This is an appropriately cautious and staged approach, overseen by a licensing committee that I think has demonstrated its value and its capability over almost 2 decades now. It flows from deep consideration over several years and draws, as I said, on the experience of our friends in the United Kingdom, who have been dealing with this for several more years than we have here in Australia. There is a big way to go yet in developing the protocols and the techniques and the understanding of this research, but it does provide real hope, I think, to many, many families across Australia. And so I indicate that I will be voting in favour of this bill. I recognise that these issues are not easy for many members of the community, including many members of this parliament, but I am convinced that this legislation is worthy of our support. My closing remarks, I just want to pay tribute to a few people. The first is to the Minister, who, as I said, made a very fine speech in introducing this bill, and who I think has brought his experience, his substantial intellect and his humanity to this process. And he's to be credited for that. He really is. The previous shadows for health on this side, the member for Ballarat and more recently the member for McMahon, worked with the minister very closely and I think constructively, and I want to pay credit to them as well. Senators, MPs in this House have also been engaged, and even though they may come to this with different ethical beliefs about the operation of this legislation, have participated in the debate in good faith and I think very constructively in a way that reflects the way in which this legislation was debated all the way back in the times of the Howard government. There are many researchers, many clinicians, many community members and faith leaders who have also participated in this process, either in the policy debate or in clinical practice and research. They've put their views forthrightly, they've put their views respectfully and constructively, and I want to thank them. Most importantly, though, I want to thank the Mito community, the parents, the grandparents, the young children who are living with these devastating diseases, and recognising that they are difficult conditions to respond to as a parliament and as a medical community. And they've been ably led by the Mito Foundation, and I want to thank them for their bravery, their fortitude, their compassion, and I commend the bill. But can I, before I conclude my remarks, just say a few words about amendments that have been released in the last, I think we received them about an hour and a half ago from the government. Now, I haven't had a chance to consult about them. As I said, I'm not speaking as the Shadow Minister for Health, I'm speaking as an individual MP. All members will need to look at these amendments. They flow from a scrutiny of bills committee that was delivered in April. At that time, the minister wrote in reply to the report and indicated that he did not think there was a need for any amendments to that bill. That view has obviously changed in the last 24 hours, it would appear, and I think it's a pity that those amendments are being brought to the parliament so late in the day, given the very deliberative, constructive way in which this bill has been developed. I can say at first blush these amendments look sound, and the sorts of amendments at least I individually would be willing to support, but I do need to indicate that we've only really had the opportunity to receive them in the last hour and a half. The debate is underway. This is obviously a very unique type of debate in the sense that the usual party processes don't operate. Every individual MP in this place is making a decision on this legislation according to their own views on the bill and their own conscience. And so I do make the point that I think it is a pity that this has happened so late in the day. It is going to be difficult to make sure that these amendments are circulated to all members who ultimately are going to have to vote as individuals in this debate, perhaps early next week. But I do indicate, and I have indicated to my colleagues, that having had a chance to look through these amendments for what it's worth, and it may not be worth much, but for what it's worth, I would be willing to support those amendments. But I reinforce that is only a comment I make as an individual MP rather than on behalf of my party. Thank you.
The Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Minister for Trade, Tourism and
Thanks, Mr. Deputy. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to investment.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stand to present the government's annual investment statement. The government first committed to deliver this annual statement in 2013. At the same time, it created the first federal minister for both trade and investment in recognition on the indivisibility of those critical contributions to Australian jobs, growth and our way of life. Increasing investment has taken on greater importance as we emerge from COVID-19. Today, I am releasing the International Investment Australia 2020 report. The report shows that net foreign direct investment flows into Australia in 2020 fell 48% from 2019 levels, reflecting a global decline in FDI flows due to the pandemic. While this was a large reduction, Australia fared better than many developed economies, which declined by around 58% on average over the same period. The value of FDI stock in Australia remained stable over the last year at $1 trillion. FDI supports 1 in 10 jobs and about 40% of exports in Australia. I'll just repeat that because it's significant. FDI supports 1 in 10 jobs and about 40% of exports in Australia. The number and value of approved investments in Australia has held up well in recent years, including in 2020. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, reports the value of announced greenfield projects in Australia increased by almost 9% compared with an 18% decrease in similar flows to all other developed economies. There are several reasons Australia has remained an attractive destination for investment through the pandemic. Our highly skilled and highly educated workforce, our proximity to the dynamic and fast-growing markets of the Indo-Pacific, our abundant natural resources and world-class industry capabilities, our stable democracy and rule of law. But perhaps most importantly, our strong and well-managed economy has given us the fiscal firepower to support our economy through the pandemic. All nations are grappling with an increasingly complex and challenging global environment, which is why the Coalition Government has implemented a series of reforms to our foreign investment review framework over the last year. Our system is focused on promoting business certainty and delivering timely foreign investment decisions while ensuring that investments are not contrary to the national interest and national security. At the same time, the Global Talent and Business Attraction Task Force is looking at how we can identify and attract more high-valued businesses and exceptional talent to Australia. With the widespread rollout of vaccines, the reopening of Australia's borders is proceeding well. The government is conscious that over the past 18 months, restrictions on entering Australia have been frustrating for many international visitors. So we are glad that from December 1, we will proceed to the next stage of the reopening of our international borders, under which fully vaccinated eligible visa holders will be able to enter Australia. We are very much looking forward to welcoming our foreign investors back to Australia in person. In short, Australia is open to foreign investment and we want those foreign investors to return in large numbers. At the same time, the government is focused on supporting businesses to grow. Our $1.3 billion Modern Manufacturing Initiative encourages investment in key areas of comparative advantage and strategic importance: resources, technology and critical minerals, food and beverage, medical products, recycling and clean energy, defence and space. Already foreign investment is playing a significant role in our efforts to address the impact of climate change and support the transition to a new energy economy. The government is investing $20 billion in the decade to 2030 to support the commercialisation of low emissions technologies. We hope to leverage up to $80 billion in private investment. Our focus is on cost breakthroughs in clean hydrogen, energy storage, carbon capture and storage, solar, green steel and aluminium, and measuring soil carbon. The hydrogen energy supply chain, HEX operation in Victoria, for example, is a world-first project that will produce clean liquid hydrogen for export to Japan. Neoen, a French energy utility company, has invested more than $3 billion over the last decade in Australia's renewable sector. It has 14 large-scale renewable energy projects across Australia, with 2 gigawatts of assets in operation or under construction. These projects include the 400-megawatt Western Downs Green Power Hub in Queensland, the Goyder South Wind Solar and Battery Storage Project in South Australia, and the 300-megawatt Victorian Big Battery near Geelong. In critical minerals and rare earths, we want Australia to become a world leader in the extraction, processing and supply of these inputs to semiconductors, mobile phones, wind turbines, electric cars, solar panels and other high-tech products. We are already the world's top producer of lithium and the largest supplier of refined rare earth products outside of China. We have seen early success stories like Lynas, Australian Strategic Minerals, Renascor and Pilbara Minerals. Australia's Renascor Resources, for example, concluded a major deal with South Korea's POSCO to supply purified spherical graphite along by strong government advocacy and engagement. In the food and beverage sector, Chobani is a great success story out of Victoria. Chobani has ambitious growth plans and is committed to ongoing investment in Australia with its continued commitment to manufacturing innovation, not only supporting local manufacturing jobs but also supporting Victorian dairy farmers and local supply chains. Global technology company Telstra, who operate in defence, security, transport, aerospace and space, spent $657 million with over 1,800 Australian suppliers in 2020. This supported over 2,000 jobs. And in high-value research, I would like to recognise Bosch for its role in bringing new skills and capabilities to Australia's manufacturing sector. Bosch employs a large workforce of engineers and technology specialists in Australia. It is a leader in innovation through its work in the development and application of vehicle, electronics and safety systems, cybersecurity gateways and driver assistance systems for the global car industry, as well as in agri-technology and advanced manufacturing systems. There are opportunities through trade to secure greater foreign investment. We have a promising program of trade negotiations to deliver more investment for Australia. In the last year, we have made substantial progress towards finalising free trade agreements with the United Kingdom and the European Union, two of our four largest sources of foreign investment. These agreements will not only support Australia's economic recovery from COVID-19, but also help diversify our trade and strengthen trade and investment in major global markets. Australia has come through this pandemic in a strong position, and in the recovery phase ahead, investment will be vital to our continued economic growth, employment and future resilience. Despite the challenges posed to the global economy by the pandemic, Australia remains an attractive destination for foreign investment. The Morrison government is committed to ensuring we have the right settings to take advantage of opportunities to attract foreign investment. Whether it's through trade negotiations, border settings, conditions for business, each is carefully calibrated to contribute to investment being a constructive and productive element of Australia's economic profile, contributing to jobs and growth for all Australians. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the Minister and I call the Shadow Minister for Trade, the member for Brand, to speak in response to the Minister's statement.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Speaker. The Minister noted that the government committed to deliver this annual statement in 2013, and I thank the Minister today for making this statement to the House in 2021. Our members may remember that last year's ministerial statement on investment was given by the former Minister, Senator Birmingham, to an awards night dinner for exporters hosted by his own agencies. So what a treat for those award winners, a half-hour self-congratulatory speech from the Minister. And the 2019 so-called annual investment statement is, of course, nowhere to be found. This is emblematic, Mr Deputy Speaker, of this government's basic instincts of spin over substance, announceable over action, photo-op over follow-up. Instead of subjecting the government's record on to the accountability of Parliament, the former minister gave a self-indulgent speech at his own party. So I'm very glad and I welcome the fact that the government has brought the annual investment statement back to the Parliament after this 2-year absence. Australia benefits from an internationally competitive and open economy. While the discourse tends to centre on trade, international delegations, growing export markets and free trade agreements, investment, the other pillar of economic strength and resilience upon which the Australian economy balances, is at times overlooked. And in the moments when it is not overlooked, foreign investment is weaponised by populist politicians seeking to inject fear of foreign investment into the community. In truth, Australia depended on foreign investment for its development since British settlement. Since that time, foreign investment has changed and grown. Of the approximately $4 trillion invested in Australia, which includes passive portfolio investment, most of this is from the United States, the United Kingdom, Belgium, acting for the EU, followed by Japan. Of the $4 trillion total, around $1 trillion, as the Minister noted, is foreign direct investment. So foreign direct investment makes up around 25% of all incoming foreign investment into this country. The first regulation of foreign investment in Australia emerged in 1972, and the catalyst was a curious food product present in Beaumaris at roadhouses around the country. The Chico roll was sold in the tens of millions per annum when the US company IT&T sought to buy the Aussie company. The idea of Americans buying out an Australian food icon led to an immense public backlash. The controversy reached this parliament, or it was down the hill then, and it has been noted that the cabinet meeting over the Chico roll was the beginning of the regulation of foreign investment in Australia. And I thank my colleague, the member for Fenner, for reminding me of this curious fact, and I do recommend his work on openness, which sets out the very good case for an Australian society and economy that is open to the world. The sale of Australian brands remains controversial. Some might recall the public discourse verging on an Armageddon event when Vegemite was sold to a foreign company. But often this is the only way to save a business. The question is, will we rather lose the product entirely or have it be saved and have the investment to reinvent that product? And we see the story of R.M. William Boots, created in 1932 and owned since 2013 by the luxury brand the LVMH Group, is now returned into Australian ownership. It's a great story. Foreign investment creates opportunities and it creates jobs for Australians in Australia. Think of resources companies like Rio Tinto and BHP and how many people they employ. Both iron ore giants are 3/4 foreign-owned and they engage 45,000 and 22,000 employees and contractors respectively. Now, the resources industry is more broadly central to the history of foreign investment in Australia. In April 1985, Bob Hawke stood alongside Chinese Communist Party boss Hu Yaobang atop an iron-rich hill in the Pilbara and commenced a new era of Sino-Australian economic relations. Hawke's ambition that day was for China and Australia to invest jointly in an iron ore mine, a prospect he'd raised with Premier Zhou Zhejiang in Beijing a year earlier. Prime Minister Hawke's active involvement paved the way for the signing of the China joint venture agreement between Rio Tinto and Sino Steel in 1987. This was China's first major overseas investment. More than 250 million tonnes of iron ore have since been shipped to China, creating thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in export revenue for Australia. In 2020, China's foreign investment in Australia totals over $70,000 million, which accounts for 2% of all foreign investment and is our 9th largest source of such investment. The US and the UK remain the biggest foreign investors in this country. Another significant contributor of foreign direct investment is our regional neighbour, Japan. Japan has been one of Australia's largest trade and investment partners for more than 60 years, and this is a testament to the strong ties that bind our two countries together. Japan helped build Australia's LNG industry. LNG requires big outlays, even compared to iron ore production. Shell and BHP, in joint venture partnership with Woodside, had to pay $3 billion up front to start developing the North West Shelf due to the complex system of drilling offshore, processing offshore and liquefying for export. Once the Whitlam government approved LNG exports in the 70s, the West Australian government secured Japanese capital investment via long-term sale contracts to build a gas pipeline from Dampier to Perth. The pipeline covers more than 1,597 kilometres, starting from the Burrup Peninsula in the state's northwest and finishing near Bunbury in the state's southwest. This allowed for the remainder to be sold off to power other projects in the Pilbara. The Dampier to Bunbury pipeline still plays a central role in WA's economy, bringing natural gas from the Pilbara to electricity generation plants near the population centres in the south. It's a remarkable achievement. The first LNG cargo from the Northwest Shelf arrived in Tokyo in 1989. LNG cargoes continue out of Karratha to this day, and more recently the Japanese company Impex established the Ichthys project off the coast of Western Australia and in Darwin with an investment of $40 billion. With this, Australia has become the destination for Japan's largest ever overseas investment. Such a strong history of investment in this country should cause us all to ask, well, where to next? And the Minister's statement takes us through what everyone else is doing in relation to critical minerals and rare earths. But just what is the government doing to try and supercharge this future-facing industry? There are a few policies there, but I'd argue it's not terribly much and it's definitely not enough. There is much said about establishing a lithium battery industry in this country, but as yet we haven't seen a government effort to attract investment from the battery-producing powerhouses of Japan and South Korea to build Australia's capacity beyond basic processing of lithium, nickel and rare earths. The truth is, under this government, business investment is going backward. Investment is down over 20% since the Liberals came to office in 2013. Investment is at its lowest level since the 1990s recession, and this was before the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic cannot always continue to be an excuse for underperformance. The Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison governments over 8 long years has simply not provided the right investment conditions to support the economy across key areas like manufacturing, energy and resources, the care economy and research and development. Right now, the greatest threat to critical foreign investment is this government's lacklustre and lazy and frankly irresponsible approach to policy to address the true challenge of climate change. The Minister set out some efforts, but I think this is too little, too late. Foreign investment funds are openly warning that they are considering cutting billions of dollars of investments into Australia because of this government's half-hearted commitment to a 2050 net zero emissions target. The Investor Group on Climate Change, which includes Australian Super, the nation's biggest super fund and among the top 20 in the world, includes UniSuper and Lendlease as well, they released an analysis last month confirming climate policy uncertainty was a turn-off for international investors. Australia has become among the least attractive destination for institutional investment in clean energy or industries of the future. This is a damning indictment on this Liberal national government. It has failed to put forward any believable policies, and the result is that erstwhile international investors in Australian industry turn away and look elsewhere. The Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank, Guy Debelle, recently warned of climate risks in the Australian financial system. He made the very obvious point that this government likes to ignore, and I quote, "Investors will adjust their portfolios in response to climate risks. Governments and other jurisdictions are implementing net zero policies. Both of these are effectively increasing the cost of emissions-intensive activities in Australia. So irrespective of whether we think these adjustments are appropriate or fair, they are happening and we need to take account of that. The material risk is that these forces are going to intensify from here." I'd like to reflect very briefly.
Order. I think the Shadow Minister's time has expired.
Happy to approve.
Oh, okay. You may continue.
Sorry, I was understanding the debate went till 1:30. 2 more minutes? Or?
Yes,
thank you.
Please continue.
Thank you. I'll reflect on our own investment super powerhouse, the superannuation savings of all Australian workers. It's a remarkable thing that just a few months ago, assets under management in the Australian super system reached $3.4 trillion. Every worker in Australia, through their super contributions to this extraordinary pool of savings, is now the 4th largest in the world. Every worker in this country has contributed to Australia becoming a true investment superpower on the world stage. The investment capacity of this nation has a role to play in securing the infrastructure and economic development of the Indo-Pacific, investing in regional neighbours while supporting Australia's national interests. It is indeed a virtuous circle where the investment of Aussie super into the economies of our neighbours builds a prosperous and peaceful neighbourhood, which in turn provides excellent opportunities for Australian exporters. In fact, Australian superannuation capital is on the path to join iron ore, natural gas and amazing red wine as a famous national export. Like foreign investment here, our own investments around the world are a sensible means to create jobs, raise living standards and increase prosperity and ensure peace across the region. I thank the Deputy Speaker for your indulgence.
I thank the member for Brand, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2, Mitochondrial Donation Law Reform, Maeve's Law Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in support of this bill. I recognise at the outset that it is a conscience vote, so these views are my own, and I have every respect for those who will speak after me and consequently at the vote, whose own experience and own views may lead them to form a different conclusion than my own. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I approach this from the angle thinking about that there is nothing more terrifying than being an expectant parent, closely followed by every day as a parent after that. And every expectant parent wants a happy, healthy baby. Sadly for many parents, the joy of the birth of their child is accompanied with a range of emotions when that child is diagnosed with a life-threatening illness, and one child every week is born in Australia with a severe form of this insidious disease, mitochondrial disease. So it's very important to me that I get the chance to speak on this bill, and I'm pleased to say that I will be supporting it. Unfortunately, the rate of those who carry the predisposition that makes them vulnerable to some form of mitochondrial disease is quite common. It sits at about 1 in 200. Breakthroughs in medical technology have come up with a way to prevent this from being passed on, which would prevent babies from being born with this life-threatening disease. At least 60 Australian babies born each year suffer from severe and life-threatening forms of mitochondrial disease that could be prevented by using the mother and father's nuclear DNA and replacing the mother's mitochondrial DNA with healthy mitochondrial DNA from a donor egg. I understand there are many sensitivities for some when speaking of the science of IVF and DNA, and I greatly appreciate their perspective. And while I can't talk with personal experience of the disease, I can talk with personal experience of the IVF journey. It was very controversial when it started too. It was a young science and it had a lot of growing up to do through its successes and failures, but it has helped so many couples along the way, given so many hope when they felt hopeless, brought so many loved and adored children into the world who would not be here without it. I would like to think that I would have been on the right side of history in having voted for its introduction in the way that I'm being given the opportunity to vote for this legislation today. I'm grateful for those scientists and lawmakers who persevered to see IVF become a reality, and know in my heart that future healthy children, just as importantly their relieved parents, will be grateful we took this first legislative step on mitochondrial treatments. It's important to understand that this procedure is targeted only at mitochondria. It does not alter the personal characteristics or traits. These are derived from nuclear material. The mitochondrial cells only contain genes essential for normal mitochondrial function. It has been reported in some circles as 3-person IVF or cloning, which has stimulated some stigma around donation. We are not talking about 3 parents. We are talking about replacing the mother's mitochondrial cells with cells that are not predisposed to the disease. We're not talking about choosing eye colour or personality traits. We're talking about giving parents the chance at healthy children. We're talking about preventing passing on this disease and saving families and lives from devastating suffering. Legalising mitochondrial donation would allow Impact Australians to have genetically related children without the risk of them inheriting this very difficult disease that drastically limits their life. I don't believe this bill or this science is what its critics say it is. It is not playing God, it is not cloning, it is not designer babies. If it was those things, I would not be supporting it either. I'm not a person who believes just because science can do something that we automatically should. I also have my own deeply held faith that guides my moral compass. but my reading of the bill leads me to reject these criticisms. My faith leads me to believe not that everything is out of our hands or that we are passive observers while a higher plan plays out around us, but rather that God gave us the knowledge and the tools and the perseverance to help ourselves, to be purposeful in relieving the suffering of others, as we have the chance to do in this case. My experience, not just of struggling to start a family or of IVF, but just of this job, doing this job of listening to all the horror stories of young lives filled with suffering or cut short for meaningless reasons and being powerless to do anything to help, well, I am pleased to have the opportunity to do something now, in this case, to help people, to help these kids, and I'm pleased to support the legislation. There is a little girl by the name of Maeve that lends her name to this bill. She's 5 years old and she wants to give people hugs all the time. I haven't had the opportunity to meet her, but I have watched her mum and dad's video about why this legislation is so important to them, and I want to pay tribute to their perseverance for what they are doing and also for the work that they have done on behalf of other families and other little kids who are persevering and have the resilience of Maeve to ensure that they have a future against this disease. I'd also like to pay tribute to Minister Greg Hunt and to all of those other MPs who have played a role in reviewing this legislation over time. The bill will ensure that this medical procedure is extensively researched and will be appropriately regulated going forward, including Stage 1, which will guarantee over 10 years of research and training, including a specific clinic with an oversight committee to deliver mito donation to impacted Australian couples. Clinical staff will be specially trained in the field prior to delivering care. The Prime Minister, as we've said, has appropriately, for our party room, made this a conscience vote. This is my first conscience vote, Mr Deputy Speaker, in this place, and I'm proud to be able to make this choice to support it. I respect, as I said, all those whose conscience and experience leads them to vote against it. But for me, this is deeply important in exercising this right and to save lives. It's why I fought so hard to get into this place, so that I could help parents and kids and to help make their lives a little better. I certainly commend the bill. The mitochondrial enabling this research to go forward will enable, I hope, many parents in the future to make better choices for their families, medical choices for their families, so that they can enjoy the wonders of a healthy family. I know that Maeve would be proud of the efforts of her parents, would be proud of lending her name, I'm sure, to this bill, and I'm very pleased to commend it to the House.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. You have to do that.
The debate's interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last night, while many of us were safe and warm at home, a shocking number of Australian women weren't. Women and children fleeing violence are being turned away from shelters across our nation. They are resorting to sleeping in their cars, on friends' sofas, or worst of all, returning to danger. It used to take an average of just 3 weeks to find someone a secure home. Now it can take 2 years. That is an indictment. Women and children fleeing domestic violence should always have access to safe refuge, advice and guidance. And when the world feels upended, they should have something to hold on to. That's why a Labor government will fund an extra 500 community workers to help those fleeing domestic and family violence. As I and my colleagues announced yesterday, we will also create a new Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Commissioner to act as a strong voice for victim survivors. Domestic violence is a stain on our nation and on our soul. We must all work to end it. Governments, non-government organisations and the entire community. When a woman asks for help, we have an obligation to get her that help. Today, on the International Day for the Prevention of Violence Against Women, I reiterate, a Labor government that I lead will ensure that women's safety is a national priority.
I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, most of us love a beer, and there's nothing better than a local beer. So I'm pleased to say that last Friday, Deputy Speaker, the King Tide Brew Pub, Coffs Harbour's first ever pub brewery, swung its doors open, and the founder and beer enthusiast Josh King was obviously born with beer in his blood, working in Sydney as a young student engineer at Tooheys Brewery, but Josh had a desire to move his family back to his hometown of Coffs Harbour, and since then both Josh and Lucy King have worked tirelessly to convert the old mechanic shed in Studio Lane into something really special. They've designed the entire venue around their functioning brewery, bringing people into the brewery experience. It's got an open plan beer garden, as you'd expect, a warm winter nook, comfy kitchen, mezzanine, and of course the most important thing, 12 King Tide beers on tap with names like The Power of Voodoo, The Hippie Camper, Virgin Haze and Beach Daz. And I'm keen to try them all, perhaps not in the one session though, Mr Deputy Speaker. Josh and Lucy, I can only imagine the nerves, blood, sweat and tears that you went through during this time, and it's a testament to your vision and grit. You're on a winner. I can't wait to see your investment in the Coffs Coast community pay off in spades. Cheers to you both.
I call the member for Macon.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I draw the House's attention, and in particular the Government's attention, to the plight of Mohammed El-Halabi, who for over 5 years has languished in an Israeli jail. Mohammed is the father of 5 young children. He was a long-time employee and World Vision's manager in Gaza at the time of his arrest in June 2016. His work colleagues state that Mohammed had been assiduously non-political. He is accused of diverting $50 million of aid money to Hamas. Several independent reputable audits, including, I understand, an Australian DFAT investigation, found no evidence to support that accusation. His arrest, detention and court appearances to date have been described as shambolic and lacking transparency. His trial is secretive and held behind closed doors. His lawyers do not have access to relevant prosecution documents. Australia is a friend of Israel. World Vision is a reputable global Christian aid organisation. World Vision, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International and others have all called for Mohammed's release. I call on the Australian government to stand up for human rights and to call on the Israeli government to release Mohammed El-Halabi, or at the very least ensure that he has a fair, transparent and early trial.
I call the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last Friday I had the pleasure of representing the Australian government at Lake Cargelligo in my electorate to announce $9.8 million towards a $20 million project to produce hydrogen from solar energy at Lake Cargelligo. It's a partnership between Graphite Energy, Toshiba International and MGA Thermal that will further progress the work that Graphite Energy has been doing over the last decade in Lake Cargelligo, where they can transfer energy from the sun using the medium of graphite to generate steam for the production, ultimately, hopefully, of hydrogen, small individual modular containers that will produce hydrogen on site as it's needed. Mr Deputy Speaker, hydrogen is a very difficult gas to transplant around, and so to be able to produce hydrogen on site is a great advantage. This is happening in regional Australia. It's happening in a small country town, and once again it shows that regional Australia is leading the way when it comes to the innovation that's required to reduce the emissions and help make our environment a more healthy place. Lake Cargelligo already has a very substantial industrial part of their town with cutting-edge technologies and modern factories. This is going to add to the work that's been done and help bring Australia to a cleaner future.
I call the member for Scullin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to mourn the passing of Professor Stuart McIntyre on 22 November and to recognise his contribution to the discipline of history and to this country. I was privileged to have him mark my honours thesis, and I know firsthand how his passion for teaching transformed lives. Professor McIntyre had a distinguished academic career, twice Dean of Arts at the University of Melbourne. Ernest Scott Chair in History, amongst many other appointments. Janet McCorman AC, another great Australian historian, writes of him as a history warrior who worked for a better Australia, who understood and explained our winners and our losers, and, I quote, who recognised the distinctive as well as the common in the Australian experience, and he understood, as no other scholar, the institutions that bound the Commonwealth. He leaves a big gap, but an enormous legacy. So many important books, from Reds to the History Wars to Australia's boldest experiment. And with former Senator Faulkner, he co-authored Labor's centenary history. He was, of course, a long-standing member of the Brunswick branch of the Australian Labor Party and a valued, critical contributor to wider societal debates, in particular on the issue of civics education. We have too few great public intellectuals, as Professor McIntyre was, and while we have many great historians, for me, Stuart McIntyre stands along Manning Clark as having enlarged our sense of ourselves and suggesting who we might be.
I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And look, news of the defamation decision in favour of the member for Dixon yesterday reminds us that while there'll always be worms and grubs in public debate, we're seeing a return to civil behaviour from select parts of the media. And if honesty is not the lesson of 2021, that being that if you lie, just admit to it and fess up and apologise, don't milligan around for months with the moral hazard of knowing that, certainly with public broadcasting, that the taxpayer will fund your intransigence and your delays. And this was the experience in 2021, that there was no basis in law whatsoever that's available that the national broadcaster should have colluded with a staff member to defend in the public domain defamatory material. But they did. And they passed up the opportunity of a completely cost-free apology and then vaporised around $170,000 on court costs at the taxpayer's expense. And we need to accept that it's aggravating that you have to complain about ABC conduct to the ABC News unit first and then to another part of the ABC, but you can never go to ACMA. If we've learned anything from the last 12 months, Deputy Speaker, the egos and entitlement of some in the Australian media need to be curtailed. We need a public broadcasting ombudsman. I commend Senators Abetz, Antic, Henderson and McGrath for standing up for these matters in the Australian Senate. Labor Party and crossbenchers should do the same. We need a public broadcasting ombudsman and FOI decisions not done by the ABC for the ABC.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for MacArthur.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to table a petition regarding the use of Trikafta as a cystic fibrosis treatment.
Is leave granted?
If it's been approved, it hasn't been.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Just before the member continues, has the petition been approved by the committee?
The petition has been approved.
Okay, leave is not required. Continue on.
Okay. The petition I present the House with today has been signed by no less than 35,815 individuals. It's been promoted by a number of people, including Ms Genevieve Handley as the principal petitioner. Trikafta is a life-saving and life-changing treatment for people with cystic fibrosis, those who have the common delta F508 mutation, at least one copy of that. We've seen people taken off the heart-lung transplant list. We've seen people's lives saved by this life-changing genetic treatment, and I encourage the Department of Health and the Minister to immediately approve the use of Trikafta for all those who have at least one copy of the delta F508 gene, which is by far the most common mutation causing cystic fibrosis, a severe disorder often used to be fatal in childhood. With new genetic treatments, people can live near normal or normal life expectancies, and I'd encourage the Minister to act as soon as he possibly can. Thank you.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, as a proud member for Nichols in this government, I rise to bring to the House's attention some of the work that the government has recently been delivering for the people of Nichols. Last week I was honoured to be participating in the opening of the Shepparton Art Museum, a $50 million project that this federal government has contributed $15 million towards. $15 million has also come from the Greater Shepparton City Council and $7 million from the SAM Foundation, along with $10 million from the state. SAM's work will display works from 200 artists, 160 Indigenous and First Nations artworks, in addition to the ceramic collection that is unrivalled anywhere else in Australia. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the Deputy Prime Minister for his role in the opening last week. The opening of SAM was also preceded the weekend prior, where we had an opportunity to open the Museum of Vehicle Evolution, better known as Maeve. Maeve has been transformed after a $5.3 million upgrade, of which the federal government has contributed $2.5 million towards. The Maeve has been expanded to just under 10,000 square metres now and houses the museum's collection of cars, motorbikes, trucks, vintage clothing, and also acknowledges the rich history of transport throughout the Golden Valley region. And it will now highlight a collection of trucks that will be unrivalled anywhere else in Australia. I wish to acknowledge and congratulate every person in Nichols that has brought these two amazing projects to fruition.
I call the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, it's costing the Australian taxpayer more than $350,000 per month to hold a single refugee in immigration detention on Nauru. Yes, that's right, $350,000 per month, or nearly $4.3 million per year, for just one refugee at a time there's more than 100 asylum seekers and refugees on the island, many detained for over 8 years, bringing the total cost to about $1.7 billion. Deputy Speaker, just imagine if this government had such a dogged commitment to caring for people rather than persecuting them. Just imagine this sort of cash going instead to healthcare, education, public housing, increased pensions and payments, and more home care packages. And that's just the start of my list. Mind you, it's obviously not the financial, but the human cost that many Australians find particularly devastating. Remember, these young men on Nauru have been locked up for years in appalling conditions and separated from their families simply because they were fleeing for their lives and asked Australia to protect them. Deputy Speaker, I've said countless times in this place, but need to say it again, that Australia has a legal and moral obligation to protect people claiming to be fleeing persecution, to quickly hear their claims and to provide permanent refuge if their claims are upheld. That's what's needed, Deputy Speaker. That's what a government with integrity would do and do now. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I recently travelled to Lakeland, located a few hundred kilometres northwest of Cairns, for the official opening of a new sporting oval and facilities. It wasn't just another sporting field or simply another opening. The sporting field was named in honour of Cape York legend Alan Wilson. The Alan Wilson Oval is a fitting legacy to a person who has dedicated his life to serving his community in many different capacities. Alan, who now lives in the Tablelands, has had many careers, including Northern Territory police officer, my cattle station manager at Olivevale in Cape York, publican and roadhouse owner. However, Alan has always been remembered for as a hard-working, passionate and dedicated councillor and deputy mayor with the Cookshire Council for over 16 years. One of the things that Alan has always been remembered for is a decade-long campaign to see a container deposit scheme established in Queensland. His unwavering dedication paid dividends in the Queensland government's introducing the new highly successful container change scheme. A lot of people told Alan it had never been done, but it just goes to show what can be achieved when someone with a passion and dogged determination to change something for the better. Finally, I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the Lakeland Progress Association, whose idea it was to name the new sports oval in honour of not only a Cape York legend, but a very decent person and an all-round top bloke. Thank you.
I call the member for Dobell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Central Coast is mourning the loss of its famous sporting son, cricketer Alan Davidson, who died surrounded by family on the 30th of October, aged 92. Alan was born in Lisarow in 1929 and grew up on his family's rural property. He honed his cricketing skills on a pitch he dug out himself, bowling oranges at stumps he made out of gum tree branches. Alan played 44 tests for Australia between 1953 and 1963 and was a staff in New South Wales in the Sheffield Shield. A left-arm paceman, Alan is regarded as one of Australia's greatest all-rounders. He took 186 test wickets over his career and made 5 half-centuries with the bat. In the field, his close catching skills earned him the nickname the Claw. Perhaps the highest point of his career came in the famous Tide Test against the West Indies in 1960. He took 5 for 135 in the West Indies' first innings and 6 for 87 in the second. He made a handy 44 runs in Australia's first innings and was run out, much to his annoyance, for 80 in the second innings, his highest ever Test score, becoming the first male player to achieve the double of 100 runs and 10 wickets in the same Test. Following his retirement from Test cricket, Alan continued to contribute to the game as an administrator, selector and mentor. He was made a member of the Order of Australia in 1987. His memory is honoured at the Alan Davidson Oval in Wyoming. Vale Alan Davidson.
I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to give my congratulations to Jeff Coombs of Frenchs Forest, who was recently awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia. Mr Coombs is co-founder of the charity Tour de Cure and is dedicated to seeing a world without cancer. Since the organisation's founding in 2007, Tour de Cure has raised $66 million, funding over 554 cancer projects and playing a role in 54 significant breakthroughs in research and care. Each year, the organisation holds numerous tours and events to further their mission to cure and change lives. Mr Coombs currently works as the Director of Development for Tour de Cure, engaging with corporate partners in pursuit of cure for cancer. As a proud father of three, Mr Coombs is the driving force behind the Be Fit, Be Healthy, Be Happy program, visiting school communities to raise awareness for cancer prevention and encourage kids to make healthy choices for their future. From three mates meeting up for coffee to a national movement with thousands of supporters, Mr Coombs and the Tour de Cure team should be proud of all they have achieved for those impacted by cancer, both on the northern beaches and right around the world.
I call the member for Cowan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this morning I got an email from Steve in Cowan informing me that during a live teleconference with the Prime Minister referred to the member for Stirling as the member for Cowan. Steve emailed me because he found this untruth very offensive. I'd like to remind the Prime Minister that I am the very proud member for Cowan. I'm proud to stand here and represent the people of Cowan. And here is what the member for Stirling had to say to the people of Cowan when he tried not once but twice, Deputy Speaker, to nominate for the safe seat of Moore after just one term in office. He said the electoral boundaries have changed, but my community has not. Referring to Moore, he said it's where we surf, shop and visit friends. Referring to his decision to run for Moore, he said it's all about where I'm going to be able to maintain my passion and energy. Well, to the people of Balga, Mirrabooka, Girraween, Balladura, Nollamurra, Noranda, Stirling, Osborne Park, Kiara, Greenwood, Warwick, Hammersley, Westminster, Balcatta, Beachborough, Lockbridge, Marangaroo, Alexander Heights and Kundula, I stand here for you because I don't surf, but you are where my passion and my energy lie. I'm excited for the opportunity to represent Cowan, and I won't abandon you for sunsets in Scarborough.
I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Looking after our Defence Force veterans is one of the most important tasks we have as a nation, and that is exactly what we are doing at the brand new Veterans Wellbeing Centre located within the reactivated repat site in Boothby. Made possible by $5 million of funding from the Morrison Liberal government, the centre is one of 6 veteran wellbeing centres around Australia. The centre is now home to the RSL, Open Arms Australia, Soldier On and, of course, the Plympton Veterans Centre, and I pay tribute to their veterans advocates Titch Tyson, Bill Hignett and Graham Ruddy Rudd, who I recently visited. The Veterans Centre is complemented by the refurbished SPF Hall, the Town Square and the neighbouring sports gymnasium, which offers sports such as wheelchair basketball. I returned to the repat for Remembrance Day and, along with many of the veterans in attendance, saw the State Minister for Health and Wellbeing, the Honourable Stephen Wade MLC, plant a lone pine in the Town Square, which is a descendant of the original Gallipoli lone pine. This is a fitting tribute to the thousands of Australian veterans who have been supported and cared for at the repat during its long and proud history. I am incredibly proud to have secured funding for the repat as part of more than $40 million of Morrison Liberal government funding towards its reactivation, which also includes a specialist dementia unit and a brand new brain and spinal unit. The former state Labor government shamefully closed the repat hospital, but thanks to the Morrison and Marshall Liberal governments, it is once again thriving.
I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently I received an email from Michael in Seaford who asked me to, and I quote, encourage the government to think more appropriately, in capital letters, about aged persons. Yep. So I'm here to tell the House and the government what Michael's life has been like and too many other people's lives have been like. Michael's 66 years of age. He's unemployed. He really wants to work. He's had many years in administration, decades and decades. But he left his job in 2013 to be his mother's full-time carer until she died in 2015. He then became a taxi driver, but 60 hours of work a week to make $400 didn't work. He used his money to try to be an owner-driver and couldn't make money out of that. He took out all of his super, and that lasted a year. He's now on unemployment benefits and his job provider is sending him to get Cert 3 certificates when, as he says, he's capable of working. He just wants to work. He doesn't want to earn a huge income. He just wants to be able to pay his rent and his debts and to be able to live comfortably. Michael and too many people in this country have suffered because of insecure work. They've suffered because older people seem to be invisible. They've suffered from the Morrison government's policies, and it has to change for people like Michael and people across my electorate.
I call the member for North Sydney.
Well, ho, 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 Mr Deputy Speaker. Christmas lights are beginning to coruscate the streets of North Sydney as residents prepare to embrace this upcoming Christmas season. Adding to the joyous Christmas spirit, I was delighted to hold once again my annual Christmas card competition for school students in my electorate, and as always the entries were spectacular. I want to commend the effort of the teachers, parents and most importantly the students who created some striking artworks. The future of Australian art is incredibly bright if North Sydney is any judge. I want to congratulate Toby Ward, who is in Year 5 at Camaray Public School, for winning this year's competition. Rounding out the top four were Oscar Worthington of St Thomas Primary School, Ava Kepsch from St Michael's Catholic Public School and Eve Whittier, who attends Lane Cove Public School. All four entries were remarkable. I found it in fact very difficult to choose a winner. I received hundreds of entries from several schools in my electorate, and I'd like to acknowledge and thank the students and teachers from Mowbray Public School, St Michael's, Camaray Public School, Northbridge Public School, North Sydney Dem School, Chatswood Public School, Hunters Hill Public School, the Winona Junior School, St Thomas Primary School, St Philip Neri School, Baronia Park Public School and Lane Cove Public School. To every student that participated in my 2021 Christmas card competition, thank you for your fantastic entries. And to all the people in North Sydney and right around Australia, I hope you have a joyous and safe Christmas with your families that in many cases have been apart for far too long.
I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, there's lots of moments this week that are in competition for the top 10 terrible moments of this government. But one that is definitely on the list has to go to the Minister representing the Minister for Industrial Relations and his answer about labour hire, saying that it's just a non-issue, it's a made-up issue. Clearly it demonstrates that this minister has no idea what's going on with labour hire, has no idea that you have two workers working side by side, one being paid less than the other because they are simply working for labour hire. He tried to say that the Better Off Overall test applied. You know what? I wish it did. I wish that the Better Off Overall test didn't just apply to the workers on the collective agreement, but applied to all the workers at a workplace. That is one way to fix the labour hire issue, and if the minister wanted to bring that in as a bill, we could debate that. But in the absence of that bill being before us, in the absence of the government actually doing something positive to help workers on labour hire agreements who are being paid less than their co-workers, they should support Labor's bill, the bill that is before the House that is all about same job, same pay. If we in this country believe that if you do a fair day's work you get a fair day's pay, then we should have workers doing the same job getting the same pay, and they could start with their own workers. It is appalling that public servants doing the same job are on different rates of pay.
I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As part of their education on the Great War, students from Freshwater Bay Primary School recently marked the unmarked graves of fallen soldiers at Karrakatta Cemetery. These soldiers have been acknowledged by the Australian Government as having died from the effects of war and were originally honoured with a war grave and granite headstone. However, their headstones no longer stand. This amazing Remembrance Day project was a truly collaborative community effort, initiated by Ben Turner at Freshwater Bay Primary School, coordinated by the Claremont and Nedlands branches of the RSL, with Ian Jones from the Showgrounds Community Men's Shed crafting each of the wooden crosses. The Year 6 students researched the soldiers whose official war graves had been destroyed and decorated a wooden cross to be laid at their unmarked grave. 2 days prior to Remembrance Day, 56 students visited Karrakatta and laid their crosses to mark the graves of 35 soldiers. I want to record my admiration and thanks to all of those involved. But I also want to note my absolute disgust at the removal of the headstones of our World War I vets at Karrakatta and the building of footpaths over some of their graves. I want to assure the local RSLs and the vets' families that I will continue to work with them to ensure that this abject injustice is remedied. Thank you, Speaker.
The member for Whitlam has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. Well, in the Americas it's Thanksgiving today, and as you'd know, it's practice over there to pardon a turkey. That's good for the turkeys because nobody's going to pardon any of this mob over here who just voted not once but twice to block a federal anti-corruption commission. We're about to hear lots of mendacious gobbling from the Prime Minister about how hard he's been working on this. Frankly, after 1,077 days, it's time to just pee or get off the pot. The Prime Minister is always confident about telling Australians about the things that they know. Well, we've got a message for the Prime Minister. Australians know about sports routes. They know about car park routes. They know about Hello World travel routes. They know about the Leppington Triangle route. And they know about the granddaddy route of them all. $20 billion of taxpayers' money paid out to companies to pay executive bonuses and to plump up the profits that they didn't need. Of course, Australians really know the big reason why this Prime Minister doesn't want a federal anti-corruption commission. The reason this guy doesn't want a federal anti-corruption commission is because when you're in the witness box, you've got to tell the truth. And that's something that this Prime Minister just can't
The honourable
do.
member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With apologies to the late, great Jeff Mack and to the member for Parkes, a country and western aficionado beside me, I was humping my bluey on the upgraded Newell Highway when along came a semi with a high-end canvas-covered tray. If you're going to Peak Hill, mate, with me you can ride, so I climbed in the cabin and I settled down inside. He asked me if I'd been able to get mobile reception. I said, listen, mate, without exception, because our black spot program's been everywhere, man. It's been everywhere, man. It's crossed the Riverina Plains, man. It's breathed the hilltops air, man. On travel, it's had its share, man. Our black spot program's been everywhere. It's been to Bajerabong, Bilmurra, Coltara, Darby's Falls, Goolagong, Gemalong, Kurawatha, Ladysmith, Maringo, Noonbala, Wauroo, Waithally, Woodstock and Underround 2, mobile coverage 2, Mount Macdonald, Iwagga South, Temora West, Trungley Hall, and that's not all. Round 3, Dernasia, Wannabadgeree. Round 4, Bumbaldry, Monteagle, Narradin. Mobile towers here, there, everywhere. They've been installed everywhere, man. And I realise there's more to do, man. I realise there's more to do, but we'll get it done, man, because we've got a plan, man.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. Questions without notice, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Today, a majority of the House voted against the Prime Minister, not once but twice. Hasn't the Prime Minister lost control of the House, lost control of his senators and lost control of his government?
The Prime Minister has the call.
No.
The member for Curtin.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Australia has fared better through the pandemic than virtually all advanced economies, and as our recovery progresses, we are faced with the opportunity to use this success to build a stronger economy and build new opportunities and pursue new opportunities. Will the Prime Minister please inform the House how the Morrison government is doing exactly this so we can look forward ahead to our future with confidence.
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Curtin for her question. Mr Speaker, another milestone has been reached, and that is that now more than 90% of Victorians, Mr Speaker, have now been vaccinated aged over 16. This is a significant achievement by the people of Victoria, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank all of those in Victoria for rolling up their sleeves, getting vaccinated and pushing through what they have experienced the hardest of this pandemic, Mr Speaker, the hardest of this pandemic. And I thank them for pushing through, and I know that this will be a moment that they can savour. Mr Speaker, the national plan for Australians to safely open so they can remain open safely, Mr Speaker, that national plan which gets us open safely so we remain safely open is working, and we're seeing it again with these achievements in Victoria today, as we're already seeing South Australia have an open up this week, and the return of students, Mr Speaker, and of course of skilled migrants, and the opening up to Japan and Korea and Singapore, which is already underway. And Mr Speaker, over the course of this pandemic, what really matters is we have one of the lowest fatality rates in the world as a result of our response to COVID. We have one of the strongest economies of the advanced world, Mr Speaker, in how we've come through this pandemic, and we now have, as Victoria have demonstrated again, we have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. Now, Mr Speaker, that sets Australia up. Australians have worked hard to achieve that, to set up, Mr Speaker, the opportunity that we now have to secure Australia's economic recovery. And, Mr Speaker, those opposite might want to play games in this parliament, Mr Speaker, but we are very focused on securing the economic recovery for Australians. That's what our focus is, Mr Speaker. That's where we're looking, Mr Speaker. We're looking forward for that economic recovery which Australians are depending on and Australians are relying on. That is the most important issue, Mr Speaker, that my government continues to pursue, that our government, working together, is pursuing to ensure the jobs and the skills and the investment, Mr Speaker, and putting downward pressure on the cost of living. That is what the Australian people are expecting from their government, and it is being delivered. Mr Speaker, we are driving investment through our instant asset write-off. We are increasing jobs, Mr Speaker. We're boosting skills. Some 217,000 people in trade apprentice training, Mr Speaker. We've got lower taxes. We've got 1 million people working back in manufacturing right now. We're getting electricity prices down, Mr Speaker, because this is what matters to Australians. Their jobs, Mr Speaker, their economic futures, their ability to be able to plan for their own future with confidence. And you cannot take the economic recovery for granted. Mr Speaker, you cannot take it with the challenges that Australians are facing. Our government has demonstrated our economic management credentials, Mr Speaker, and that's what can give Australians confidence.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is again to the Prime Minister. A majority of Australians and a majority of their representatives in this House of Representatives want an anti-corruption commission now. Why has the Prime Minister refused to act for more than 1,000 days?
The Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, the legislation that we have released sets out our plan for such a commission, Mr Speaker. It's been out there for some time. And, Mr Speaker, those opposite oppose it. They don't support our plan for a Commonwealth Integrity Commission. They oppose it, Mr Speaker. Our legislation is out there for you all to see, and it's there, Mr Speaker, and if the opposition wish to support that legislation, then they should do so, Mr Speaker, and we can legislate it. But those opposite do not support our laws to introduce a Commonwealth Integrity Commission. Instead, Mr Speaker, those opposite want to support the sort of show in New South Wales, Mr Speaker, which has seen the most shameful attacks on the former Premier of New South Wales, Gladys Berejiklian, Mr Speaker. What was done to Gladys Berejiklian, the people of New South Wales know, was an absolute disgrace, Mr Speaker. And I'm not going to allow, Mr Speaker, I'm not going to allow that sort of a process which seeks to, Mr Speaker, seek to publicly humiliate people on matters that have nothing to do with the issues which before such a commission, to see those powers abused, Mr Speaker, and seek to reduce the integrity of people like Gladys Berejiklian, Mr Speaker. The Australian people know that the former Premier of New South Wales was done over, Mr Speaker, by a bad process, Mr Speaker, and an abuse.
Order.
Now, Mr Speaker, I'm not going to have a kangaroo court taken into this parliament,
The Prime
Mr.
Minister
Speaker.
will resume his
I'm
seat. The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The member for Shortland is warned. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. These matters should be looking at criminal conduct, Mr Speaker, not who your boyfriend is, Mr Speaker. That's what it should be. These things should be looking at criminal conduct. Now, those opposite know all about criminal conduct, Mr Speaker, because too many of their colleagues in the New South Wales Parliament have ended up in prison, Mr Speaker. Criminal conduct is what this should look at, not chasing down the alleys of people's love lives, Mr Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition.
People are loving this.
The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Our government is rebuilding this nation. Whether it's in our most heavily populated cities or in remote corners of the country, we are delivering the infrastructure all Australians need and deserve. Will the Deputy Prime Minister update the House on the steps the Morrison-Joyce government is taking to achieve this, and is the Deputy Prime Minister aware of any alternative policies?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question and note the immense work that she's done for the people in the seat of Mallee. I note the work that she's done to this day, and she's achieved in excess of $1.1 billion worth of infrastructure of total federal contributions that have happened in the seat of Mallee. I note the work she's done for the Henty Highway from Horsham to Warrnambool. I note the work she's done on the Western Highway upgrade from Stawell to the South Australian border. I know the work she's done on the Calder Highway, northbound overtaking lanes at Hattah, on the Calder Highway and further overtaking lanes on the Calder Highway north of Hattah. Mr Speaker, I note the work that the member for Mallee has done on the Sunraysia irrigation scheme, Sunraysia modernisation project. I note the work that she continues to do, and by reason of being a regional member, Mr Speaker, I note that she is welcoming of the new appointments to the Infrastructure Australia Board. Ms Vicky Mayer, Councillor Bonette Mead, Ms Amanda Cooper, Ms Elizabeth Schmidt, Dr Vanessa Guthrie, Mr Robert Moffat and, of course, Mr Cole Murray. Mr Speaker, this allows us to have a board that is both 50% women, 50% men, and I think that is a very good outcome. I noted in the initial board of the 12 candidates in the initial board, only 2 were women, and we're making sure that we address that because we believe that people who have the qualifications, that being in business and also being in public service and local government, and also the qualifications of such people as Dr Vanessa Guthrie, a PhD in geology, amongst other things, Mr Robert Moffat, who's been Chief Executive Officer of the Australasian Centre for Rail Innovation. These are the people that show the proper representation across the length and breadth of Australia, both regional Australia and urban Australia, both male and female. And this is incredibly important for the member for Mallee, as it is for the member for Capricornia. We acknowledge the work that continues to be done in things such as we drive forward to get Emu Swamp dam built at Stanthorpe, and I noted today correspondence that we must drive the Queensland Government to get that project completed. We also note that the projects such as Dungowan Dam, we are looking forward, and I've been having strong conversations with the Deputy Premier, Paul Tools, to get that from studies to actual construction, because it is vitally important that we build the infrastructure to make this nation strong. Our job is to make this nation as strong as possible, as quickly as possible, and we are doing precisely that, and I welcome the new members of the Infrastructure Australia Board to assist in that process.
The member for Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister.
In December 2018, the Prime Minister stood next to the member for Pearce and announced he would deliver a National Integrity Commission. But more than 1,000 days later, the Prime Minister has not introduced his own legislation and today defied the House of Representatives, which demanded an anti-corruption commission. Why did the Prime Minister say he would create a National Integrity Commission when he didn't mean it?
The Prime Minister has the
Speaker,
call.
I did, and that proposal and that draft legislation is out for all to see, Mr Speaker, and those opposite do not support our proposal for a Commonwealth Integrity Commission. Instead, they want one which does not sufficiently provide procedural fairness to individuals that are investigated for conduct, Mr Speaker. They want one that would allow the use of significant coercive powers on low-level misconduct and disciplinary offences. They want one that would not safeguard against vexatious, baseless, politically motivated and time-wasting referrals, which the Shadow Attorney-General is well known for, Mr Speaker, and has a perfect strike rate of making vexatious claims, Mr Speaker, which have been refused by proper authorities, which detract from legitimate investigation. They want to support something that does not include mechanisms to protect national security information, that does not include protections for journalists and their sources, and would compromise potential prosecutions of corrupt conduct by overly publicising investigations.
Will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker. It goes to relevance. This was about why the Prime Minister has not introduced legislation for a National Integrity Commission, which he said he would do 1,000 days ago. It's not about Labor policy.
The Leader of the Opposition.
The way legislation works is he introduced.
The question, the way it is worded, was quite open, in that it was asking why the Prime Minister hasn't done it. The Prime Minister is entitled to answer that, and in doing so he's entitled to a preamble, and with less than a minute, or around a minute, into the question, he is entitled to that preamble. But I would ask the Prime Minister to return to the question.
Proposal for a Commonwealth Integrity Commission. You have the proposals. It's set out in the legislation that is drafted, has been circulated, and the Labor Party have said they don't support it. If you want to support that legislation, and if you want to establish that type of a Commonwealth Integrity Commission, then great.
Member for Hindmarsh.
Great, bring it in. Mr Speaker, indicate that support for such a Commonwealth Integrity Commission as we have proposed it, and you will have our support to proceed. But, Mr Speaker, I'm not going to get into the political gamesmanship of the Leader of the Opposition, who is so interested in the theatre of this place that he forgets the real issues facing the Australian people.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Mr Speaker, I'd ask the Prime Minister— Yeah, I know that. I'd ask that the Prime Minister table the legislation to which he was referring.
The bill is a public document.
I'm asking if he would table it.
The bill is a public document. Next question. It's an independent question. The member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, in 2019 you explicitly stated that the TPI Federation had a compelling case to restore the eroded compensation of Australia's 28,000 totally and permanently incapacitated veterans. More recently, a Senate inquiry into the matter recommended that the Australian government consider an increase in the TPI payment to arrest and remedy the 7-decade decline in the real value of compensation. Prime Minister, will the government finally stop the delays, rhetoric and obfuscation and recognise the injustice being perpetrated against our TPI veterans? And in particular, will the government rightly increase their payments in the 2021 MYEFO so that the economic loss component is benchmarked to the tax-adjusted minimum wage?
The Prime Minister has a call.
Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and his keen interest in this issue. Mr Speaker, the government honours and respects the service of our TPI veterans whose well-being has been severely impacted by their service. I have met with the TPI Federation and have heard their case directly. I commissioned an independent review, as you know, of the TPI payment, which was undertaken by the respected former Secretary of the Department of Finance, Mr David Tune. Mr Tune made a number of recommendations the government accepted and progressed in the 2020-21 budget. which included changes to the disability pension, which were then brought forward to be implemented sooner in the 21-22 budget. We welcome the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee report into the TPI payment, and we commend the committee for the thoroughness with which it has considered the complex issues raised in the course of that inquiry. We now consider those recommendations of the committee together with the views of the ex-service community and the previous reviews undertaken into the TPI payment when considering future policy options for support of TPI veterans. But the Minister for Veteran Affairs may wish to add to my answer, Mr Speaker.
The Minister for Veterans Affairs has the call.
Well, thank you, Prime Minister.
Just Minister for Veterans Affairs, microphone's not on. Minister for Veterans Affairs has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I also thank the member for Clark for his question and acknowledge his service in the Australian Army. On this side of the House, Mr Speaker, we have many veterans, as there are on that side of the House as well, and we know how important it is to make sure that our veterans and their families have the best possible care our country can provide. As the Prime Minister has stated, David Tune did carry out an independent review of TPI payments, and the Australian government, our government, has accepted all of those recommendations. Now, one of his recommendations was to provide targeted assistance to TPI veterans with income-tested pensions who pay private rent. In short, he recommended that we abolish the Disability Income Rent Test from the Veterans Entitlement Act, or VEA. Now, this recommendation is addressed in our bill before the parliament at the moment. It is the Veterans Affairs Amendment Exempting Disability Payments from Income Testing and Other Measures Bill 2021. It's in this House at the moment, Mr Speaker, and what that will do is ensure that disabled veterans will now have the same access to rent assistance as those Australians who receive it from Centrelink. And it addresses a key finding of the Tune review.
The Minister will resume his seat. The member for Clark.
Speaker, on relevance, the question goes to the issue of the erosion in real value of the TPI pension over 70 years, which I understand now is only about 60% of its value in real terms compared to its origin and intention.
The member for Clark has raised his point of order. It's not an opportunity to relitigate the question. The Minister will return to the question, please.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So I would urge all members of this House and also the other place to support this very important legislation next week and get it passed. In terms of issues relating to Maeve, they're a matter for the Treasurer, Mr Speaker, but if the member for Clark would like to come and discuss those issues with me or anyone from that side of the House, my door is always open. We'll even put the kettle on for you, member for Clark.
The member for Reid.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to our Treasurer. How is the Morrison government's well-established record of providing tax incentives and tax cuts to small family businesses, especially in my electorate of Reid, helping the Australian economy to generate more jobs for all Australians? And is our Treasurer aware of any alternative policies?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Reid for a question and acknowledge her experience in small business, also as a psychologist, and more than 13,000 businesses in the electorate of Reid are able to apply and benefit from our expanded instant asset write-off, including Jada's Cafe in Five Dock, which has used the expanded instant asset write-off to get a new kitchen. Now, Mr Speaker, there is a fundamental difference between the values that drive the economic policies put in place by this coalition of Liberals and Nationals and the values that drive the coalition on the other side between the Labor Party and the Greens. We believe in lower taxes for families, we believe in backing small business to grow, and we believe in encouraging the individual and their enterprise. And those policies include cutting taxes for small business. And we have cut the headline company tax rate for small business down to 25%, the lowest in 50 years, Mr Speaker, the lowest in 50 years. And we've also put in place the biggest investment incentives that Australia has seen. And those incentives are driving more investment in machinery and equipment across Australia and across businesses in Reid and other electorates represented in this side of the House. And today, in the ABS job data, the payroll jobs data for the last fortnight, we have seen an increase in jobs across the country, Mr Speaker. Jobs are now 3.9% higher than going into this pandemic. And jobs are now higher in every state and territory, Mr Speaker. The Australian economy is on the road to recovery. Now, I'm asked, are there any alternative approaches? Well, the 12th man of Australian politics, the person who brings out the drinks, the member for Rankin, Mr Speaker, he came, Mr Speaker, and gave a speech last night. It was an 11-page speech about himself. 11-page speech about himself. And he spoke about his credentials for the job. He described his experience as being unusual, if not unique. And what was his biggest credential for this job, Mr Speaker? Having worked for Wayne Swan, Mr Speaker. The Treasurer,
The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Yeah, Mr Speaker, on your first day in the chair, point of order on direct relevance. On your first day in the chair, you ruled that it was going to be in order for questions about alternative policies. What he's talking about now has nothing to do with policy.
It's alternative policies is the question. Alternative policies was the question. The Treasurer has the call, and I'd ask the Treasurer to remain relevant to the question.
Well, Mr Speaker, the member for Rankin has shown us what his alternative approach was. It was at the last election with $387 billion of higher taxes that he was the co-architect of, that he said he was proud and pleased of. Higher taxes on superannuation, higher taxes on housing, higher taxes on your income, higher taxes on family businesses that he wants to bring back. Only this side will deliver lower taxes for all Australians.
The member for Ballarat has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Is the reason the Prime Minister is blocking an anti-corruption commission to avoid scrutiny of the forging of documents to discredit the Lord Mayor of Sydney, the purchase of land in the Leppington Triangle at 10 times its value, a Cabinet Minister taking anonymous donations and the use of colour-coded spreadsheets to rort taxpayers' money?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government has a proposal for a Commonwealth Integrity Commission. Mr Speaker, the Labor Party do not support it. The government has funded nearly $150 million to support the establishment of a Commonwealth Integrity Commission. Mr Speaker, our proposed commission will investigate specified criminal corruption across the whole of the public sector, including parliamentarians and their staff. It will have two divisions. The Law Enforcement Integrity Division would have the same function as ACLI. The Public Sector Integrity Division would be able to investigate allegations of criminal conduct in the rest of the Commonwealth public sector, as well as higher education providers and research bodies that receive Commonwealth funding. Our proposed commission will have a full suite of powers to invest corrupt conduct, including to require people to give sworn evidence at hearings, to confiscate people's passports by court order, to search people's houses and seize their property under warrant, and to conduct a search of a person under warrant, and, where necessary, to tap phones and use other surveillance devices to investigate them. The Commonwealth Integrity Commission's proposal that we put forward and the Law Enforcement Integrity Division will be able to hold public hearings. Now, that's our proposal, Mr Speaker. Why don't the Labor Party support it? Why don't they support it, Mr Speaker? Why will they? This has been out for public consultation for a long time. Even the draft legislation is there before them, Mr Speaker, but they don't want a Commonwealth Integrity Commission. They want a Commonwealth Kangaroo Court, Mr Speaker. A kangaroo court, Mr Speaker, that can go and pry and pursue political vendettas, Mr Speaker, as we've seen in New South Wales, Mr Speaker, with the disgraceful treatment of the former Premier of New South Wales, Gladys Berejiklian, who was chased out of office before that even made a finding, Mr Speaker. Before even a finding. Now, the Leader of the Labor Party may support what was done to Gladys Berejiklian, Mr Speaker, but I do not.
The member for Higgins has the call. Order. Order. Order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer.
Will the Treasurer remind the House how the Morrison government's tax-cutting agenda will abolish an entire personal income tax bracket and how it has ensured small business tax rates as now at 50-year lows? How do measures like these strengthen our economic recovery, and is the Treasurer aware of any alternative approaches?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, jeez.
I'll hear the Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr. Speaker, previously, as I referred to in the previous point of order, you ruled that alternative policies were going to be allowed.
Yes.
This now doesn't refer to policy at all.
Yes.
It refers to simply approaches. And I'm trying to work out how this could possibly be within the responsibility of the minister, which is all that we're allowed to ask in terms of questions.
I'm going to allow the question. It is in order. My view is that the issue of the question of alternative approaches is a reasonable question, and I'll give the call to the Treasurer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the Labor Party doesn't want to hear the truth about their own policies, Mr. Speaker, and their own approaches. Now, I would like to thank the member for Higgins for her question, acknowledge her experience as a paediatrician, as a world-leading medical researcher, and as someone who supports small business across her electorate. More than 25,000 small businesses in the electorate of Higgins are eligible for the expanded instant asset write-off, like a local snap printing business that was able to buy a new printer, Mr. Speaker, and support their 4 employees with our new business investment incentives that we've announced in recent budgets. Now, Mr. Speaker, Australia has encountered the biggest economic shock since the Great Depression with COVID-19. We saw some forecasts last year that the unemployment rate could reach as high as 15%. That's more than 2 million Australians who are unemployed. And we know that the experience of previous recessions in the 1980s and the 1990s was a scarring of the labour market, where it took between 8 and 10 years to get the unemployment rate back to where it was before those recessions. Well, this time round, the experience of the Australian labour market and the experience of the Australian economy has been very different. Mr. Speaker, it took just over a year to get the unemployment rate back to where we were. And today the unemployment rate at 5.2% is lower than when we came to government. And we've seen today payroll jobs up, and we've seen across every state and territory in the Commonwealth jobs are now higher than when we were going into the pandemic. And one of the reasons is because of our policies to drive down taxes, for families by legislating to abolish a whole tax bracket, the 37 cents in the dollar tax bracket, and also putting in place a small business tax cut down to 25%, which ensures that small business taxes are now their lowest in 50 years. And this is helping to create jobs. Now, I'm asked, are there any alternative approaches? Well, we know that those opposite at the last election took $387 billion of higher taxes. Now, I know they're running around saying that their policies won't be identical to the last election. But I was surprised, maybe not so surprised, to read on the front page of The Australian on the September the 29th, the headline, and I read, "Jim Chalmers proposes Bill Shorten-era family trust tax hit," Mr. Speaker. A $27 billion hit on family businesses. They cry cockerel tears for small business. There's only one side of this House that supports the small business, and that's the Liberals and Nationals in this coalition.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm that this week 5 government senators voted for a One Nation bill on vaccines, 1 government member crossed the floor last night to vote against government legislation, and today another government member twice crossed the floor on a National Integrity Commission? Isn't it clear that the Morrison-Joyce government is a complete shambles?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has been in this place a very long time. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is obsessed by the games that go on in Canberra, Mr Speaker. He's totally obsessed about it. Absolutely obsessed about it, Mr Speaker. He's so focused about what's going on down here in Canberra, Mr Speaker, that what he can't hear, what he fails to hear, Mr Speaker, is what is going on around the rest of this country and where their focus is. Because where their focus is, Mr Speaker, is this. Their focus, Mr Speaker, is how is the economic recovery going to be secured, Mr Speaker, and that's what our government is focused on. Our government is focused on, Mr Speaker, ensuring that electricity prices have been coming down. Our government has been focused on making sure that we've got 217,000 apprentices in trade training, which is the highest level we have seen on record since they were kept in 1963. Mr Speaker, our government has been focused on the fact that we now have 1 million Australians who are working in manufacturing. Under Labor, 1 in 8 manufacturing jobs gone, Mr Speaker, gone. Absolutely gone. Our government is focusing on ensuring we have reliable and affordable energy. So we're building a gas-fired peaking plant up in Kurri Kurri, Mr Speaker, to ensure that the people of the Hunter Valley can have those jobs and support the heavy industries and keeping electricity prices down. And, Mr Speaker, the Labor Party is opposing it. Mr Speaker, our government is focusing on ensuring we're helping Australians get into home ownership. And 320,000 Australians, Mr Speaker, have been able to get into home ownership since I was elected as Prime Minister 3 years ago, Mr Speaker, on the basis of the policies that we've put into this place. Getting Australians into homes, getting electricity prices down, getting Australians into jobs, leading Australia through one of the worst pandemics we've seen in 100 years, Mr Speaker. One of the highest vaccination rates in the world, Mr Speaker. One of the strongest economies coming through, Mr Speaker, the pandemic, and of course one of the lowest fatality rates. And then there's the security issues we face in this region, which are going on even as we speak right now in our own region, Mr Speaker, where Australia has provided the strength, Mr Speaker, to stand up to those who would seek to coerce us, to stand with our allies and our partners, Mr Speaker, to gain access to the defence technology, which means we can have nuclear-powered submarines, Mr Speaker, which those opposite would never dare to even ask for, Mr Speaker, let alone understand why it was necessary, and have been quibbling over it ever since, Mr Speaker, even backing other overseas countries as they've attacked Australia's capability to perform on that front. Mr Speaker, it takes strength to be in this job, a strength that the Leader of the Opposition does not hold and does not understand.
Just before I call the member for Longman, I would just ask members, particularly on my left, to keep the level of interjections down. The member for Longman has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Will the Minister update the House on how the Morrison government is delivering the secure, affordable, reliable energy that families and businesses in my electorate of Longman rely on to reduce the pressure on their cost of living? Is the Minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Longman for his question. And as someone who was a small business owner before coming into this place, he knows the enormous importance of affordable, reliable power for small businesses, and he knows the key to delivering that affordable, reliable electricity is focusing on the customer, Mr Speaker, and that's exactly what we have been doing in recent years. Mr Speaker, we put in place the Big Stick legislation, and we subsequently saw, with those opposite opposed, Mr Speaker, and we subsequently saw 19 consecutive months of wholesale price reductions. 19 consecutive months of wholesale price reductions. We introduced a price cap on electricity prices for those who aren't able to shop around, Mr Speaker, and as a result of that, we saw prices come down by, on average, $780 for a household and over $3,100 for a small business, Mr Speaker. And we've seen gaps in the market that we've filled, Mr Speaker, 2,000 megawatts in Snowy 2, and of course over 650 megawatts at Kurri Kurri in the Hunter Valley that those opposite have opposed as well, Mr Speaker. Now, under our government, we've seen average wholesale prices, which make up over a third of an electricity bill, down more than 22% in the last 12 months and more than 63% in the last 2 years. And the ABS CPI data tells us that we've seen 11 consecutive quarters of retail price reductions, Mr Speaker, and today we see a report from the AEMC that tells us we can expect another 6% price reduction, retail price reduction, in the coming years, Mr Speaker. Now, this is all about putting customers ahead of other interests, but I am asked about alternative approaches. When those opposite were last in government, they put in place an alternative approach, Mr Speaker, and it saw a doubling of electricity prices. A doubling of electricity prices. Every quarter those opposite were in power, the price went up according to the ABS. Every quarter, Mr Speaker, every single quarter. They're opposing the job-creating investments in the Hunter Valley, Mr Speaker. They opposed many times over the big stick legislation, and there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, Mr Speaker, absolutely sure of: you will pay more for electricity under Labor than under this side of the parliament, Mr Speaker. We will always stand up for Australians ahead of other interests. Those opposite won't. We fight every day for a fair deal for Australians on electricity prices.
The Deputy Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm this week he has been forced to correct himself twice over the Hawaiian holiday he took while Australia burned, denied ridiculing electric cars despite saying they would, quote, end the weekend, and claimed he was not aware he had said Shanghai Sam 17 times? If the Prime Minister has no regard for what he said in the past, why should Australians have regard for what he's saying now?
The Prime Minister has...
Mr Speaker, the opposition are demonstrating once again, frankly, just how petty and small they are. Honestly, Mr Speaker, if you've got a small question to ask the opposition, because they only deal with small questions, Mr Speaker. If you've got a big question, about what's going to happen with the economy, how are we going to guarantee national security, Mr Speaker, how are you going to cut taxes, put pressure downward on cost of living and get electricity prices down, how are we going to get more people in trades training and ensure the 1 million people who are working in manufacturing are staying those jobs? Well, our government's got the answers to those, Mr Speaker. Those opposite think whinging and whining and sledging is a recipe for getting into government, Mr Speaker. But it's not. You've actually got to have policies, Mr Speaker. You've actually got to have plans. You can't just stand up every day and have a whinge and a whine and have a bit of a carry-on, Mr Speaker. And that's why we still don't know what their 2030 target is. We still don't know what all their tax policies are. And that's why we can only go on what they've done before. That's all we can go on, what they've done before. And what have they done before? $387 billion of higher taxes. They put a carbon tax on when they were last in government, Mr Speaker. They cut defence spending, Mr Speaker, to the lowest levels as a share of our economy since prior to the Second World War. They lost control of our borders, Mr Speaker. You want to talk about losing control? They lost control of our borders, Mr Speaker, and the Leader of the Opposition was front and centre when the weakness of that government was displayed.
Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Direct relevance. I'm struggling to work out how this is even remotely close to the question.
Well, the question was asked in a manner as to why should Australians listen to the Prime Minister now. That was the last question. The Prime Minister is entitled to respond that appropriately.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the other reason that I believe and know that Australians are listening is because this government knows how to stand up for their interests and stand up to those, Mr Speaker, who would seek to compromise their interests, Mr Speaker. I know and our government knows how to stand up to those countries not too far from here would seek to coerce us and interfere, Mr Speaker, in our country, in our universities, Mr Speaker, in our laws, and seek to affect us in trade and other forums, Mr Speaker. We know how to do that. We know how to call out action when it comes to human rights abuses overseas. We're not afraid to do that, Mr Speaker. We're not afraid to stand up to the bullies and the bigots and the bots, Mr Speaker, who get on social media and try to trawl those of religious faith, Mr Speaker. We're very happy to stand up to whether it's been the big banks, the big energy companies, the multinationals, the big digital platforms, when we've had to take them on, and we have, Mr Speaker. I tell you what, Mr Speaker, we've also been prepared to stand up to the organised criminal gangs, Mr Speaker, and take them down. We've stood up to the people smugglers, Mr Speaker, and we'll stand up to all of those who seek to compromise the interests and the affairs and best interests of our nation, Mr Speaker. It takes strength to lead this country, Mr Speaker, a strength the Leader of the Labor Party does not possess in his very—
expired. Prime Minister will resume his seat, and I give the call to the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer, Minister for Housing, Minister for Homelessness, Social and Community Housing. Will the Minister please update the House on how the Morrison government's housing policies have supported Australians into home ownership and how they are playing a key role in Australia's economic recovery? And is the Minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Assistant Treasurer, Minister for Housing, Minister for Homelessness, Social and Community Housing has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Robertson for her question. She has had an enduring commitment and dedication to home ownership, to aspiration and to first home buyers, as does our Prime Minister. And at the last election, Mr Speaker, there was a real choice for Australians. On one hand, first home buyer, a focus on first home buyers, aspiration. On the other hand, with the Labor Party, we had politics of envy and really no strategy for home ownership. Now, Mr Speaker, since the last election, the government has put in place a number of programs to support first home buyers, to support the residential construction industry and to support home ownership. Whether that be the Home Builder program, $25,000 grants to encourage people, to help people purchase a new home. Whether it's our home guarantee schemes, which include the First Home Loan Deposit Scheme, which has helped first home buyers purchase a home with a deposit of as little as 5%, or our Family Home Guarantee, which we announced in the budget, which is assisting single parents, predominantly single mothers, purchase a home with a deposit of 2%, or the First Home Super Saver Scheme, which helps first home buyers accelerate their savings, because we know getting the deposit together is the hardest part of purchasing a home. Now, Mr Speaker, this week we released data that is very encouraging. It shows that amongst those 4 programs since the last election, 320,000 Australians are in a home today directly because of one of those programs put in place by our Prime Minister and this government. 320,000 Australians. That means, Mr Speaker, for every single person in this chamber today, you will have, on average, more than 2,000 people in your electorate who are in a home thanks to the Morrison government. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about alternative policies or alternative approaches. And, Mr Speaker, very disappointingly, we didn't get much help from the Labor Party during the pandemic, and the Home Builder program was a prime example of that. We have had 135,000 home builder projects, 135,000, and it was opposed by the Labor Party. The home builder program was opposed by the Labor Party.
The Assistant Treasurer will resume his seat for one moment. The member for Lawler is warned. The Assistant Treasurer has the call.
Well, Labor's very touchy about their record on this because they opposed the home builder program and criticised it every single day. And 135,000 projects have been confirmed under the home builder program. More than 250,000 Australians are in a home with the help of the home builder program, and the Labor Party opposed it. And the Leader of the Opposition, in remarks related to home builder, said it was funding pearl taps and gold baths. Well, I can tell the Leader of the Opposition it's helped first home buyers get into a home.
The member for Sydney has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister says he cares about university research, but he abandoned universities during COVID, leading to 40,000 job losses, including 7,000 researchers. Research centres closed, including, unbelievably, the National Flood Research Centre in Lismore. Why does the Prime Minister say he cares about university research when he obviously doesn't?
The Minister for Education has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Shadow Minister for her question. And I believe actually this is the first education question that she has asked since November last year. That's how much she cares about education in this place. The very first question asked of the Prime Minister or myself in relation to education all year. Now, in relation to university policy, Mr. Speaker, as the Shadow Minister would know, we've put an additional $1 billion of money into university research during the pandemic. And just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we announced $242 million of extra funding, just yesterday, for trailblazing universities who want to commercialise their research. Mr. Speaker, of course, on top of that, we've added an additional 100,000 university places, which of course provide opportunities for Australians, but additionally support the university sector as well. And so then when you look at the numbers, and you can go to the numbers, and I encourage the Shadow Minister to do that, you look at 2019 and the university sector received $17.3 billion from the Commonwealth. In 2021, it was $20.4 billion, Mr. Speaker. We have been there to support those academics. We've been there to support the research. We've been there to create further opportunities for Australian students, and there has never been more opportunities for Australian students than there are today. And so many of those courses are cheaper under us as well, Mr. Speaker, particularly those courses which lead into a job. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister announced further policy to support the university sector and translate their great ideas into commercial products, and they know that we are backing them.
The member for McKellar has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Will the Minister please update the House on how the Morrison government is ensuring our intelligence and law enforcement agencies have the resources they need to counter the threat of ideologically motivated violent extremism and keep all Australians safe?
The Minister for Home Affairs has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Our government strongly condemns anyone who incites violence and hatred, no matter what their motivation may be. Our law enforcement agencies target criminal activity, regardless of an individual's ideology or their background, and they won't hesitate to bring the full force, the full weight of the law on any individual or any group that actively threatens the safety of others. Mr. Speaker, we know that ideologically motivated violent extremism, in particular nationalist and racist violent extremism, comprises around 50% of ASIO's priority onshore counter-terrorism caseload. Now, this sort of extremism has been in ASIO sites for many, many years, and it has maintained continuous and dedicated resources to this area. Now, last year alone, 3 nationalist and racist violent extremists were charged with terrorism offences, and one individual, Philip Galea, was sentenced to 12 years imprisonment following his conviction for terrorism offences. Now, let me be clear. There is absolutely no place in Australia for those views, and there never will be. When the Coalition came to government, no ideologically motivated groups were listed as terrorist organisations. We changed that. We listed Sonnenkrieg Division. And yesterday I announced our intention to list the Base, another disgusting and abhorrent neo-Nazi group. And I was frankly disappointed that others who should know better seemed almost dismissive of this action because it is a predominantly overseas-based group. This shows a very serious and dangerous misunderstanding of the way these groups operate and the threat that they represent to us here in Australia. We know this is a global problem, and our goal is to stop Australians being recruited to these evil causes.
Member for Chifley.
We've seen that threat so close to our shores with the horrific Christchurch terrorist attack, and we as a government acted very quickly, very swiftly, as a founding member of the Christchurch Call to Action to establish the Task Force to Combat Terrorism and Extreme Violent Material Online. The Morrison government is always going to focus on protecting Australians and our way of life here. We will always focus on keeping Australians safe and secure, because serious issues like the safety and security of Australians are what we all should be focused on in this place. These are the serious issues that Australians expect their parliament to focus on, and they expect everyone in this place to be focused on.
Order. The member for Maribyrnong has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and congratulations on your election.
Thank you.
My question's to the Prime Minister. Eligibility for the National Disability Insurance Scheme requires that a person have a profound and severe lifelong disability. But today, on the front page of The Australian, his NDIS minister says that the scheme was never intended to function as a welfare scheme for life. Does the Prime Minister agree with his minister that Australians living with a lifetime of profound and severe disability should expect a lifetime of NDIS support?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The member may not be aware, but that reference in that article has actually been withdrawn by the Australian because, as the minister was able to establish, that's what I'm advised, that that statement was not made about referencing welfare, Mr Speaker. So he may not be aware of that, and so I can understand why he would ask that question on that basis, because I don't believe that the NDIS is welfare. I do believe the NDIS, Mr Speaker, is provided to ensure people with permanent disability have, as much as we possibly can, the same opportunities as other Australians do. Mr Speaker, I have been a supporter of this initiative from the outset. I have supported it, Mr Speaker, in opposition when it was brought forward by those opposite when they were in government. I have supported it as a social services minister. I have supported it as a treasurer, and I have supported it as a Prime Minister. And, Mr Speaker, I support it because it provides—
Prime Minister will resume his seat. On a point of order, member for Maribyrnong.
Just on relevance, I just checked the updated Australian reference, and the updated Australian reference says the minister did call it welfare. The Prime Minister is saying it's not welfare. Who's right, you or your minister?
Well, this is not an opportunity to ask a supplementary question, but the point of order is on a point of relevance. The Prime Minister is being relevant. The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker.
Order.
In the previous article, just to assist the member, the statement "welfare scheme for life" was put in inverted commas, i.e. to indicate a quote. A quote. That is not in the updated document, Mr Speaker. There is no quote marks in relation to that statement. There is no quote marks in relation to that statement, and so the suggestion that the member has made based on this is incorrect. But, Mr Speaker, regardless, let me be very clear. Let me be very clear, Mr Speaker. The NDIS
the Prime Minister will just
is not
resume his
welfare.
seat for a moment. Please, the Prime Minister will just resume his seat for a moment. The level of interjections is too high on my left. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, the NDIS is not welfare. I've never believed it is, and I never will. And I've supported every single day. I've been here as it's been brought into this chamber many years ago by those opposite, and I believe it should be a matter of bipartisan support continuing as it was when it was introduced, Mr Speaker, as it was when it is introduced. And that is certainly the approach I have taken in opposition and in government as a minister, a treasurer and a Prime Minister, Mr Speaker, and I will continue to. It is providing Australians with disabilities with opportunities that, when they were growing up, people of our generation would never have dreamed of. And I think that says marvellous things about our country. It is a very demanding scheme in terms of its fiscal cost. And Australians are bearing that cost, and we will continue to, Mr Speaker. And we need to ensure that it's run efficiently, and we need to ensure that it isn't subject, Mr Speaker, to any form of abuse, because by protecting it against abuse, we are protecting the people who it's intended to support. So, Mr Speaker, let there be no doubt that our government, my government, Mr Speaker, believes in the NDIS and we've demonstrated that by fully funding it every single day, and we will continue to.
The member for Leichhardt has the call.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment, Workforce, Skills, Small and Family Business. Will the Minister update the House on how the Morrison government is acting to strengthen Australian small and family businesses and to create jobs as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic?
The Minister for Employment, Workforce, Skills, Small and Family Business has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Leichhardt for his question and his hard work in supporting 14,000 small and medium businesses in his electorate. He's a man who knows how to operate small businesses, having proudly been involved in a crocodile farm in a former life. The member is indeed the King of the North for the parochial and hard-working stand he takes in defending the North. So, Mr Speaker, it's a pleasure to be able to address the House and update the House on not just the green shoots that are growing up in the North because of the hard work of the member up there, but about what happens when we stick to the national plan. We see tourists coming back into cafes in Cairns as well as consumption across the country. In fact, I was recently up in the members' electorate speaking to the members' small businesses, and the message was consistent. Stick to the national plan so that those down south can get up north. Mr Speaker, this government has stood shoulder to shoulder with small businesses across the country during the pandemic, and it's because we know collectively that small business is a big deal, and this side of the House wants to make small businesses bigger. There's over 3.5 million small and family businesses across our great country. They're over 99% of total businesses, and they employ almost half of all Australians, which is why the Morrison government has put in place the largest fiscal supports in history during this pandemic to get Australia's small businesses through. Over $291 billion in direct economic support through key initiatives that impact small business, JobKeeper payments to support employers retain their employees, boosting cash flow measures, the Small and Medium Enterprise Guarantee Scheme, the extension of the instant asset write-off, extended and accelerated income support, early release of super and tax support, and of course for small businesses we've reduced tax from 30% to 25%. And I'm pleased, Mr Speaker, to report to the House and to the member for Leichhardt that the economic plan of the Morrison government is working, jobs are roaring back, and there has never been a better time for Australians to get a job and for Australian small businesses to hire Australians. The Internet Vacancy Index, put out monthly by the National Skills Commission, shows a 7.8% increase last month of number of jobs available. The IVE, the Internet Vacancy Index, has 250,000 jobs, a 13-year high, and there's been 2.64 million jobs advertised over the last 12 months. Australian small businesses, Mr Speaker, know who's got their back, they know they have a choice, and they know the Morrison government will stump for them every single time.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The report of the independent review into Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces by the Australian Human Rights Commission is due next week. To ensure that there is no delay in any action required to make Parliament a safer place to work, will the Prime Minister commit to releasing the report in Parliament on the day in which he receives it?
The Prime Minister has a call.
Consider the report. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Of course the government will consider a report and then we will table it in the normal way that we consider any reports, Mr Speaker. And, Mr Speaker, what I am pleased to say, though, over the course of this year, we have worked very closely with Kate Jenkins, Mr Speaker, and I thank her for the work that she's done. I also thank the Finance Minister, Mr Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order
yes,
is
Mr. Speaker,
15 seconds into the question.
Yeah, but the Prime Minister went to, in his answer, went to essentially no. This has been a bipartisan process under Commissioner Jenkins, and we're asking if it will be tabled here.
The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Opposition, on a point of order. On the point of order, is it a point of order of relevance? So the Prime Minister is being entirely relevant. The question was in relation to whether, I'm assuming the Leader of the Opposition was asking about the releasing on the day, and the Prime Minister indicated that it would be released, and the Prime Minister is only 40 seconds into his question. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, I said we would consider the report and then we would release it, Mr Speaker. The government, in these occasions, always. And Mr Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition may be seeking to try and politicise this again, Mr Speaker, in seeking to try and score political points in all the games he's seeking to play in Canberra this week, Mr Speaker. I'm not going to be distracted by the political games of a lifetime politician in the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker, who is so focused on the issues, Mr Speaker, and the games that are played here, Mr Speaker. The issue that is raised in the question, though, is a serious one, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat on a... The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr. It is a serious one, and the government has been considering it seriously from day one, and we have taken action from day one, Mr Speaker. The work that is done through the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, the establishment of the new counselling procedures and the 24/7 call line, the establishment of the independence complaint process, Mr Speaker, a critical part of what was necessary to keep people who are working in this building safe, in whichever role they work, Mr Speaker. We've been taking action and we've been putting in place a much improved environment in this place. And I look forward to receiving the Jenkins review, and I look forward to us working together to take further action on it, Mr Speaker. And I think that will be important, and when we receive that review, we'll make a decision about its release, as we do with every single report, Mr Speaker. But I would ask the opposition, if you want to work with us on this, then don't play political games in this place with it.
The member for Lindsay has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Environment, representing the Minister for Women. As today is International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, will the Minister advise the House on measures the Morrison government is taking to address this critical issue?
The Minister representing the Minister for the Environment, representing the Minister for Women. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for her question and commend her on her outstanding work with women's leadership, something she has a history in internationally in her electorate of Lindsay. Today is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, a day to take stock of the challenge we face and remember those we've lost to this insidious cause. As Kofi Annan said, violence against women is perhaps the most shameful human rights violation and is perhaps the most pervasive. It knows no boundaries of geography, culture or wealth. As long as it continues, we cannot claim to be making real progress towards equality, development and peace. Globally, 1 in 3 women aged 15 or older have experienced sexual or physical violence, and 137 women are killed by a member of their family every single day. Closer to home, 68% of women in the Pacific have experienced violence by an intimate partner. In Australia, a woman is killed by a partner every 11 days, and 1 in 5 women over the age of 15 has experienced sexual violence. Mr Speaker, family, domestic and sexual violence is everybody's business, and it's exceptionally important that we particularly listen this day to the voices of First Nations women and girls in this process. That's why today the government has announced, in conjunction with a number of incredibly strong Indigenous women, our support for the Wiani Yudungani National Summit to amplify the voices of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and girls. These voices need to be heard to make sure that we have a dedicated action plan for Indigenous women and girls. Their leadership at local level is so important, their empowerment to provide that national platform for healing intergenerational trauma. And this is an area where there is just so much more to do. Our surveys indicate that 1 in 7 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women had experienced physical violence in the past 12 months. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women are 32 times more likely to be hospitalised as a result of that violence than are non-Indigenous women. We are taking a leadership role. That was why yesterday we committed to establishing a Domestic Violence Commission and Commissioner. There is, as I always say in this area, much work to do as we recognise and respect those who do that work on the front line every single day, not just today. This government and this parliament are resolute in the aim of stopping violence against women and children. We're not there yet, but we will continue to do everything we can to get there.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Yes, Mr Speaker, just briefly, I associate myself with the comments, I think, of all Australians who want to see the scourge of domestic violence stamped out in this country. It is a stain on our nation, and the fact that one woman will die on average every week, and the fact that every single night women and children are turned away from refuges.
Thank the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is again to the Prime Minister, and I refer to the Jenkins Review into Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces by the Australian Human Rights Commission. Isn't it the case, Prime Minister, that both sides, and indeed all of the parliament, participated constructively in that review? Isn't it also the case that the best way to ensure these issues are not politicised is by being transparent and tabling the report when it is received by the government next week?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Ask the Special Minister of State also to add to the answer. But, Mr Speaker, as I have just said to the opposition, we have worked together on these issues, and we will continue to work together on good faith on these issues, Mr Speaker. And the government will receive the report and consider it, and then it will release it. That is the way these matters are held, and we will do that process in good faith, Mr Speaker. We will do that if the government, if the opposition is trying to accuse the government of bad faith on this, Mr Speaker, then they can do that. But I don't think that would be constructive. What I've said is we'll continue to engage in this matter in good faith. We will receive the report, we'll consider it, and we'll release it, Mr Speaker. And once we receive that report, we'll be in a position to advise the House further. But the Special Minister of State may wish to add to the answer.
The Special Minister of State has the call.
Thank you, Mr President. Congratulations on your election. Sorry, Mr Speaker. Sorry. Can I just say to the House that we all have a responsibility as members of Parliament to our workplace and to our staff, that this has been a very important piece of work done by Kate Jenkins. It does deserve to be above politics. It is the government's intention to work with the opposition and with the Leader of the Opposition in relation to the implementation of this report. I don't believe that this is a matter that we should be debating in question time today. The Leader of the Opposition is quite right if you'd like to ask questions here. But there has been never an indication from the government that we would do anything other than seek to work with all members of Parliament, including the crossbench, including other minor parties, and with the Leader of the Opposition and the Labor Party in relation to this very, very important piece of work. I'd like to thank all of those members of Parliament that have participated in the Jenkins Review, to thank also all of those staff members that we owe it to provide the best possible workplace here in this Parliament. We owe it to those staff, we owe it to each other to make sure that we do provide that best possible workplace. And how this government deals with this review, once it's received, at this point, given that it's a Human Rights Commission review, I can't tell you what time of day it will be received by the government. But it is the government's intention to ensure that we put the politics of this behind us, that we focus working cooperatively with all members of Parliament, including the Leader of the Opposition, to make sure we do our duty to provide the best possible workplace for our staff, and we will engage further with the Leader of the Opposition, with leaders of other parties and with the crossbench in relation to this review once it has been received by the government. But a suggestion that the government would sit on this review, a suggestion that we would withhold this review is something that I would like to make very clear to all members is not something that this government is entertaining at all.
The Minister has completed his answer. The member for Menzies has the floor.
Mr Speaker, I asked the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel if he would update the House on how the Morrison government is ensuring that Australian veterans continue to receive the crucial financial support that they deserve.
The Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Menzies for his question. He is, of course, a former Minister for Defence.
and he has served his electorate, he has served this parliament, and he has served our nation with distinction. And I want to thank him for that and for his ongoing advocacy for veterans. Mr. Speaker, our country asks a lot of those who serve and those who have served our nation in uniform, and we also ask a lot of their families. And so the least that we can do in return, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that they have the best possible care, treatment and support that our country can provide. That's why this year we're investing $11.7 billion to support 336,000 veterans and their families with care and support, including free mental health care for life. But the work for veteran welfare can never cease, and that's why this week the Assistant Treasurer and I have announced that we're going to pass legislation to ensure that vulnerable veterans affected by the federal court decision known as Douglas will not suffer those adverse effects, and that they won't have extra tax taken out of their fortnightly invalidity pensions, up to $100 per fortnight, that they won't be hit by back tax, and that could affect up to 7,000 veterans, Mr. Speaker. We're also going to ensure that those veterans who've had a win and a benefit under Douglas will keep that benefit. Ultimately, this is about ensuring that there's more money going into the pockets of vulnerable veterans, and we'll be working closely with stakeholders to ensure that we can get that legislation right and get it through the House next year. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will begin with a ceremonial sitting in Brisbane. And over the coming months, Mr. Speaker, the nation will hear evidence which is very traumatic and very tragic, but, Mr. Speaker, they are stories that our nation has to hear. And it is my hope, and indeed our hope, that this Royal Commission can be a catalyst for positive change in the treatment of our ADF personnel, veterans and also their families. But I just want to let anyone associated with the Royal Commission or who is following it know that there is support and care and counselling available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for those who need it. ADF personnel, veterans and their families. They can call Open Arms on 1800 011 046, or for those who want to make contact anonymously, they can call Safe Zone Support on 1800 142 072, and I would encourage anyone who feels in need of that support to reach out, because it is there and we are there for them, Mr. Speaker.
Well said. Well done.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Just before honourable members leave the chamber, there are a number of matters I'd like to raise. I won't keep the House too long. The first is in relation to the suspension motion that was moved today by the member for Indi. I'm going to just make an explanation as to what's happened. Over the most of the last 2 years, the House has adopted different formulations of certain questions on motions as they are put to a vote. The different formulations have been adopted as a means of reducing movement across the chamber and thereby reducing risks associated with COVID-19. In relation to motions to suspend standing orders, because of the current formulation of the question, in the overwhelming majority of cases, those questions are decided for the ayes, in favour of the question, that the motion to suspend standing orders be disagreed to. Earlier today, the member for Indi moved a motion to suspend standing orders. Following debate on the suspension motion, the initial question was decided for the noes, that is, disagreeing to the question, that the motion to suspend standing orders be disagreed to. A second decision was needed on a differently formulated question, simply because a decision against a proposal to disagree to a motion is not the same as a decision in favour of a motion. The second question enabled a vote on whether the suspension motion should be agreed to, which is the question under Standing Order 47C. That requires an absolute majority in order for it to be carried. If members thought this was unusual, they are correct, as there is usually no need for a second question because of the result of the initial question. I regret if members were concerned about having to change sides of the chamber to vote, given the COVID safety arrangements the House has been operating under. On the other hand, this one exception in almost 2 years highlights just how successful the arrangements have been. I have another matter, and that is in relation to the matter of privilege that was raised by the Manager of Opposition Business on Tuesday. That is, the Manager of Opposition Business raised as a matter of privilege whether the member for Pearce had failed to comply with the resolution of the House regarding the registration of members' interests such as would constitute a contempt of the House. Having previously raised this matter on the 18th of October, the Manager of Opposition Business stated that new information had come to light by way of an interview on Tuesday morning given by the member for Casey, the former Speaker, which might cause the House to reconsider the matter being referred to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. I've considered the statement carefully by the Manager of Opposition Business, and I've carefully reviewed the documents which he provided. The interview with the member for Casey he referred to, in my view, does not reveal new information relating to the substance of the matter of privilege raised. Order. Accordingly, as the House has recently decided not to refer the matter to the committee, and in the absence of new information of substance to the matter, nothing has been raised with me that would cause me to support priority being given over other business to a motion for referral of the same matter to the committee. That's all I have. Thank you. The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Can I have that? Yeah. Thanks. I present the Auditor-General's Performance Audit Report number 10 of 2021-22 entitled Administration of the Research and Development Tax Incentive, Industry Innovation and Science Australia, Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, the Australian Tax Office. Thanks. I've received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely that the government failing to act in the interests of Australians. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their place, and I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Watching this Prime Minister try to navigate his way through Parliament this week reminded me of a Malcolm Tucker quote. This is like a clown running across a minefield, because the fleas are jumping off this dog of a government. The Prime Minister, when he took over and knocked off Malcolm Turnbull as Prime Minister, he described the coalition as a Muppet show. Well, he is now the Muppet in chief. And we know that the theme song of the Muppet Show says this: it's like a kind of torture to have to watch the show. And indeed it is, Mr Speaker, indeed it is. Today we saw on the National Anti-Corruption Commission a government lose not one but two votes on the floor of the Parliament. And then when we asked about that in question time, he said it's our fault. It's our fault that they haven't introduced legislation on a National Integrity Commission that they said they would more than 1,000 days ago. We've seen on the Religious Discrimination Bill, which should be above politics, no attempt to reach out to the opposition, and I thought that was a bit rough. But then I found out they didn't even give it to their own party room before they debated it. So perhaps we shouldn't be so sensitive. Of course, then we have the net zero by 2050 vibe that they've adopted. They can't legislate it. Apparently no one's told them that what we debate in this place is legislation. Apparently it's bad. And then, of course, they have the target that Tony Abbott established of 26 to 28 that he established in 2015 for 2030. Now, even though they say they're going to reach 30 to 35, they can't change it because the Nats won't let them and half their own party room won't let them. And then, so the Prime Minister goes to Glasgow. That all went well, that international trip. And so he goes to Glasgow after the debacle in Rome. He gave an empty speech to an empty room. Then he left. Australia signed up to going to next year's Conference of the Parties on Climate Change with a higher target. Australia signed up to that. Yep. And then they put out a statement the same day saying they wouldn't do that. Nothing to see here.
Just kidding.
Then, of course, we get to the issue of vaccines, and that's where it gets really ugly. We had 5 senators cross the floor to vote for a one-nation position, and we have a Prime Minister who's been saying, oh, people should be able to get a cup of coffee in Brisbane without showing their vaccination certificate, without seemingly being aware that the same provisions apply in Sydney. And then, of course, we had the protests, an area where we need leadership. And the Prime Minister's response was part dog's breakfast, part dog whistle. That was his response. Out there refusing to unequivocally do what a leader was required to do when gallows appear outside of a parliament and where people are threatening to murder members of parliament. So after 2 years of disruption, Australians need to put the pandemic behind us. We all agree with that. And we also agree that we wouldn't have had the recent restrictions if this government had done its job and secured vaccines and secured quarantine. But the best way to do this is to put this government behind us. That's what Australians are increasingly coming to terms with, that this is a government seeking a second decade in office who don't have an agenda for today, let alone an agenda for tomorrow. Now, perhaps the rebels in the government have a point, because no matter what position they take, if they wait long enough, it'll be the government's position. Because Scott Morrison has a different position last week and last month and last year from what he has today. The Prime Minister has the consistency of mercury, dense, shiny, slippery, toxic, and will change shape according to any situation. A Prime Minister who has no regard for what he himself said yesterday should be given no regard for what he says today. He said we're at the front of the queue and we weren't. He said it wasn't a race and we know that it was. He said electric vehicles would end the weekend. He said he supported Clive Palmer challenging border restrictions. He said Shanghai Sam 17 times and then denies it. On Monday, he said he texted me that he was going to Hawaii. Then he doubled down. Then an hour later he had to stand at the dispatch box and say, no, I didn't. No, I didn't, when he realised that maybe there was a bit of evidence there, because he should be aware about text messages because he's party to leaking them, of course, as we know, of world leaders, and thinks that that is the way in which you secure relationships on the international stage. But the fact is that when I receive a text message from someone, like all decent people of integrity, I keep them private. The only reason why anyone knows there was any text message at all is because he went on 2GB live from Hawaii and told people, once again setting a precedent for the Macron incident. But of course the PM did then return and he went to Cobargo, where he falsely claimed he had a long conversation with Zoe Salucci, which wasn't true. We recall the dreadful messages of the guy who tells us he supports choice, forcing people to shake his hand. Well, I say this. I've never had to force anyone to shake my hand. My mum had a great saying, you can lock your door from a thief, but you can't from a liar. This government is so focused on the photo op, there's never a follow-up. It's all smoke and mirrors. They're incapable of imagining a better future, let alone creating one. They act like an opposition in exile sitting on the government benches. Well, we on this side have a plan to build back stronger after COVID. Our National Reconstruction Fund to support the transformation of existing industries and new industries. Our plan to make Australia a renewable energy superpower. Cleaner energy and cheaper energy that will enable us to build things here and rebuild. Advanced manufacturing, to build manufacturing in areas like trains, defence, agriculture. Our 10-point Buy Australian plan. Our fixing of the national broadband network. This mob that say they support technology are the same mob that thought they should replace the fibre rollout with copper. It says it all about them. And we'll train Australians for those jobs by creating Jobs and Skills Australia, supporting TAFE, supporting new infrastructure by having a fair income infrastructure Australia, not one that's just a place in which you appoint mates. And for all of the jobs that we'll create secure work. This week we've introduced the Same Job, Same Pay legislation. We have a range of other measures to close the gender pay gap, to fix casualisation, to look after people in the gig economy. We want no one held back and no one left behind. We will advance the universal provision of affordable childcare. We will protect and defend Medicare as the key organisation behind our health system. We will fix aged care, which has been the subject of neglect by those opposite. We'll address issues like gender inequity in this country, including through women's safety, with 500 new community workers that we announced this week and a family, domestic and sexual violence commissioner. But we'll also make sure that women can't just be turned away in the way that they are en masse from housing when they're fleeing violence. We will allocate 4,000 of our Housing Future Fund for women and children escaping domestic violence. But we'll also talk about what sort of nation we want into the future. A nation where we actually work together, a nation where we promote unity, a nation where we take people on that journey, where we stop trying to divide. This Prime Minister sees every issue as an opportunity to divide Australians. Even when I just asked about the report into safety in the workplace that is this parliament, he sought to divide. I just want a copy of the report and to make sure that all the parliamentarians who participated get access to it. But we'll talk about what sort of Australia we want. And the Australia that I want is one that recognises the great privilege we have of living with the oldest continuous civilisation on earth here, First Nations people. And that's why we'll implement the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full, including a voice to Parliament that is recognised in our Constitution, something that hasn't been advanced by those opposite, like the National Integrity Commission and so many other things they promised at the last election. It's always just about the announcement and never about the delivery for a Prime Minister who is just not up to the job.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I've been involved in politics for just over a decade. And in that time—
Members on my left will leave the chamber quietly.
And in that time, Deputy Speaker, I've seen many things, some good, some bad. But you know what I see at the moment, Deputy Speaker, from that side of the House? I see arrogance, Deputy Speaker. I see the arrogance of an opposition that thinks that they are just going to walk into the Treasury benches and take control. Who can forget, in the lead-up to the last federal election, it was the then opposition leader, the member for Maribyrnong, who sidled up to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Remember that, Deputy Speaker? You may recall it. And they were at a charity run, and he sidled up to the former Governor of California and informed him that he was going to be the next Prime Minister of Australia. And you could tell the look on Mr Schwarzenegger's face that he was shocked by that revelation. I felt that I could hear him thinking, "Oh my Lord, I feel sorry for Australia if that is their fate." And indeed, it wasn't to be the fate of Australia, because the then Leader of the Opposition's hopes and dreams were terminated The Australian people terminated those dreams and their agenda of higher taxes and higher regulation at that election. And I see the same arrogance creeping into the debate in this House in these days and indeed in the last few weeks and months. Who could forget the portrait, "We are ready to govern"? It's the same thing. They think that it is their entitlement to waltz into those Treasury benches, that they don't have to submit any policies, any meaningful policies to the Australian people, and that they are just going to be able to tax their way into whatever they want when they get into government. Well, the Australian people may yet have something to say about that, Mr Speaker. Just as the Terminator gave the member for Maribyrnong that sideways look, I suspect that the Australian people are still going to have a big say in what happens to the fate of the Leader of the Opposition. Because the reality is, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this government has delivered for the people of Australia at a time when we have faced some of the biggest challenges we've ever had, our biggest challenges outside of wartime, Deputy Speaker. In terms of COVID, we have an enviable reputation. We've led the world in both our COVID response and our COVID recovery. More than 85% of the population eligible are fully vaccinated, Mr Speaker. We have been on the front foot to get the vaccines rolled out. Who could forget the great effort that was COVID Assist with the men and women of our Australian Defence Force? They're on the ground all over our nation. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, they were everywhere in central or western New South Wales and indeed western New South Wales. And I think that when the history of this pandemic is written and people look back about what happened in not only western New South Wales but right around Australia, they will say it's those ADF pop-up clinics that turned the corner in so many communities, that got our communities vaccinated, that got the vaccine rollout turbocharged. And we will forever be grateful to those men and women of the ADF. But it was this government, Deputy Speaker, it was this government that made sure that that rollout happened. Our men and women of the ADF were on the ground to support our communities when they were at their most vulnerable. And who could forget, Deputy Speaker, who could forget in those dark days that we had in the early days of COVID when we saw lines snaking around Centrelink? I never thought I would see it. I never thought I would. And my office is opposite our local Centrelink office in Orange. And I couldn't believe the numbers of people, in particular the young people, who were standing outside with looks of worry and distress and anguish on their faces. And then along came JobKeeper, Mr Deputy Speaker, that helped keep 3.8 million Australians in work. JobKeeper, let's call it for what it is. It saved the Australian economy from obliteration. JobKeeper saved the Australian economy from destruction. There can be no argument about that. But, you know, one of the things that I often get when I talk to my communities about JobKeeper and the economic impacts, there's a great deal of gratitude and goodwill for what the Australian government achieved in terms of the COVID-19 response. But equally, I also get many people saying to me, "Boy, I'm glad the other side weren't in charge when we went through this." And isn't that the truth, Deputy Speaker? Amen to that. So many business people, so many individuals who have shown gratitude, they know what's happening out there, and they are grateful that we were able together to get through it. There's been a lot of pain, there's been a lot of suffering, there's been a lot of heartache on the way through. But we have come through this and we are getting through this, and the Australian government has been there with them every step of the way, not only through examples like the men and women of the ADF there on the ground, but also through our world-beating economic response, Mr Deputy Speaker. If you look at what's happening in housing, over 130,000 home builder applications, generating $30 billion of activity, and new house starts are the highest in 20 years. We've delivered the first home loan deposit scheme. Apprentices, we've delivered new wage subsidies for 170,000 apprentices on top of the 100,000 already supported, many of them young Australians finding their way in the workforce. We were there for them. Job Trainer provided funding to support 450,000 places, Deputy Speaker. And let's talk about defence, Deputy Speaker, and who is best placed to look after Australia's security, both now and into the future. Deputy Speaker, the new AUKUS partnership is a watershed, a momentous announcement in terms of our alliance partnerships. And the announcement on the nuclear-propelled submarines is also equally momentous. It will give Australia the best available technology, and wherever I have gone in my communities, that is widely acknowledged and widely accepted, Deputy Speaker. It's very important to have cutting-edge technology in defence. You look back into the days leading up to the Second World War, and it is true that many of our democracies were not prepared. That's the cold, hard truth. They were not prepared. But Britain had one piece of cutting-edge technology in its favour in those dark days, and that was the Spitfire. And that's what saved Britain, and that's what kept Britain and her allies in the war. And it was just Australia and the like-minded democracies that stood up against tyranny. So we have to be prepared, Deputy Speaker, and that's what AUKUS is all about, and that's what this investment in the latest submarine technology is all about, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, so many more areas of Australian life have been supported by us, not only through COVID, but through many different facets. We've invested $125.7 billion in Medicare over the forward estimates, and that's an increase of over $6 billion since last year's budget. And this is up 58% from when the opposition were last in government. 58% increase, Deputy Speaker. We've announced more than $36 million in innovative medical product manufacturing projects to keep Australians safe from COVID-19. We've extended telehealth consultations. That's been a game changer for regional Australia, Deputy Speaker. We've waived childcare gap fees for parents, supporting working parents, keeping their children in childcare, and when they've had to keep their children at home due to the current COVID-19 restrictions. We've been supporting not only childcare centres but families as well. We have delivered disaster funding, including up in those parts of Australia, in Western Australia, that have been hit by cyclones. We have supported our veterans, Deputy Speaker, and I mentioned in the House today the important work in supporting our veteran community. And we are immensely proud of our veterans, Deputy Speaker, and rightly so. But the work to support veterans and their welfare never ends and it never ceases. And today in question time, Deputy Speaker, I drew the attention to the fact that the government spends $11.7 billion per annum on supporting the 336,000 veterans and their families, including free mental health care for life. But it doesn't cease. It doesn't end. It is an ongoing piece of national work, and it is very important that we keep it going, and that's exactly what we are doing. We're also supporting Australian manufacturers with $800 million in funding to encourage collaboration on major job-creating projects as part of the $1.5 billion modern manufacturing strategy. We love manufacturing in country Australia, Deputy Speaker, and we are going to continue to support it. Australians can trust this side of the House to protect their health, the economy and their jobs.
I call the member for Greenway.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Australians deserve a Prime Minister and a government that's going to tell them the truth, act in the public interest and plan ahead for a strong economy and jobs growth. But instead, what do we have, Deputy Speaker? We've got a tired, decade-old government just about, led by a Prime Minister who has zero regard for the truth. He always puts his immediate political interests ahead of the national interest and simply has no plan for the future, nothing beyond what can get him out of immediate trouble. And nothing says it more about the government failing to act in the interests of Australians than in the communications portfolio. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, when Australians think of technology, they think about it as a positive. They think that it's transformational, they see possibilities, they see the future, they see the potential for equality of access to be achieved through ICT. But in contrast, this Prime Minister and this Cabinet only sees technology as an instrument to exploit or invent political differentiation and tactfully present voters with false choices. And nowhere is this better exemplified than in the NBN. Now, this government came in 2013 and abandoned a fibre rollout on the dishonest premise that their second-rate copper network was going to cost $29.5 billion. Well, what a surprise, because that cost blew out to $41 billion, then $49 billion, then $51 billion, and now $57 billion, basically double what they originally promised. It is a proverbial sushi train of cost blowout served up by the most incompetent economic managers in living memory. And why? The abandonment of fibre was never about cost. It was always about politics. It is always about politics with this government. On one side, we had a particular technology, fibre, that just so happens to be favoured by most of the developed world, and on the other side, they felt compelled to oppose it. And every time their multi-technology mix had a cost increase, they would invent a new set of untruths about fibre. And this was a scam, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it was decimated on the front page of the Sydney Morning Herald in February this year. We had a report citing leaked figures revealing the Communications Minister and his government had wilfully misled the Australian people about the cost of deploying fibre. And I said before, it's highly notable that since that time the minister has been unwilling to repeat his false claims publicly. What is that? That's an admission that the minister was not misinformed. It's an admission that he willfully misled the entire time, and he is a diminished figure as a result, just as this Prime Minister and his government are so diminished in the eyes of voters who understand technology. Now, COVID has demonstrated that reliable, quality, high-speed broadband is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Families need it, students need it, small businesses need it. And that's why last week the Labor leader and I announced that if elected, not only will Labor keep the NBN in public ownership for the foreseeable future, but will use that time to expand fibre access for up to an additional 1.5 million homes and small businesses getting access. This policy will run fibre into the street and give every Australian who relies on a copper connection now the choice of having fibre connected into their home if they want faster speeds in that 1.5 million footprint. Now, Labor believes the next decade should be one where Australia makes things here again, that we become globally competitive in growing industries such as advanced manufacturing. Our plan is in the national interest. It's focused on the future, about building better jobs, but of course relying on the highest quality ICT. And it is therefore no wonder that this government in September last year did the biggest backflip in public policy history by announcing, after racking up nearly double the cost of their second-rate NBN, that they would go back to fibre. How incompetent could these people be, Mr Deputy Speaker? But unfortunately, it's not just critical infrastructure like the NBN where the Liberals play politics. The SBS and the ABC are national institutions that exist to serve all Australians in the public interest. And let's talk about their cuts. Tony Abbott promising no cuts to the ABC or SBS. Well, I'll tell you what their cuts to the ABC did. It forced the cessation of shortwave radio, cutting off the provision of content into regional remote areas. And then we had a news report in 2018 that I quote, a Chinese station has taken over those frequencies. It says it all, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Time has expired. I call the member for Riverina.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Always a pleasure to follow the Shadow Minister for Communications. And the member for Greenway and I both came into this parliament at the same time, 2010, and she would well remember having been a member of that Gillard and later on, for albeit a small portion of time, Rudd government under Labor, under the Greens, where not one single cent, not one zac was spent on mobile phone towers. And she would know that. She would remember that because she is now the Shadow Minister for Communications. There wasn't a cent spent in the electorate of Page. Nor Herbert, nor Gray, nor Barker, nor Parkes, nor Riverina, nor Cowper. Indeed, Eden Monero. I could see Eden Monero over there, or Macquarie. Not 1 cent was spent on mobile phone towers in any electorate in Australia. But since we've come to power in 2013, total investment has been generated of $875 million, working with telcos to deliver more than 1,270 new mobile base stations across Australia. And I can thank the member for Parkes largely for a lot of that, because he was the Minister for Regional Communications at the time. No thanks to those opposite, because they didn't spend a single cent, Mr Deputy Speaker, not one cent. Yet they come in here, and I hear the member for McEwen carp about it all the time, about how he needs a mobile phone tower here, and I hear other members opposite who represent peri-urban areas that they need mobile phone coverage. Well, don't expect it if ever there is an Albanese-backed Labor Greens government, because you won't get a penny for mobile phone coverage. Indeed, you will get it under us. You will get it under the Liberals and Nationals. But I will recall the sorts of things that they did put in place when they were in power. I will recall June 8, 2011. It was a black day for the live cattle trade, when they just said no on the back of a television program to live cattle exports. And all of those farmers and all of their cattle were had their backs turned on by the Labor and the Greens and the crossbench. And I remember how hard that was for those farmers, how hard it was for those operators, how hard it was for the hard-working Aboriginal stockmen. Goodness knows if ever they got back into the trade when it was resumed. Instant asset write-off. The member for Parkes reminded me that just a moment ago he was driving back from Lake Cargelligo through those fertile valleys of the Riverina back to his home base, and he was driving back at night, and he said all the headers were going, harvesting already. Many of those headers and harvesters and operations are due thanks to good weather, good rain, thank you very much, but also because of the instant asset write-off that's enabled those farmers, those contractors to be able to invest heavily into their operations. And indeed, we are getting on with the job. Now, yesterday, and I listened carefully to the Leader of the Opposition, I listened carefully to the member for Greenway. Yesterday, in Parliament, the member for Rank and Hypocrisy asked the Treasurer a question.
The
member
for Scullin will sit down.
Confected outrage, I withdraw.
The member for Riverina will withdraw.
I withdraw. Asked a question about the Treasurer, about jobs, about investment, about funding, about what we have done. These have been tough and difficult times, challenging times, but the sorts of things and the sorts of carry-on from those opposite do not resonate throughout the land. We get small business people. They are not thinking about what Labor is talking about. Mind you, they should be worried, because if Labor gets in, there's $387 million worth of taxes just waiting. There's a sneaky petrol tax coming to a petrol bowser near you. But we look at the sorts of jobs that are in place now, more people in work now than there were pre-COVID. Certainly more people working now than there were when Labor was in power. 1 in 8 manufacturing jobs lost when Labor was in power. We're investing in apprenticeships, so we're investing in the future. We're investing in the instant asset write-off. We're investing in those businesses which keep our economy turning, whether they're in urban Australia or whether they're indeed in that powerhouse, Mr Deputy Speaker, and you and I both know well, regional Australia, because regional Australia has been fantastic during COVID, and it's been on the back of National and Liberal Party policies.
I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on the MPI, the government being accused of failing to act in the interests of Australians. A serious topic. Obviously, to accuse a government of having their own self-interest rather than the national interest is a major accusation. We know that they've had major problems when it comes to acting on climate change, which the rest of the world know is in our interest. We're the driest continent. We know that we've got to look after farmers, a big source of our trade, so we do have to get that right. But what do we see? We've actually seen some activities from the government in the last few days that are particularly disturbing in terms of acting in the best interests of the Australian people. Now, we do know that we live in a time of great uncertainty, not since the end of the Second World War, I would suggest. when Labor led the nation through a very difficult time, has there been such a convergence of circumstances? Addressed by our Foreign Affairs Shadow, Senator Penny Wong, at the ANU the other day, she detailed in a brilliant speech talking about rising nationalism, fraying multilateralism, some great power competition where smaller nations can be crushed, emerging COVID strains, an ever-warming planet, and coping with a more assertive China, and that's what I want to particularly touch on today. We know that China is significant because so much of our minerals, so much of our farm produce is exported to China. And in light of these changes, with a more assertive China, our most significant trading partner, we need to make sure we get the balance right. Now, Australia, right in the middle of the Indo-Pacific, significant connections with the rest of the world, a growth part of the world, lots of opportunities to use our multicultural Australia as a link into trade opportunities, but we need to get the balance right. Now, we know from reading in the newspapers that some of those opposite want to beat the war drums in the lead up to an election. A very, very dangerous thing to do at any time. But in a world where we've got some serious challenges, it's particularly dangerous. Now, we saw during the pandemic that something as simple as even just getting PPE organised can be complicated. Who knew that most of that came from a city in China called Wuhan? So we know we've got to get the balance right when it comes to dealing with our trading partner. We know how important it is. What goes on in this parliament is seen around the world. I know that. My first day in this parliament, I was elected 14 years ago yesterday. My first day in parliament was the apology delivered by Kevin Rudd right there. Yeah. That then resonated around the world and let us have connections with countries in the Caribbean in ways that didn't exist before, where they just saw us as a colony of the United Kingdom. Instead, we were able to reach out to countries in a way that we hadn't done previously. That all changed when Tony Abbott came in and had all of those opposite vote for knights and dames and all those other things that said ignore Asia and the fastest growing part of the world. Sadly, we also saw the other day that the Defence Minister make a statement that was quite challenging. He made normally when it comes to talking about China and Taiwan, we talk about maintaining the status quo. That has been the Labor position ever since Gough Whitlam went off to Beijing 50 years ago in July this year. Okay, that has been a bipartisan position. Both sides of the House have had that same position. But for then the Defence Minister to come out and make some incredible statements asserting that it would be inconceivable, that's the word he used, that Australia would not join a war over Taiwan. It's completely out of step with our allies, the United States, and how they approach diplomacy. And you've got to ask, why would he be saying that? Why wouldn't he be sticking to preserving the status quo, as advocated by the Taiwanese leader Tsai Ing-wen, as advocated by the actual leader of Taiwan? So amping up the prospect of war against a superpower to maybe to win some jostling of positions on the front bench is bizarre, crazy and dangerous. It's a tactic employed by irresponsible politicians who are desperate to hang on to power at any cost, and that is not putting the nation's best interests first. That's putting your own self-interest first, and that is dangerous.
I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Politics is not about what is going on in this place right now. Those opposite would like it to be, where they're putting performance over people, tactics over the truth, and antics over the interests of everyday Australians. We're over here, we're standing up for Aussies, backing our sovereign capability and putting Australia's interests first. And no more are we doing this than in my community in Western Sydney, where we're focused on what matters most when it comes to jobs, infrastructure, families, small business, and ensuring that we keep the cost of living low. Our community worked so hard during the pandemic, and some people in our community are shining through now, and there's a little cafe I want to mention called the Blind Chef Cafe. And Craig, who runs this cafe, is completely inspirational. He lost his sight and one eye to a tumour when he was a kid. He became a chef. He lost his sight in the other eye when his tumour returned in his 20s, and he opened his cafe in the midst of the pandemic, and it was because of our support with JobKeeper and JobSaver that enabled him to push and fight through, and it was a complete honour to take the PM out to meet Craig and his team just last week. And he represents what we fight for in Western Sydney, the people that we fight for, who we want to do the best by. Another key thing that's happening in Western Sydney that the Morrison government is delivering, the Morrison government is focused on when it comes to people over politics, is Western Sydney International Airport, where we have just announced the start of the passenger terminal, which is going to be a game-changer, not just for Western Sydney and my community, but for our whole country, where we've got emerging industries in advanced manufacturing, medical industries, agribusiness, and the future is bright for people in my community. And importantly, it is about creating local jobs. That's what we're doing. The Morrison government, we're creating local jobs for local people. And we've already injected more than $100 million into Western Sydney businesses as part of the development of the airport, from cranes to plumbing to fencing, concrete. It is a nation-building project. And already over half the people that are working on the construction of the airport are Western Sydney locals, and that's because we're at the forefront of Australia's future, and there is so much to look forward to. Local jobs, local people, we're putting people first before politics. And I'm also really excited about the fact that we are backing apprentices in Western Sydney, in trades and particularly in manufacturing. And manufacturing in Western Sydney is at the heart of Australia's manufacturing. We have over 2,285 apprentices in Lindsay, and we've extended our wage subsidies to support even more. So I'm really excited about the future for our young apprentices, supporting the growth of manufacturing in Western Sydney, where we have over 600 manufacturers employing already over 6,000 people, and I look forward to seeing that grow even further with the support that we're doing to back in our Australian manufacturers. And there's never been a better time when we are so focused on Australia's sovereign capability, and I have a number of manufacturers in my electorate that are contributing to this, because we are hardworking, aspirational people in my community that are getting backed in by the Morrison government. The pandemic has been a particularly hard time for people in Lindsay with lockdowns and particularly with mental health. And I'm really pleased that one of my election commitments, a $14 million election commitment to have a Penrith Head to Health clinic, is shortly going to open and provide even more support to people in my community who are struggling with mental health issues, which is super important after this time that we've faced with the pandemic. So in Lindsay, we're being backed by the Morrison government. We're delivering for them. We're putting people before politics. We're backing local jobs. We're backing local manufacturers. We're building Australia's largest infrastructure project, and for me, this is what it's all about, backing local people.
I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, we thought things were pretty bad when Prime Minister Tony Abbott, who'd promised no cuts to the ABC and SBS, no cuts to health, no cuts to education, did just that when he came to office, cut every one of those things, broken promises. And we thought that was sort of a new low in politics. But this country has never seen anyone quite like Prime Minister Morrison, a man who acts only in his own interests and does not act in the interests of all Australians. Now, I'm very happy to spend the next 4 minutes and 15 seconds backing that up. Sadly, that will not be it will not be enough time to cover all the ways in which he has failed Australians, but let's give it a go. I think we felt this most keenly in Macquarie, this failure to act in the interests of Australians, when the Prime Minister didn't show his face in my electorate when fires were burning. In the Black Summer, the largest fire from a single ignition point was sending smoke everywhere, traumatising people as the waves of flames came, not for days, not for weeks, but for months. But the Prime Minister didn't make an appearance. He flew over us on his way to somewhere else. Now, we didn't expect him to hold a hose, although former Prime Minister Tony Abbott was there early one morning at Hawkesbury RFS headquarters, ready to spend the day literally holding a hose. And while I rarely saw eye to eye with Mr Abbott on policy, I thanked him for his support of my community in our hour or months of need. I had no cause to extend the same thanks to the Prime Minister because he didn't show up, not for the floods either. And as far as I know, he still hasn't come to see on the ground the extraordinary damage that's occurred in my electorate from the fires and the floods just this March gone. If he had, he would understand the fear that people have right now about the current rain and what it might do, and the fear of a second flood that they have. People feel that the Liberals are failing them right now. This is a Prime Minister who happily steps back from any responsibility. He's like your willful teenage son who will deny he said or did something even when you can see the evidence on Instagram. He will not accept his part in things. He failed to give us the vaccines that we needed early and soon enough. And that has led to lockdowns across my electorate, across Western Sydney. He was responsible for the lockdowns that saw one part of Western Sydney treated so harshly, another part also in lockdown, our city divided. He failed to act in the interests of all the musicians and creatives and performers in my electorate when he decided JobKeeper was not for them. He failed to act in the interests of university workers, staff who either lecture and tutor or who work on the grounds, work in libraries. He failed them. He's failed to act consistently in the interests of young people. He's doing as little as possible, as late as possible, to rein in climate change. He's put up their fees, the fees for students doing law or economics or communications, commerce, humanity. He has failed them. He's let TAFE be neglected, cutting $3 billion from vocational education funding, slashing the Education Investment Fund. He's done nothing to tackle the housing affordability issue that they face. He has failed to deliver a headspace for the Hawkesbury. These are all things young people need and care about. And at the other end, he's failed to act in the interests of people in aged care. Neglect. That sums up exactly what this government's done and continues to do. He's failing to act in the interests of people with disability, with constant fear that the NDIS is going to be changed. When there are moves to change it, they're beaten, but then right behind it is another move, just like waves crashing one time after time onto the shore. That's how people with disabilities feel. But the thing, and there's many others, but the thing with this Prime Minister, he'll never admit it. He'll blame us, he'll blame the states, he'll blame anyone else rather than take responsibility.
I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I appreciate the opportunity that this matter of public importance gives me to talk about the achievements of the Morrison government, and in particular what's happening in my home state of South Australia. Earlier this week, the ABS figures showed that the South Australian economy is the fastest growing in the nation at 3.9%, and that's thanks to some of the excellent things that we as a government are doing in South Australia. But even better still is there's so much more to come in the future. Those figures only take into account what's already happening, let alone what is going to be happening going forward. And there's a few areas I want to touch on. Firstly, defence. South Australia is the defence state, and particularly we are the state of naval shipbuilding, and we have had a very historic announcement in the last few months about the AUKUS deal and what that means for the submarine construction future in South Australia. But at the same time as the AUKUS announcement, we had the confirmation that South Australia will be the home of Collins-class maintenance into the future, as well as the life of type extension to the Collins program, which is 1,300 jobs guaranteed in my home state of South Australia. And I was thrilled to have that commitment that Adelaide is indeed the home of submarine construction now and into the future. As well as that, we had the AWD upgrade announcement as well. Of course, the AWDs were built in Adelaide, and the latest upgrades to the AWDs will also happen in Adelaide, and that's coupled with, of course, the Hunter-class program, which is ramping up now. Frigates, 9 of them, to be built in Adelaide. In defence, of course, this government is investing enormously in shipbuilding, and Adelaide is unquestionably the home of naval shipbuilding for Australia, for the Southern Hemisphere, frankly, and that means thousands of jobs for decades to come into the future. We also have the Space Agency, and of course in space this government has made a number of significant investment decisions, but also partnership decisions with the major space agencies around the world, of course NASA and ESA, the European Space Agency, and we're already participating on some very exciting space-based programs, and that space agency is headquartered out of Adelaide, and we're already seeing businesses in the space industry attracted to South Australia because the space agencies there, they see Adelaide as the capital of the space operations and industries of our country. And that also flows into cybersecurity and what's happening in cybersecurity, both our government decisions and in the private sector. Again, we're seeing an enormous number of cyber companies choosing to establish themselves, establish a base in Adelaide because they see Adelaide as the centre for the cyber sector, cyber industry in this country into the future, and that is an enormous growth sector. We all know how important cyber already is, but it's only going to be more significant into the future, and Adelaide is where it is at if you want to be in the cyber industry. In creative industries as well, particularly film, I'm lucky enough to have the Film Corporation based in my electorate. We have some significant productions that have happened in the last few years, Mortal Kombat most particularly, the biggest film ever made in South Australia, Hollywood blockbuster that was, of course, supported by our government's rebate scheme that helps support film businesses come to Australia and undertake production here. And we've got a bill that's been through this House that's in the Senate now that continues and enhances that into the future. And I've already had businesses in my electorate. I've had one who's already hoping and counting on the swift passage of that through the Senate, which is a novel position for someone to expect the Senate will be hasty on that. Nonetheless, he's made a decision that that's going to pass, and he's already signed deals to do more film production in South Australia. And again, that's an example of our government co-investing with businesses to create jobs and grow our economy in Australia, and particularly in South Australia. The Lot 14 precinct is the heart of a lot of these decisions. In a few weeks' time, we have a major milestone on that precinct with the Indigenous Art Gallery sod turning there. Things are really happening in this sector, in all these sectors, because of the decisions that we're making. At the heart of that, the Modern Manufacturing Fund. I've had a few businesses in my electorate already be successful through applications into that program, and that again is us investing in future manufacturing and future jobs. It's an exciting time for the economy in South Australia, and that's thanks to the decisions of the Morrison government.
I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I just encourage the former Speaker, the member for Sturt, to encourage that passage of that legislation through the Senate, because I know there's a lot of film production companies that are going to go to the wall if there's not a quick resolution of that, and there's some very common sense amendments around. So I just encourage him to continue to see that passage, or the passage of the bill, through both places. Mr Deputy Speaker, we're living through a once-in-a-century global pandemic, and it's causing the greatest amount of inequality that we've seen in this country. But instead of improving the lives of Australians, those opposite have indeed been making things much worse. One example is housing affordability. It's never been worse than it is right now. Many young Australians will never be able to afford a home, and it's this government's policies that have let it happen. They don't do anything to help the next generation put a roof over the next generation's heads. Under this tired old government, we've seen wages go backwards, not even stay the same, not even keep up, but go backwards, actually reverse. They've gone backwards, wages about $700 a year, while fuel prices have gone up $900 a year. So the interests of hard-working everyday Aussies who are feeling this hard in their back pockets has never been of less interest to those opposite. They stuffed up the vaccine rollout unimaginably all year, leading to months-long lockdowns for most of the country, causing unimaginable suffering to people and their businesses. But you won't ever hear them take any responsibility for that. They'll just talk about the mental health challenges that are there but never connected to. The businesses that have gone to the wall because of lockdowns. The businesses that have gone to the wall because JobKeeper was ripped away too soon, because they were too focused on making sure that it went to the top end of town, those businesses that actually had increasing profits during that period, but when they started getting called out for giving money, taxpayers' money away to businesses, corporations that did not need it, then they withdrew it, leaving high and dry the small and medium businesses that did need it to keep their employees employed and to keep liquid, to keep operating their businesses. At the same time, let's not forget that they're asking pensioners in their 90s to prove that they should be getting the pension, and then threatening to put them on a cashless debit card. They're telling workers that may have been overpaid, some job seeker or job keeper, they're demanding that they repay it, even if they're quite willing to do it, if they just know what the situation is. But these things come up because of these continual lockdowns. And whose responsibility were the lockdowns? It was those opposite the federal government who failed to bring in dedicated, proper quarantine. A lot of people forget about that. But they also failed in the vaccine rollout. They failed with the communications plan about the importance of getting vaccinated. And now we've seen a disgusting situation where misinformation not only thrives from those opposite, but the Prime Minister himself. And that's had real consequences in the Northern Territory and in my electorate and the people that I support. Life-threatening, dangerous misinformation flourishing, including in our remote communities of the Northern Territory. Now, they're doing nothing to stamp out the malicious spreaders of misinformation who are preying on these communities, and it is an absolute disgrace. Now, we know that those opposite have got no problem at all being prolific with taxpayers' money. You know, it's a slur they like to throw at Labor, but we've had sports rorts, we've had car park rorts, endless pork barrelling of marginal seats and their own seats, of course. We've had the $1 million blind trust. The public, the Australian public's faith in our democracy is an all-time low because that's how this Prime Minister wants it. The rorting's been outrageous and they don't want a National Integrity Commission which says everything you need to know about this mob.
I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Member to those opposite, matters of public importance shouldn't be free kicks for the government, but this one is. And let me take the opportunity to punt the goal. Let's talk about how the government has acted over the course of this parliament this term in the interests of Australians. On jobs, 1.6 million jobs created since 2013, and of course those opposite know in their heart of hearts that if it wasn't for JobKeeper, there would be 3.8 million people who would have suffered, who were supported
Fighting the virus. Well, the death rate in the US and the UK is 50 times higher than Australia. Economic recovery. We're the first advanced economy to have more people employed than pre-COVID. There are currently 74,000 people more in employment today than pre-COVID, and our net debt is around half of that of the UK or the US. Small business. We've provided tax relief to 3.4 million businesses. We've expanded the instant asset write-off. Spending on equipment has increased to its fastest rate in 7 years. Housing. 130,000 home builder applications. A home builder program that those opposite opposed and decried. New house starts, highest in 20 years. We've delivered the first home loan deposit scheme to make sure people who want to get into a home can get into a home. On apprentices, Mr Deputy Speaker, new wage subsidies for 170,000 apprenticeships on top of 100,000 already supported. Job Trainer Fund to support 450,000 places. On tax, we're providing relief to 11 million Australian taxpayers, getting up to $2,745 in relief this year alone. Electricity prices, well, they're down 13.2% since December 2018. On emissions, those opposite want to pretend like they're the friend of a low-carbon economy when they don't even have a target for 2030, but it's our government that has driven down emissions by 19% lower than 2005 levels. It's the lowest level since 1995, and we're investing $20 billion on clean tech. We've got a record investment in infrastructure, obviously our $110 billion commitment that includes, but is obviously not limited to Western Sydney Airport, Melbourne Airport Rail, the Bruce Highway. We're driving up exports, the largest trade surplus in 1920. New export deals with Pacific, Japan, Korea and Indonesia. A more resilient Australia in response to challenges of drought and bushfire. We have a stronger Defence Force. We've delivered on our commitment to grow the defence budget by 2% of GDP. We're spending $270 billion over 10 years in defence capacity. On school funding, funding for schools has increased from $13.8 billion in 2014 to $23.4 billion in 2021. Better healthcare, funding for public hospitals has increased from $13.3 billion to $25.6 billion. I say all this because the Australian people are about to get through the exercise of contrast and compare. Well, that's our submission to the Australian people on what we've achieved. All they've got to go by is what happened under the last Labor government. Let me remind people who might be listening. There was the carbon tax. There was cash for clunkers. There were overpriced school halls. There were pink bats that killed people. We saw defence spending at its lowest level since the 1930s, and I think the greatest shame of all, the greatest tragedy of all, was what we completely lost control of our borders. We ruined the Australian live cattle trade, and those opposite, quite frankly, didn't give a ship. Not one commitment to build a ship in this country. They did not give a ship, not one. Now, before those opposite say, oh, but that was a former government, we'll be better after Anthony Albanese, the reality is his great plan to get into government, other than saying absolutely nothing, was a national driver's licence with which you could drive from Melbourne to Sydney. Newsflash, you can do that today. And $6 billion commitment to give $300 cheques to people who'd already taken the vaccine. Brilliant. I can't wait for the people of Australia to contrast and compare. I know the answer.
The time for the discussion has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Mitochondrial donation law reform. Maeve Law Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to respectfully make a contribution to this bill. From the outset, I'd like to say that I'm not trying to approach this from any moral or religious perspective. But rather, as legislators, I actually believe that we must consider the perceived benefits and risks associated with the proposed methods of mitochondrial donation, but we must also consider and weigh them against our obligations in terms of ethical perspective. There's no doubt that for some Australians, the risk of passing on mitochondrial disease is far too high, and it can prevent women from having healthy children. Understandably, women facing this prospect would look at any feasible approaches to lessen that risk. And as in any pregnancy, I think it would be every parent's fervent hope and prayer that they would have a healthy child. And regrettably, at the moment, it's almost one child a week. Somewhere between 50 and 60 children are born each year in this country with a mitochondrial disease. And sadly, the prognosis for those children is not great. And the fact is, most will die within the first 5 years of life. Matter of fact, of those young people, I know I'll be followed by Member for Macarthur, Dr Freelander, who has, on a number of occasions, treated patients, young patients, suffering from a mitochondrial disease, which he'll inform the House about. Others that grow up will be living with this disease, will have a lower life expectancy and can suffer a wide range of debilitating symptoms, including loss of hearing and vision, as well as multiple organ failure, as well as heart problems. So clearly this is something that should be concerning all of us. And I agree with so many in this place that there must be an ethical and sustainable way of mitigating these risks, and that there's a need for a pathway for women living with mitochondrial disease to have children without the fear of passing this debilitating disease on. As legislators, we must balance what is seen as the possible benefits to humanity with the extent to which we are willing to compromise on our ethical obligations in passing a bill which will pave the way for these proposed research methods. Now, this bill firstly sets out a path for research into mitochondrial donation technology as a means of assisted reproduction technology. The bill, secondly, creates a pathway for mitochondrial donation to be legalised for clinical use. As the bill before the House stems from legislation in the United Kingdom, it is prudent to note that in that jurisdiction only 2 methods have been approved for research and subsequently for clinical use. The first of these techniques is called maternal spindle transfer, which involves the extraction of a mother's nuclear DNA to be transferred into an unfertilised donor egg containing healthy mitochondrial DNA. This technique, despite the absolute objection from some, is one that I think I can conceptually support, as it seems to follow a pathway for women suffering from mitochondrial disease to have a child without the needless destruction of human embryos, and only seeing the discarding of an unfertilised egg. Now, whilst MST will to some extent still have an effect on the genetic code, as it does require a third person as the donor, I consider this approach to be more in line with modern-day IVF, which is obviously a proven assisted technology, one which I would find very difficult to oppose, given that I found statistics the other day which surprised me, that 1 in 20 babies born in Australia today are through IVF technology. However, this bill also paves the way for research into 4 other techniques, 3 of which have not been approved in any other country or jurisdiction for licensed research. Today, I want to focus on the pro-nuclear transfer, the second and more favoured approach in the United Kingdom, and as I understand it, as it is here in Australia. Now, this technique is vastly different from the material spindle transfer as it requires the fertilisation of both the mother's egg, which has the mitochondrial disability, with the egg of a donor. But it requires both those eggs to be fertilised. Now, once the mother's nucleus has been transferred into the donor's egg, which is at that stage an embryo, the mother's embryo, which has the diseased mitochondrial DNA, is then discarded. Now, this is the part I find problematic, as it requires the creation of 2 human embryos, with the full intention that that one of these embryos will be destroyed at the end of the process. Now, the Plunkett Centre for Ethics raised a concern about this, and it's quoted in the committee's report saying, treating an embryo merely as a means and not as an end in itself violates the respect owed to embryonic human life. Deputy Speaker, that is a view I actually share. And I believe that to create a human embryo and then destroy it for the sole purpose of research, I just can't see that as being ethical. Now, to be fair, the report goes on to note that there are many other research techniques and procedures that involve the destruction of embryos. But in my opinion, that in itself does not justify the creation and destruction of potential viable human embryos as being a normal or necessary process of medical research. I do not believe it is proper or ethical to create and then destroy human life, albeit embryonic human life, even if it is the intention for alleviating ultimately the suffering of another. While I have less concern about material spindle transfer, and in fact would support research being undertaken in respect of that technique, I cannot, from an ethical point of view, support the approval of research into the practice of pro-nuclear transfer. Now, should this bill be passed, there will also be this issue I think would occur, which is about the limited supply of donor eggs itself. The type of technique proposed by pro-nuclear transfer requires the donation of both eggs from the mutated mitochondrial DNA as well as healthy eggs. My concern is that where the access to the supply of either of these eggs is limited, it could well result in a commercial incentive being offered to women and inadvertently creating an unwarranted social consequences. In this scenario, I think it would be, we could be creating a market where women who are willing to give up their eggs at a cost would realistically be women from, how I would say this, probably more socially economic challenged backgrounds. Now, I know that's not the intended consequence or the intended outcome of the bill that's before us, but I suggest it could be a realistic one. And I'm sure it wasn't the intention of those who approved organ donation to create a trade in organs, and we know that does occur. And we know that occurs in countries of China, Philippines, Thailand, and many, many others. And I know a lot of that is illegal trade. So it's not inconceivable that egg donation would not follow a similar path. Further to this, donation of feasible eggs is not a simple act. It's not like blood donation. It will require the donor to go through a hormone regime in order to donate the viable egg, which is to be ready to be fertilised and in the full knowledge it is there to be destroyed. Other than supporting family, I don't imagine there'll be an outpouring of women ready to go through this type of treatment as simply an altruistic gesture within the community.
It being almost 4:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As 2021 draws to a close, I want to acknowledge the school leaders, teachers, students and their families across Fraser. Fraser's school communities have worked so hard to keep our young people engaged in education amid this pandemic and the necessity of homeschooling. As a parent, I know how much effort teachers have invested to deliver good remote learning outcomes over the last 2 years, and how much energy has gone into providing students with high-quality, individualised learning. I am so grateful to the principals and teachers of Fraser for their unstinting efforts and professionalism, and I hope that 2022 is an easier year for the learning and personal development of our young people. The last 2 years have particularly impacted children and young people whose school and extracurricular activities have been severely curtailed. As a result, it's a particular pleasure to recognise in this parliament today some of the recent winners of the Fraser Primary School Leadership Awards. This is given to Year 6 students who have made special contributions as leaders in their school communities during the course of the year. This year's winners include Ruby and Ria at St Teresa's in Albion for their positive approach to school life and enthusiasm for learning, Annie and Stephen of Glengala Primary School for being motivated, contributing to every lesson and consistently showing the school values of respect, responsibility and safety, to Eunice and Amelie of Sunshine Christian School for their compassion, creativity, leadership and positive influence on others, for George and Mia of Taylors Lakes Primary School for being resilient and considerate of their peers as amazing school captains, to Mong and Andy of Albion North Primary for always trying their best and for being helpful, responsible, considerate and deeply welcoming of other students, to Adriana and Dylan of St Albans Kialba for always helping others, being great listeners and supporting their peers, to Luange and Renato of St Albans Meadows Primary for being exceptional students and showing compassion and empathy while always thinking of others and exemplifying the values of the school, to Alicia and Alanya of Sydenham Hillside Primary School who excel in all curriculum areas while displaying their school's values as exceptional school captains. Congratulations to all of these worthy winners of the 2021 Fraser Primary Leadership Awards, and thank you to all of their schools for nominating them. I hope for all of these students and for all of these school communities, 2022 is an easier year. Deputy Speaker, I also want to highlight the outstanding work being done by the SDA and the TWU and indeed by unions across the world which are seeking to end some of the appalling working conditions and unacceptably low wages of many Amazon workers. As Black Friday sales begin in Australia and many other countries, Amazon workers will face undeniable pressure and stress to fulfil orders across the world and, of course, across Australia. The race to the bottom on wages and secure jobs is a global problem, and Amazon is a prime example. Amazon flex drivers aren't even getting the minimum wage in many circumstances. They have few rights and are often pressured to drive dangerously overloaded cars to avoid being sacked on a whim. While profits soar for Amazon, which saw a doubling of its profits in the first half of 2021 compared to 2020, workers are often left with little or no pay rises and working long hours without breaks. As the Union for Amazon Online Retail Workers, the SDA has worked tirelessly to stop the Americanisation of wages in Australia and to improve working conditions. The TWU is also working hard to protect safe standards for transport workers who deliver Amazon's goods to consumers. Thanks to the SDA and the Transport Workers Union for their leadership in forming the Online Retail and Delivery Workers Alliance to protect workers in every step of the supply chain. A secure job with a fair wage does not have to be a thing of the past for Australian workers. Low wages and poor conditions are a deliberate design feature of this government's economic policies, which have resulted in falling household living standards, something unthinkable for generations preceding ours, and the worst decade for real wages growth since the Great Depression. Unlike this government, the SDA, the TWU and the broader union movement will not stand by and allow working conditions to be undermined. Nor will Labor members in this House. It's time to make Amazon pay.
I give the call to the member for... the question is that the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Grey.
Well, thank you so much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Speaker, it's been a change of position in this place.
1 week
Old habits die hard, I'm afraid. I'd have to say I farmed for 35 years and it's always challenging, and this year is proving absolutely no different. In my state and in my electorate, after a wonderful start to the season, where in particular the June and July rainfalls were exceptionally good, and the season seemed to be set up for complete success. August proved to be dry. September turned the tap off completely, and October wasn't a lot better. And so that has caused some problems with the crop, and they're not as good as we had hoped, but there are some good crops around. Since November has started, though, Mr Speaker, the season seems to be completely intent on making up the rainfall deficit, and we've seen 70 to 100 millimetres of rain over the last 2 weeks across a substantial part of my electorate, including on my own farm. And it's just at a time as the headers have entered the paddock. The quality of the crops was exceptional, and the yields, considering the season, were pretty good. And we are waiting to see now just how much damage has been wreaked by those rainfalls across those broad areas as it dries out enough to get the headers back in the ground and assess the quality. But there are a whole lot of other issues facing farmers at the moment, and increasing concerns are being shown around the supply lines on new machinery, on parts, and particularly more concerning on the fertiliser and chemical supplies coming into the nation, and the pricing. In fact, we've seen staggering price increases of anything up to almost 300% in fertiliser and chemicals, and concerns about supplies. To give a bit of explanation, nitrogen fertilisers are largely made from gas, and most plants in the world, certainly where we get product from, are in Asia. And in Asia and Europe, the gas prices increased by around about 400%, is up to $40 a gigajoule or thereabouts. And that is driving the price of fertiliser higher and causing the producing countries to restrict exports to try and dampen down the prices in their own jurisdictions. And that includes China, but that is not an unexpected response. In Australia, the gas prices are around $10 a gigajoule, and that is as a result of the government's big stick policies. But unfortunately, we don't have that manufacturing capacity in Australia, and our ability to produce nitrogen fertiliser is severely limited. So that is a problem for farmers. Worldwide, there are more issues at stake, and one of them is the supply of freight and shipping services. And what happened with the COVID virus, Mr Speaker, is that people stopped buying services and have been on a consumer goods binge ever since. They've got money in their pockets, they're not eating in restaurants, they're not travelling, they're not spending money on tourism. And the one-way volumes of consumer goods have soared. And there hasn't been enough backload on those containers, and so those containers have been piling up in the consumer countries and haven't been finding their way back. The shipping companies, following the best advice at the time, was that trade levels were going to be slashed, so they took the opportunity to retire some old and pretty dirty ships. And so there was a shortage of ships around. They've commissioned new shipping, but it's not out the shipping yards yet, so there's a shortage of shippage. We've got problems on wharfs, particularly here in Australia, where the maritime unions are causing concerns. There are bottlenecks created around the ports all around the world. So there are all kinds of hold-ups on freight, and that is feeding through into the farmers' supply system, including on chemicals and on fertiliser. And just on fertiliser, I was asked by a farmer, you know, we produce a lot of fertiliser in Australia. Why don't we hold that in Australia, much as other countries are doing with others? But in fact, we are fairly short. We produce around about enough DAP, a couple 100,000 tonnes a year. We produce more than enough single super and export around about 2/3 of that capacity. But the big liar is in MAP, where we produce about 162,000 tonnes but need nearly 1 million a year. So we are a net receiver of fertilisers in a big way. So these are real problems for farmers as they look at their books for next year. And this shortage of freight capacity is feeding into the chemical market as well. And as it rains, almost as I speak, at home and causing damage to the crops, it's also causing a whole raft of new summer weeds to grow, which will require chemicals which are 3 times as expensive as they were this time last year to keep those summer weeds under control. Now, to be fair, the rainfall will stop eventually.
The honourable member's time has expired, and the question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I congratulate you on your election as Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr Speaker, yesterday marked 14 years since the election of the Rudd government, and I joined the Labor Party in the year preceding that election because I saw that our government had lost touch with the issues that were important to Australians and was attacking the things that made Australia the great place that it was, attacking our social safety net and our system of wages that had made Australia a relatively egalitarian place. And I wanted to do whatever I could to be part of changing that. I wanted to knock on doors, to make phone calls, to hand out how-to-votes and let people know that we could have a government that cared, really cared about the issues facing Australians, that cared about fairness and was forward-looking. And we are at a moment again like this in Australia, and I think after being in Parliament this week, I know we are at a very much more desperate moment with this government. We desperately need a new government. This week in Parliament we have seen the Prime Minister fail to call out dangerous misinformation from members of his own government and then in question time make out like it's a big joke and that it was all about Labor. In possibly the last sitting fortnight, certainly of the year and quite possibly of this government's term, you would think they would be trying to get through big reforms or big ideas, but instead we're seeing bills introduced that are solutions in search of a problem. We're seeing bills that are seeking to divide rather than unite Australians. It's bills that are all about politics and not about substance. This morning the government shut down debate on an integrity commission, a federal integrity commission that the government says it is committed to but has taken over 1,000 days and still hasn't introduced legislation. Instead of debating that, we have a voter suppression bill, a bill that makes it harder for Australians to exercise their right to vote. This is a government that detests accountability and debate. This is a government that has no respect for our democracy. And that will be the legacy of this government. A tired government beset by division and scandal with a wafer-thin policy agenda that governs only for their own political interests. A Prime Minister and a government who thinks that a 3-word slogan is the answer to the complex policy demands of governing. A government that always seeks to divide rather than unite, that will always dodge responsibility but always claim credit, who thinks that a photo op is always the solution but never follows through with the policy. Sadly, every sitting week that I come into this place, we see new lows, and this is a tragedy for the Australian people. For 8 long years, this government has squandered Australia's advantages, tripled our debt, ruined our reputation on the world stage and thrown away the goodwill of its people. In this time, Australia, once a world leader, is going backwards in rankings of global performance. We rank last among 60 countries on climate change policy, 61st in the world for fixed broadband speeds. Australia ranks 8th out of 11 high-income countries for healthcare affordability. Educational outcomes have slipped, while we are ranked as more corrupt and have less trust in government. Household debt as a share of GDP is now the 2nd highest of 43 countries, and we have the 3rd most unaffordable housing market. 1 in 6 Australian children live in poverty. Australia is going backwards under the Liberals. We are being left behind. We need a government that has vision, that wants to see Australia leading the world, that wants to build back stronger and fairer as we recover from the pandemic. A government in touch with the needs of Australians that will support innovation and make sure that no one is left behind. And that's why a federal Labor government is more crucial than ever. An Albanese government will tackle climate change, return integrity and dignity to politics, fix the NBN, properly fund the public broadcasters, provide job security and stand up for Australians. The pandemic has shown us what is important and what is less important. What people in Australia and around the world need right now is hope. And it's there. And this is my message to Australians. For those who are worried about climate change and the world that they'll leave their grandchildren, Labor hears you. To those worried how they'll never get into the housing market, Labor hears you. To those trying to keep a business afloat at home during lockdown with the world's worst internet speeds, Labor hears you. To those struggling to get into the job market or to find secure work, Labor hears you. To those trying to upskill, train and get a degree,
The honourable
Labor
member's time
hears you.
has expired. The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and congratulations for your attaining this high office.
Thank you.
I'm sure you will do this place proud. And it is a wonderful time of the year. Christmas is approaching, lights are starting to appear outside homes, Christmas shopping is imminent. It's only been 6 weeks since decorations appeared at shopping centres. Most years we look around at each other at this time and think, where did the year go? Lockdowns have blended into lockdowns, homeschooling has drudged on, and well-intentioned sourdough starters in the fridge now have been there so long they are becoming sentient and starting to look to move out. Einstein told us decades ago that time is an illusion, but only in the last 2 years has this proven to be our experience. So we come to the end of this year with a relieved sigh and optimism for the future. It's worth remembering that in November last year we felt similarly before Christmas and New Year's were upturned by the Northern Beaches outbreak. While Bennelong wasn't locked down, the implications of gathering restrictions affected the Christmas plans of many in my electorate, especially the many large local families looking forward to their traditional gatherings. Thankfully this year our optimism is supported by data. Our vaccine rollout, after an admittedly slow start, has fired in the second half of this year, and now the nation is at 86% double vaxxed, and New South Wales is trickling towards 95% single vaxxed. In Ryde we have 93% fully covered, which is an incredible figure. We couldn't have got here without an incredible amount of work from our doctors, nurses, pharmacists and everyone who helped roll out the jab and manned our emergency departments and COVID wards during our biggest outbreak this year. Thank you to everyone who played their part in keeping us safe. And of course, thank you to everyone who rolled up their sleeves to get the jab. We're opening shops, opening borders, reducing restrictions, purely thanks to the huge numbers of people who have come out to get their jabs. So thank you. Which means Christmas will be somewhat back to normal this year, and I, for one, can't wait. Ryde Rotary Carols in the Common is back again, although not in the Common this year. How common. TG Milner is the new home for this year, and it promises to be a great event. I look forward to seeing the thousands of people who normally come once again able to congregate and sing together. Another stalwart that is back for another year is my Christmas card competition. The cards are being printed now and will be coming out shortly. We had wonderful entries from St Charles, Epping West, Ermington West, St Michael's, Putney Public, Our Lady Queen of Peace in Gladesville, St Anthony's Catholic Primary School, and choosing a winner was very, very difficult. Every child who put in an entry was a winner. The finalists were Isabel Chan, Year 1 from Epping West Public, Olivia Payne, Year 2 at Putney Public, Annabelle Dabkowski, Year 3 at St Charles Public, Ryde Isabel's Nguani, Year 4 at Ermington West Public, and Chloe Palmer, Year 5 at St Michael's, Meadowbank. But there can only be one winner, and I'm happy to announce that this year that goes to Annabelle Dabkowski from St Charles. Congratulations, Annabelle. Make sure you keep an eye out for your card around the community. And thanks to every student who participated and the teachers who found the time to make this happen. So to end, I would like to thank everybody for their perseverance this year and wish everybody a very happy Christmas. Hopefully this year you can spend it with friends and relatives, but if you can't because they live in faraway places or in Perth, in the country of Western Australia, you can look forward to the rapidly approaching day that borders will open. And please remember, those less fortunate nearby you too. They've probably had a pretty hard year. Next year will bring a soggy La Niña January, an election and perhaps another COVID season, albeit a smaller one hopefully. But that's a few months away. For now, we can focus on things closer to home, and for the next few weeks we can raise a glass, or maybe three, to our essential services, our neighbours and ourselves, smile and know that we deserve this festive season.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker. And could I start by congratulating you on this elevation. To be a good Speaker requires intelligence and integrity, and you have both of those in spades, so I wish you all the best. Speaker, today marks the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and launches 16 days of activism. The theme is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. We know that 1 in 3 women in Australia have experienced physical violence. We know that 1 in 4 women in Australia have been sexually assaulted at work. And we know that on average 1 woman a week in Australia is killed by a partner or a former partner. So ending violence now is not soon enough. There have been plenty of words said in this place about ending violence against women. In 2018, after the shocking murder of Eurydice Dixon in a Melbourne park, the then Prime Minister Turnbull said, I quote, "Women must be safe everywhere, on the street, walking through a park, in their homes, at work." In February 2020, many MPs, senators and staff gathered for a vigil after the terrible murder of Hannah Clark and her 3 young children, Aaliyah, Lanea and Trey. Prime Minister Morrison attended that vigil and he said, "We must remember their names." I do remember their names. But remembering the names of Hannah, Aaliyah, Lena, Trey, Eurydice and the many, many other women who have been murdered will not prevent more women being murdered. According to the Counting Dead Women project by the anti-sexism group Destroy the Joint, which counts all female victims of violence, domestic or otherwise, at least 55 women died in 2020. Shortly after the murder of Hannah Clark and her children in Brisbane in 2020, I called on the government to implement one of the priority steps in the Safety First in Family Law campaign, launched by the Women's Legal Service Australia and supported by more than 90 organisations. It's a simple change to the Family Law Act, one that had been raised in many reports and inquiries as a danger to women and children. It's a change that costs nothing and could be done next week, but nothing happened. My calls fell on the deaf ears of this Morrison government. Not even after hearing of the terrible murders of Hannah and her children was this government moved to act. I introduced a private member's bill to make this simple legislative change that will save lives. So far, 9 Labor members, 1 member of the Greens and 2 Liberal members have spoken in support of my bill and the simple change that it proposes. I encourage all Australians who are serious about preventing violence against women to please ask your federal MP to speak on my bill, to support this simple change that experts in family violence believe will make a difference and will make women and children safer. Words won't make a difference, but action will. My private member's bill won't prevent all violence against women, I'm not suggesting that, but it will make some safer. But there is, of course, much more to be done. Women fleeing domestic violence should have access to safe refuge. Shelters for women and children should be properly staffed and funded. More community sector workers should be available to help women fleeing violence. Women's safety should be a national priority, and Australia needs a Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Commissioner. Labor is committed to action and bringing down the rates of violence in our community. Labor has already announced that we will invest in safe and affordable housing and 500 new community sector workers. We know that violence against women is a national crisis. We know that women are subjected to violence every day. We know that women are sometimes not believed when they say that they've been subjected to physical or sexual violence. I was a member of the Joint Select Committee on Australia's Family Law System, which has just tabled its final report. The committee made 52 recommendations to improve the family law system. The committee also made an important finding that false allegations of violence are not prevalent within the family law system, and that was a unanimous finding of the whole of the committee, including the Deputy Chair of that committee, Senator Hanson, who has been very vocal about her view that women lie about domestic violence. This government is great at announcements. They know how to use words but too often they follow up with nothing. Words are nice. I love words. I'm a writer. I love words. But what Australian women need is action. Today begins 16 days of action. Let's see what the Morrison-Joyce government takes to actually eliminate violence against women. My private member's bill is being debated in Parliament again next Monday, just 4 days away. So let's see if any members of the coalition government will even bother to speak on it. I'm not saying they have to support on it, but surely they should join the debate and speak to that particular piece of legislation. It is a private member's bill, but it makes a simple change.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. I've been looking forward to this for some time. No pressure, but I'll give the call to the member for Casey.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and congratulations on your election. And a tribute to you. I know, as the former Speaker, just how, as a member of the Speaker's panel, how diligent you were in following the procedures and processes of the House, and as my first opportunity publicly to say congratulations.
Thank the member for Casey.
As we know as local members of parliament, a community's greatest asset is its people. And in the electorate of Casey that I'm privileged to represent, one of its finest was the late Don Parsons, a person who I worked alongside on many community projects and who became a very close friend. He was born in Tasmania in 1947 and obviously spent his youth there. But at the age of 15 he enlisted in the Royal Australian Navy. He served for 34 years in various posts and also spent time with Signals Intelligence in the United Kingdom. After retiring from the Navy, he went into small business. He ran a cafe in the electorate, a cafe with a naval theme, and he raised his family. His son Ashley, daughter Talia, who I know very well. He later served for many years in the community as a Justice of the Peace and a bail justice. But it was in his role as a member of the Lilydale RSL that I got to know him incredibly well. And in 2014 he was part of a group that took over the leadership, and he demonstrated great community commitment and incredible passion right across his time there, particularly with the centenary of Anzac, which he instinctively realised was a unique time to shine a light on those stories in a way that we'd never been able to do. He was instrumental in getting a number of local war memorials and local military history publications completed, and many a time we stood together, as members in this House will have done as well, unveiling and launching these projects. The electorate of Casey is Yarra Valley, Dandenong Ranges and the outer suburbs. Sometimes we launch these in the rain, sometimes with the sun beating down upon us, but Don was always there, and he was always there leading the RSL. What I'll remember most about Don, who passed away suddenly last year, and I'll come to that, haven't had the opportunity to speak in this House on this matter, was he being instrumental as a leader, together with local historian Anthony McAleer, in deciding that they would have a ceremony on the 100th anniversary of the death of every local soldier in the Lilydale and Mount Evelyn areas. On the day, a century after those locals lost their lives in World War I. Sometimes 3 or 4 of us were there, sometimes family members had travelled for many hundreds of kilometres to be there. Sometimes schools turned up. But he did that 45 times.
just to stop and pause on the centenary of the death of those soldiers, reflect on their lives and lay a wreath. And it was during those times that I really got to know him as a close friend. He attended Anzac Day in 2020 just with his daughter Talia to lay a wreath during lockdown, and died not long after, suddenly at the age of 72. He was part of my local Anzac essay prize for local schools, and it's quite fitting that the committee decided that following his passing that prize would be renamed in his honour. I pay tribute to him. I miss him as a friend. I pay tribute to his family that I understand are listening today, and I wanted to make this contribution here in the House on his behalf and on behalf of his family for a community that he serves so well.
The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. next Monday.